Hello guys, welcome to Fiction Quest. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry traveled back to the Marauders era and seduced Bellatrix Black to save her soul. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The Peveril Heir. The Department of Mysteries had never truly recovered from the battle. Harry Potter stood in the circular chamber, his wand casting pale light across walls that still bore scorch marks from curses thrown 3 years ago. The doors had stopped spinning months after Voldemort's death, something about the ambient magic bleeding out of the place, the unspeakable said. Now they hung crooked on their hinges, some open to empty rooms, others sealed with magic so old no one remembered the counterspells. He was 25 years old and felt ancient. "You shouldn't be here, Harry." Hermione's voice came from behind him. He didn't turn. She'd followed him, of course. She always did, even when he asked her not to. "I found it," he said. "Found what?" He gestured toward the door at his left. "The death chamber. The room with the veil, where Sirius had fallen and never risen. Where Harry had screamed himself hoarse at 16, held back by Remus, not understanding that some doorways only opened one way. The answer," he said. "The reason she became what she became." Hermione moved to stand beside him. She looked exhausted. They all did, these days. The war had ended, but the aftermath dragged on and on. Trials. Rebuilding. Funerals that seemed to never stop. She'd thrown herself into reform work at the ministry, rewriting laws that had allowed blood purity to fester for centuries. Ron had joined the Aurors with Harry, but his heart wasn't in it. He was going through motions, same as all of them. Victory was supposed to feel different than this. "Bellatrix," Hermione said. "Not a question. Did you know the Black family performs soul rituals?" Hermione's silence told him she hadn't. "It's called the anime vincula," Harry continued. "Binding of the soul. Ancient magic, older than Hogwarts. The sacred 28 families used it for centuries to ensure loyalty in their children. Bind them to the family's cause, to the dark arts, to whatever ideology the parents wanted to enforce." He finally looked at her. She was 17 when they did it to her. 17, Hermione. Same age as us during the war. Harry, she didn't choose to become a monster. They made her into one. Hermione was quiet for a long moment. Then, even if that's true, it doesn't change what she did. The Longbottoms. Sirius. Dobby. The people she killed, the lives she destroyed, I know. His voice was flat. "I know what she did. I was there for most of it. I watched her kill my godfather with a smile on her face. I held Dobby while he died from her knife." He turned fully to face Hermione, and something in his expression made her step back. "But I also watched Draco Malfoy lower his wand on the astronomy tower. I watched Narcissa lie to Voldemort's face to save her son. I watched Regulus Black sacrifice himself to destroy a Horcrux because somewhere, underneath all the conditioning, there was still something human." "What are you saying?" "I'm saying that if someone had reached Bellatrix before the ritual, if someone had given her a different choice, everything might have been different. Sirius might be alive. The Longbottoms might be sane. Hundreds of people might not have died." Hermione shook her head slowly. "You can't know that. Even without the ritual, she might have, maybe." Harry walked toward the death chamber door. "But I'm going to find out." "Harry, what are you planning?" He pushed open the door. The veil rippled in its ancient archway, whispering secrets in languages that had been dead for millennia. Harry had spent 3 years studying this room, this doorway between life and death, time and eternity. He'd learned things that would have made Dumbledore pale. "The veil isn't just a door to the afterlife," he said. "It's a wound in reality. A tear in the fabric that separates what is from what was. With the right anchors, the right sacrifice, you can use it to go back. Go back. Hermione's voice pitched high with alarm. Harry, time travel on that scale, the paradoxes alone, I've accounted for them. No one can account for them. The time turners only work for hours, and even those were destroyed because the risks. Harry pulled 2 objects from his moleskin pouch. The resurrection stone, cracked but still pulsing with power. And the Elder Wand, which had chosen him whether he wanted it or not. I'm not using a time turner, he said. I'm using these. Hermione went white. The Hallows. Harry, you can't be serious. No one has ever united them. I know. I'm the first. He met her eyes, and for a moment, she saw the boy he'd been, the boy who'd walked into the forest to die, who'd faced Voldemort knowing he wouldn't survive, who'd always been willing to sacrifice everything for the people he loved. I'm going back to 1975. Before the ritual. Before Voldemort recruited her. I'm going to save her soul, Hermione. I'm going to give her the choice she never had. And if you fail? If you die in the past, or get stuck, then nothing changes. The timeline we're living continues. You'll never even know I tried. He smiled, but there was no joy in it. But I have to try. I've spent 3 years winning a war and losing everyone I cared about. What's the point of surviving if I can't use that survival to save someone? Hermione was crying now. This is insane. This is absolutely insane, and you know it. Probably. Harry reached out and pulled her into a hug. Tell Ron I'm sorry. Tell him I know he'll take care of you, and that I'm proud to have called him my brother. Tell Ginny, his voice caught. That wound was still fresh. They'd tried, after the war, but too much had broken between them. Tell her I hope she finds happiness. Harry, and tell Teddy that his godfather loved him. That I wish I could have been there to watch him grow up. But some things are more important than what we wish for. He released her and stepped toward the veil. The ritual takes 3 hours, he said. You should go. It's going to get loud. Hermione didn't go. She stood there, tears streaming down her face, watching as Harry Potter drew ancient symbols on the stone floor with his blood, watching as he placed the resurrection stone at the veil's base and raised the Elder Wand above his head. Watching as he spoke words in a language that hadn't been uttered in 1,000 years. The veil exploded with light. Harry woke to rain on his face and the smell of heather. He was lying in a field somewhere, grass wet against his back, the sky above him gray and weeping. Every bone in his body ached. His magical core felt scraped hollow, like someone had reached inside him and scooped out everything that made him a wizard. But he was alive. And if the ache in his joints was any indication, he was still in his own body, not merged with some past version of himself, not split across timelines, not erased from existence. The theories had held. He sat up slowly, taking inventory. Moleskin pouch still around his neck, good. The Elder Wand was in his hand, though it felt different now, heavier somehow. The resurrection stone was gone, burned up in the ritual. He'd expected that. The cloak of invisibility was still folded in his pouch. At least he hoped it was. He reached in and felt the familiar silk. Relief flooded through him. Where was he? When was he? Harry forced himself to his feet and looked around. Rolling hills, stone walls dividing sheep pastures, a village in the distance. Scotland, if he had to guess. Not far from Hogwarts. He checked his mental calendar. If the ritual had worked correctly, he should have arrived in early September 1975. The start of term. Bellatrix would be 16, about to turn 17 in late October. The soul ritual wouldn't happen until June. He had 9 months. 9 months to get close to her, to make her trust him, to show her a different path. 9 months to save a soul. The village turned out to be Hogsmeade. Harry approached it carefully, keeping to back paths, not wanting to be seen until he had a plan. The buildings looked the same as he remembered, honeydukes, the 3 broomsticks, zonkos, but the atmosphere was different. Lighter. There were no wanted posters on the walls, no dementors gliding through the streets. The First Wizarding War hadn't truly started yet. He found a quiet corner near the shrieking shack and sat down to think. His cover story was ready. He'd spent months preparing it, researching every detail. Hadrian Peveril, last surviving member of a cadet branch of the ancient Peveril family. Raised in isolation in Eastern Europe after his parents' community was destroyed by dark wizards. Homeschooled until now, seeking a proper magical education at Hogwarts. The story was technically true, if you squinted. Harry was a Peveril descendant, the cloak proved that. And he had been raised in isolation, just not the kind he was claiming. The trick would be convincing Dumbledore. The old man was sharp, sharper than anyone gave him credit for. He'd see through half-truths and evasions. Harry would need to give him enough real information to satisfy his suspicions while keeping the full truth hidden. He couldn't tell anyone he was from the future. The paradox risks were too high. If Voldemort learned that Harry Potter existed, that he would one day defeat him, the timeline would shatter. Harry would cease to exist. The future he'd left behind would become just one possibility among infinite others. No. He had to be careful. Surgical. Change only what needed changing, and hope the ripples didn't destroy everything. He made his way to Hogwarts as the sun began to set. The castle looked exactly as he remembered, and the sight of it nearly broke him. How many times had he walked these grounds? How many friends had he laughed with in those corridors, mourned in those chambers, fought beside in those halls? All of that was still ahead. For the people in this timeline, none of it had happened yet. Harry approached the main gate and wasn't surprised to find it sealed. School wards in this era were tighter than in his time, the threat of Voldemort was growing, even if the war hadn't officially begun. He raised his wand and sent up a shower of silver sparks. A few minutes later, a figure emerged from the castle, tall, thin, ancient, with a beard that reached nearly to his belt. Albus Dumbledore. Harry felt his throat tighten. The last time he'd seen this man, Dumbledore had been a portrait, offering cryptic guidance from beyond the grave. Before that, he'd been a broken body at the base of the astronomy tower. And before that, "Good evening," Dumbledore said, peering at Harry through half-moon spectacles. "I don't believe we've met." His voice. God, his voice. Harry had forgotten how it sounded, warm and sharp at the same time, like honey over steel. "My name is Hadrian Peveril," Harry said, hoping his voice didn't crack. "I'm seeking admission to Hogwarts as a transfer student." Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. Peveril? That is a name I haven't heard in quite some time. The family was thought to be extinct. "Cadet branch," Harry said. "We kept to ourselves in Eastern Europe. My parents were killed when I was young. Dark wizard attacks on isolated magical communities are common there. I was raised by family friends until recently, when they too passed away. My condolences." Dumbledore's eyes were sharp, probing. Harry felt the lightest brush of legitimacy against his outer thoughts and let it in, just far enough to show grief, determination, and a genuine desire to learn. Nothing more. "May I ask why you've chosen Hogwarts, Mr. Peveril? There are excellent schools much closer to your homeland. Durmstrang, for instance." "Durmstrang has a certain reputation," Harry said carefully. "I wanted to study somewhere without that particular cloud hanging over it." "Ah." Dumbledore nodded slowly. "You do not share the enthusiasm for the dark arts that some of your contemporaries seem to possess. I've seen what the dark arts do to people. I'd rather learn how to fight them." Something shifted in Dumbledore's expression. Interest, perhaps. Or recognition of a kindred spirit. "Very well, Mr. Peveril. Please, come inside. We have much to discuss." The headmaster's office hadn't changed at all. Harry stepped through the door and was hit with a wave of nostalgia so strong it nearly knocked him sideways. The whirring silver instruments on their spindle-legged tables. The portraits of previous headmasters pretending to sleep. Fawkes on his perch, watching Harry with eyes that seemed to see straight through him. And behind the desk, Albus Dumbledore, settling into his chair and gesturing for Harry to sit. "Now then," Dumbledore said, steepling his fingers. "Perhaps you could tell me the real reason you've come to Hogwarts, Mr. Peverell." Harry kept his face neutral. "I told you. I want a proper education. And that is true, as far as it goes. But there is something more, I think." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled, but there was steel beneath the warmth. "You carry yourself like a soldier, Mr. Peverell. You move like someone who has spent years expecting an attack from any direction. Your eyes are old, far older than your apparent age would suggest. And when you spoke of the dark arts, there was a weight in your voice that speaks to personal experience." Harry said nothing. "I am not accusing you of anything," Dumbledore continued. "Merely observing. Whatever secrets you carry, I suspect they are your own business. But I must ask, do you mean harm to anyone within these walls?" "No," Harry said. And it was true. He meant harm to Voldemort, to the Death Eaters, to everyone who would one day tear this world apart, but they weren't within Hogwarts's walls. "Not most of them." "Then I see no reason to deny you admission." Dumbledore reached into his desk and withdrew a battered old hat. Harry's heart clenched at the sight of it. "The Sorting Hat will place you in a house, and we can arrange for you to begin classes tomorrow. Given your age, I assume you've had equivalent education to our 6th or 7th years." "7th," Harry said. "I'll need to sit examinations to prove it, I assume." "Indeed. We can arrange those this week." Dumbledore held out the hat. "Shall we?" Harry took the Sorting Hat and placed it on his head. "Well, well," a voice whispered in his mind. "This is unusual. A mind full of memories that haven't happened yet. A soul torn by wars that exist only in possibility. Who are you, young man?" "Someone trying to fix things," Harry thought. "Aren't we all?" The hat chuckled. "Now, where to put you? You've worn my weight before, I can feel it, Gryffindor, wasn't it? That courage still burns in you, bright as ever. But there's something else now. Ambition. Cunning. A willingness to do whatever it takes to achieve your goals, even if it means becoming something you once despised. I know what I have to do. Do you? Seducing a girl to save her soul is not the act of a simple hero, Hadrian Peverell. It requires patience, manipulation, strategy. It requires you to become someone who plays games with people's hearts. I'm not playing games. I'm trying to help her. And yet you plan to make her love you as a means to an end. That is the very definition of a game." The hat paused. "I think, perhaps, you need to be somewhere that will force you to confront this part of yourself. Somewhere that will not let you hide behind noble intentions." "Where, Slytherin?" Harry removed the hat, his ears ringing. Dumbledore was watching him with renewed interest. "Slytherin," the headmaster said mildly. "That is, unexpected." "For me too," Harry admitted. "The House of Ambition and Cunning." Dumbledore stroked his beard thoughtfully. "I wonder what ambitions drive you, Mr. Peverell. What goals require such cunning to achieve?" Harry met his eyes. "I want to save someone who doesn't know they need saving yet." For a long moment, Dumbledore was silent. Then he nodded slowly. "Then I wish you luck," he said. "And I hope you know what you're doing." So did Harry. The Slytherin common room was exactly as Harry remembered from the few times he'd infiltrated it, the same green-tinged light filtering through windows that looked out into the lake, the same ornate furniture, the same atmosphere of cold elegance. What was different was the students. Harry arrived late, well past curfew, escorted by a house elf who seemed deeply suspicious of this new addition. The common room was nearly empty, just a few older students in corners, reading or whispering. They looked up as he entered, their eyes sharp with assessment. "New blood," someone murmured. Harry ignored them. He found his assigned dormitory, a private room, thank Merlin, presumably because they couldn't fit him into the existing arrangements, and began unpacking his moleskin pouch. He'd brought everything he might need. Books on counter-curses and soul magic, copied from the restricted section in his own time. A stock of potions ingredients, carefully preserved. Wizarding money, acquired through channels he'd rather not think about. And his invisibility cloak, which he tucked under his pillow like a childhood comfort object. Tomorrow, classes would begin. Tomorrow, he would start building his cover identity, establishing himself as a student. Tomorrow, he would take the first steps toward Bellatrix Black. But tonight, he lay in bed and stared at the ceiling and tried not to think about everyone he'd left behind. Hermione, probably still crying in the Department of Mysteries. Ron, who would wake up tomorrow to find his best friend gone forever. Teddy, who would grow up never knowing why his godfather had abandoned him. The entire future Harry had fought to protect, continuing without him. Had he made the right choice? He didn't know. He couldn't know. All he could do was try. Sleep came eventually, restless and full of dreams he wouldn't remember. Harry's first full day at Hogwarts was a study in controlled chaos. The examinations Dumbledore had mentioned turned out to be comprehensive, written tests in every subject, practical demonstrations of magical skill, and a grueling session with Professor McGonagall that left him genuinely uncertain whether he'd passed or failed. The woman was terrifying, even younger than he'd known her, with none of the softness that decades of grandmotherly concern would eventually bring. "Your transfiguration is unusual," she said, watching him transform a desk into a pig with barely a wave of his wand. "The technique is solid, but the style is unlike anything I've seen taught. Where did you learn this?" "My tutor was unconventional," Harry said, which was true. Remus Lupin, Minerva McGonagall herself, Mad-Eye Moody, and the brutal proving ground of actual combat had been his teachers. He'd learned by doing, by surviving, by watching friends die because he wasn't good enough. Clearly. She made a note on her parchment. "Well, Mr. Peveril, I see no reason to doubt your qualifications for 7th year. Welcome to Hogwarts." By lunchtime, word had spread through the castle. A new student. A Peveril. Sorted into Slytherin. The whispers followed Harry through corridors, and he felt eyes on him constantly, curious, suspicious, calculating. He kept his head down and observed. The social dynamics of Slytherin House in 1975 were different from what he'd expected. The Death Eater divide was there, but it was subtler than he'd imagined. Lucius Malfoy held court in one corner of the common room, surrounded by sycophants and admirers. Evan Rosier and a few others clustered near him, clearly part of the inner circle. But there were students who kept their distance, students who wore Slytherin green but didn't seem interested in Voldemort's rising movement. And then there was Bellatrix. Harry first saw her at dinner. She sat at the far end of the Slytherin table, alone except for a younger girl who Harry recognized, with a jolt, as Narcissa. The two sisters were speaking quietly, their heads close together, and Bellatrix was laughing at something. Laughing. The Bellatrix Harry had known didn't laugh, she cackled. Shrieked. Made sounds of mad delight as she tortured and killed. But this laugh was different. It was warm, almost musical, the laugh of a girl who hadn't yet had her soul torn apart. She was beautiful. Harry had known that, intellectually, the photographs in old records showed a strikingly pretty young woman, before Azkaban had hollowed her out and madness had twisted her features. But seeing it in person was different. Dark hair cascading over her shoulders. High cheekbones and full lips. Eyes that flashed with intelligence and something dangerous. She looked up, as if sensing his gaze, and their eyes met. Harry felt the world narrow to that single point of contact. She raised an eyebrow. A challenge. Who are you, her expression seemed to say, and why are you staring at me? Harry didn't look away. He held her gaze, let her see that he wasn't intimidated, wasn't impressed, wasn't interested in the social games everyone else seemed to play around her. Something flickered in her eyes. Interest? Surprise? He couldn't tell. Then she turned back to Narcissa, dismissing him, and Harry let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. First contact. It wasn't much, but it was a start. The confrontation came sooner than he'd expected. Harry was walking back to the Slytherin dormitories after dinner, taking the long way through the dungeons to familiarize himself with the layout, when he heard footsteps behind him. Fast, purposeful, more than one person. He didn't turn around. He kept walking, senses alert, wand sliding into his hand inside his sleeve. Peveril. The voice was low, commanding. Harry stopped and turned. Lucius Malfoy. Harry's stomach clenched at the sight of him, younger, without the aristocratic weariness that would mark his later years, but unmistakably the same man. Blonde hair, pale eyes, an arrogance that seemed bred into his bones. Behind him stood two others, Evan Rosier and someone Harry didn't recognize, a heavy-set boy with a mean look in his eyes. Malfoy, Harry said pleasantly. Can I help you? I've been asking about you. Lucius stepped closer, his wand visible but not yet raised. No one seems to know anything about the Peveril family. A cadet branch in Eastern Europe, you claim. Convenient, that. Very difficult to verify. Tragedy often is. Indeed. Lucius's lips curved in what might have been a smile. The thing is, Peveril, Slytherin House has a certain order to it. A hierarchy. New students learn their place. They don't waltz in and act as if they belong. I do belong, Harry said. The hat put me here. The hat makes mistakes. Harry felt his magic stir, responding to his rising anger. He forced it down. He couldn't afford to make enemies yet, not before he'd established himself. But he also couldn't appear weak. What do you want, Malfoy? Just a friendly conversation. Lucius gestured to his companions. We wanted to make sure you understood how things work here. Who to associate with. Who to avoid. His eyes flicked meaningfully toward the direction of the Great Hall. We noticed you staring at Bellatrix Black during dinner. Harry kept his face blank. She was at my table. It would have been strange not to notice her. She's spoken for, Rosier said, speaking for the first time. Promise to Rodolphus Lestrange. Old family arrangement. Anyone who interferes with that arrangement would be making very dangerous enemies. I'm not interested in interfering with anyone's arrangements. Good. Lucius nodded as if Harry had passed some kind of test. Then we understand each other. Welcome to Slytherin, Peveril. I'm sure you'll fit in well, as long as you remember your place. He turned and walked away, his followers trailing behind him. Harry stood in the corridor for a long moment, thinking. So Rodolphus Lestrange was already circling. The marriage contract was already in place. Bellatrix's fate was being sealed piece by piece, and she might not even know how little control she had. He needed to move faster than he'd planned. The opportunity came 3 days later. Harry had spent the intervening time establishing himself, attending classes, demonstrating enough skill to earn respect but not so much that he drew unwanted attention, building a reputation as a quiet, competent student who kept to himself. He watched Bellatrix from a distance, noting her patterns. She ate breakfast alone, usually. Sat in the back of classes, never volunteering answers but clearly knowing them. Dueled in the practice rooms late at night, when she thought no one was watching. Harry watched. And waited. On the third night, he followed her to the practice rooms. She was already there when he arrived, throwing curses at a dummy with savage precision. Her technique was flawless, aggressive but controlled, powerful but efficient. Harry stood in the doorway and watched her work, not bothering to hide his presence. After a few minutes, she stopped. Turned. Are you going to stand there all night, Peveril? Or do you have something to say? Harry stepped into the room. I was admiring your form. Were you? It wasn't a question. Your casting is excellent. Quick, clean, no wasted motion. But you're relying too much on power. Against a skilled opponent, you'd leave yourself open on the follow-through. Her eyes narrowed. And you think you know better? I think I'd like to find out. The silence stretched between them. Harry could feel her evaluating him, trying to figure out his angle. Everyone had an angle in Slytherin. No one offered anything without expecting something in return. Fine, she said finally. Draw your wand. Harry did. They faced each other across the practice room, maybe 20 feet apart. The torchlight cast flickering shadows on the walls. Somewhere in the castle, a clock chimed midnight. Bellatrix moved first. Her opening curse was a whip-crack of violet light, aimed at his center mass. Harry sidestepped, countered with a stunner, and the duel began in earnest. She was fast. Faster than he'd expected, faster than the Death Eaters he'd fought in the future, who'd had decades more experience. Her curses came in rapid combinations, probing his defenses, looking for weaknesses. She used dark magic casually, cutting curses, bone breakers, things that would have gotten her expelled if a teacher had seen. Harry matched her spell for spell. He could have ended it quickly. His combat experience, his knowledge of magic she hadn't learned yet, his sheer power advantage, all of it gave him options she couldn't counter. But that wasn't the point. He wasn't trying to humiliate her. He was trying to impress her. He let the duel stretch out, pushing her harder and harder, forcing her to dig deeper into her arsenal. Sweat beaded on her forehead. Her breath came faster. Her eyes blazed with something that wasn't quite anger, it was closer to joy. She was enjoying this. Really enjoying it. Harry understood. He felt it too, the pure exhilaration of fighting someone who could actually challenge him, who made him work for every advantage. It had been a long time since he'd felt this. Finally, after nearly 15 minutes, he saw his opening. A momentary hesitation in her footwork, a curse thrown at slightly the wrong angle. He could have exploited it, ended the match. Instead, he did something else. He disarmed her. Not with Expelliarmus, that would have been too obvious, too associated with the Harry Potter who didn't exist yet. Instead, he used a wandless summoning charm, tugging her wand from her grip while simultaneously binding her feet with a silent incarcerus. She stumbled, caught herself, and found her own wand pointing at her chest from Harry's other hand. Yield, he said. For a long moment, she just stared at him. Her chest heaved. Her hair had come loose from its pins, falling wild around her face. Her eyes were wide, and in them Harry saw something he'd never seen in the Bellatrix of his time, respect. You could have finished me 5 minutes ago, she said. Why didn't you? Because that wasn't the point. Then what was? Harry lowered the wands, hers and his, and released the binding on her feet. He held her wand out, offering it back. I wanted to see who you really are, he said. Without the mask. She snatched her wand back, but she didn't step away. She stood there, close enough that he could smell the sweat on her skin, the faint floral scent of whatever perfume she wore. And what did you see? Someone brilliant. Someone dangerous. Someone who's being told she can't be more than what her family decides. He met her eyes, held them. Someone who deserves better. The silence stretched between them, thick with tension. You don't know anything about me, she said finally. I know more than you think. That sounds like a threat. It's not. Harry took a step back, giving her space. It's an observation. Your family has plans for you, Bellatrix. Plans you might not know about. Plans you might not survive. Her expression flickered, surprise, suspicion, fear. He couldn't tell. What do you mean? I mean that the people who claim to love you are going to hurt you in ways you can't imagine. Unless you find another path. He turned and walked toward the door. Peveril. He stopped but didn't turn around. Who are you really? Her voice was different now, not the imperious command she used with everyone else, but something smaller. Almost vulnerable. Someone who's seen what you become, Harry said softly. And someone who wants to help you become something else. He left before she could respond. The next morning, everything changed. Harry was eating breakfast in the great hall when the owl post arrived. A massive black eagle owl swooped down and landed in front of Bellatrix, dropping a letter with the black family crest on the seal. Harry watched her open it. Watched her face go pale, then red, then cold and blank as she read. Watched Narcissa lean in, concerned, and get pushed away. Bellatrix stood abruptly and walked out of the great hall, the letter crumpled in her fist. Harry gave her a 5-minute head start, then followed. He found her in a corridor near the entrance to the dungeons, leaning against the wall with her eyes closed. She wasn't crying. He doubted Bellatrix Black had cried since she was a child, but there was a tension in her shoulders that spoke of barely contained fury. Go away, Peveril. No. Her eyes snapped open. I heard what you said. He walked closer, stopping just out of arm's reach. What happened? None of your business. You're probably right. He didn't move. But I'm asking anyway. For a long moment, she just glared at him. Then, almost involuntarily, she held up the crumpled letter. My father has moved up the wedding, she said flatly. I'm to marry Rodolphius Lestrange in August. Right after I turn 17 and the marriage contract can be finalized. Harry felt his heart sink. August. That was less than a year away, but it was also before the soul ritual was scheduled to happen. If he could stop the wedding, maybe he could stop the ritual too. Do you want to marry him? Bellatrix laughed, harsh and bitter. What I want doesn't matter. I'm a Black. My duty is to my family. My purpose is to strengthen our bloodline through advantageous marriage. The words sounded rehearsed, recited. That's what I've been told since I was old enough to understand. That's what you've been told, Harry agreed. But I asked what you want. She stared at him as if he'd grown a second head. No one's ever asked me that before, she said finally. Then it's about time someone did. Another long silence. Then, so quietly he almost didn't hear it, I want to be more than a brood mare for someone else's dynasty. I want to be powerful in my own right. I want to matter, not as someone's wife, someone's daughter, someone's possession. I want to be me. Harry nodded slowly. Then let's figure out how to make that happen. You can't break a magical marriage contract. They're unbreakable. Everything can be broken, Harry said. You just have to find the right leverage. Bellatrix's eyes narrowed. Why do you care? We've known each other for 3 days. What possible reason could you have to help me? Because I watched you become a monster. Because I watched you kill my godfather. Because I watched you torture people to madness and laugh while you did it. Because somewhere underneath all of that, there was a girl who deserved better. He couldn't say any of that. Instead, he said, because I know what it's like to have your fate decided by other people. And I know how much it matters when someone finally gives you a choice. Something shifted in her expression. Not trust, not yet. But the beginning of something that might become trust, given time. Meet me in the practice room tonight, she said. Midnight. We'll talk more. She walked away, and Harry watched her go. Step 1 was complete. She was curious. She was engaging. Now came the hard part, earning her trust without falling into his own trap. Because there was something he hadn't anticipated. Something he'd felt during their duel, something he felt now watching her walk away. He was attracted to her. Not just intellectually, not just because she represented a puzzle to be solved. Physically, emotionally, genuinely attracted. This was supposed to be a mission. A carefully calculated intervention to change one person's fate and save countless lives. He wasn't supposed to actually feel anything. But when she'd looked at him with those fierce dark eyes and asked who he really was, Harry closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He had a job to do. He couldn't afford to let his own emotions get in the way. Bellatrix Black needed to be saved, and if that required him to seduce her, to make her fall in love with him, then that's what he would do. Even if it meant risking his own heart in the process. The days that followed settled into a routine. Classes during the day, Harry discovered he'd forgotten how boring Hogwarts academics could be when you already knew everything they were teaching. He coasted through lessons, doing just enough to avoid attention, saving his real energy for what mattered. Nights with Bellatrix. They met in the practice room every night at midnight, ostensibly to duel. And they did duel. Harry pushed her hard, teaching her techniques she'd never seen, helping her refine her already formidable skills. But the duels always turned into conversations, and the conversations always went places neither of them expected. She told him about her childhood. The pressure, the expectations, the constant awareness that she was a commodity to be traded. Her mother's cold manipulations. Her father's calculating assessments of her value. The lessons in dark magic that started when she was 9, because a black daughter needed to be able to defend herself, and to destroy anyone who threatened the family. Harry told her about his own past, or a version of it. He kept the details vague, spoke of loss and struggle and a war that had ended badly. She didn't push for specifics, seemed to understand instinctively that some wounds ran too deep for casual sharing. They talked about magic. She was fascinated by his knowledge, by the spells he knew that she'd never heard of. He taught her a few, carefully chosen, defensive techniques, counter curses, ways to protect herself that didn't rely on darkness. "You're trying to reform me," she said one night, half amused. "Is it working?" "Maybe." She twirled her wand between her fingers, a habit he'd noticed she had when she was thinking. "The magic you teach is different. Less hungry." Hungry? Dark magic feeds on emotion. Anger, hatred, fear, the stronger the feeling, the more powerful the spell. "But your magic." She paused, searching for words. "It's like a conversation instead of a scream. More controlled." "And which do you prefer?" She was quiet for a long moment. "I'm not sure," she admitted finally. "I've been screaming so long I'm not sure I remember how to talk." Harry reached out and touched her hand. Just a brief contact, just enough to let her know she wasn't alone. "You're talking to me," he said. She looked at him, and for just a moment, the mask slipped completely. Underneath was a girl, just a girl, 17 years old, scared and angry and desperately wanting something she didn't know how to name. Then the mask slammed back into place, and she pulled her hand away. "Don't," she said. "Whatever you're doing, whatever game you're playing, don't. It's not a game. Everything is a game. Everyone wants something. No one does anything without expecting something in return." Her voice was bitter, resigned. "So just tell me what you want. It'll be easier for both of us." Harry considered his options. He could keep playing it safe, keep building trust slowly. Or he could take a risk. He chose the risk. "I want to save your soul," he said. She stared at him. "What?" "You're standing at a crossroads, Bellatrix. Right now, today, you could go either direction. You could become something magnificent, powerful, yes, but also free. Or you could let your family and their allies turn you into a weapon. A tool. Something that destroys everything it touches, including itself. You're talking about the Dark Lord." It wasn't a question. Harry nodded. I know they're recruiting you. I know Malfoy and Rosier are pressuring you to join. I know you're tempted, the power he offers, the purpose, the escape from your family's control. He leaned forward, holding her gaze. But it's a trap, Bellatrix. Everything he promises comes with chains attached. You'd be trading one master for another. And what's the alternative? Marry Rodolphus, have his children, fade into irrelevance. No. Harry's voice was firm. The alternative is choosing for yourself. Finding your own power, your own purpose. Being more than what anyone else wants to make you. That's a fantasy. The world doesn't work that way. It can. If you're willing to fight for it. She laughed, but there was no humor in it. Fight who? My family. The Dark Lord. The entire structure of pure-blood society. All of them, if necessary. Alone. Harry held her eyes. Not alone. The silence stretched between them, heavy with implications neither of them was ready to name. You're insane, she said finally. Probably. This is the stupidest plan I've ever heard. Also probably. If anyone found out what you're suggesting, if my father knew, if the Dark Lord knew, they'd kill me, Harry agreed. Or try to. And that doesn't bother you? I've faced worse odds. Something in her expression shifted. Not quite belief, but something close to it. You really mean this, don't you? You actually think you can help me escape? I know I can, Harry said. But only if you let me. Only if you choose to trust me. I don't trust anyone. Then this will be a first for both of us. She was quiet for a long time, staring at him with those dark, unreadable eyes. Harry waited, his heart pounding. Everything hung on this moment, everything he'd risked, everything he'd left behind. Finally, she spoke. Midnight tomorrow. Same place. And Peveril? Yes. If you're lying to me, if this is some elaborate scheme to use me, I will make you suffer in ways you can't imagine. Harry smiled. I'd expect nothing less. He left the practice room feeling like he'd just walked across a tightrope over an endless void. The first real step was taken. She was considering his offer, weighing her options. Now he just had to keep her moving in the right direction. And try not to fall in love with her in the process. Harry was walking back to the Slytherin dormitories when he saw them. Two figures standing near the entrance to the common room. He recognized them both, Sirius Black and James Potter. They were supposed to be in Gryffindor Tower, but here they were, clearly waiting for someone. Waiting for him. Peveril, James said. His voice was cold in a way Harry had never heard from his father, but then, this wasn't really his father. This was a 16-year-old boy who hadn't yet grown into the man Harry remembered. We need to talk. Do we? Harry kept walking, forcing them to fall into step beside him. You've been spending time with my cousin, Sirius said. There was danger in his voice, the same wildness that would one day make him one of the most feared members of the Order of the Phoenix. Late nights in the practice rooms. Private conversations. People are starting to talk. People talk about everything. It's what they do. Don't play games with me. Sirius grabbed Harry's arm, forcing him to stop. I know what Bellatrix is. I know what her family does. And I know you're not what you pretend to be. Harry looked down at the hand on his arm, then back up at Sirius's face. Let go, he said quietly. Or what? Harry moved. It wasn't conscious, pure reflex, honed by years of combat. One moment Sirius was gripping his arm, the next, Sirius was on the ground with Harry's wand at his throat. James had his wand out, pointed at Harry's back. Don't move. I'm not moving. Harry didn't take his eyes off Sirius. But neither is he. The standoff lasted several seconds. Then Harry released Sirius and stepped back, hands raised. "I'm not your enemy," he said. "Either of you." Sirius got to his feet, rubbing his throat. "You just put me on the ground in half a second. Where did you learn to fight like that?" "A war." Harry lowered his hands. "One I'd rather not repeat." "What war?" "Not one you've heard of." He looked at James, really looked at him, seeing the echoes of his own face in his father's teenage features. "Listen. I know you don't trust me. I know you think I'm dangerous. You're probably right. But I'm not here to hurt Bellatrix. I'm here to help her." "Help her do what?" James asked. "Escape." Harry glanced down the corridor, making sure they were alone. "Your family," he said to Sirius, "is planning something. Something that will destroy her. I'm trying to stop it." "Why should I believe you?" "Because you've seen what she's becoming. You've watched her change over the past few years, getting darker, colder, more like your parents than the cousin you used to play with as children." Harry saw Sirius flinch and knew he'd struck a nerve. "That's not an accident. It's being done to her. And if no one intervenes, she'll be lost forever." Sirius was silent for a long moment. Then, "What do you mean, being done to her?" Harry hesitated. He couldn't tell them everything, the paradox risks were too high. But maybe he could share enough to get them on his side. "There's a ritual," he said. "Ancient magic, used by pureblood families for centuries. It binds a person's soul to the dark arts, makes them loyal and obedient to whoever performed the ritual. Your family used it on previous generations. They're planning to use it on Bellatrix." "That's..." James shook his head. "That's barbaric. It's standard practice among the Sacred 28. Harry's voice was bitter. "Keep the bloodlines pure, keep the children loyal, keep the power concentrated. Why do you think so many pure-blood heirs grow up to be exactly what their parents want them to be?" Sirius had gone pale. "My parents. They wanted to, you got out before they could. You escaped to Gryffindor, found friends who actually cared about you, built a life outside their control." Harry met his eyes. "Bellatrix wasn't as lucky. She's been trapped in Slytherin, surrounded by people who reinforce everything her family believes. She never had a chance to become something different. And you think you can save her?" James asked. "I think I have to try." Another long silence. Then Sirius said, "What do you need?" "Information. Support. And a promise that you won't interfere unless I ask for help. That's a lot of trust to give someone we just met." "I know." Harry held out his hand. "But sometimes you have to take risks on the people who seem like they might be worth it." Sirius looked at his hand for a long moment. Then, slowly, he reached out and shook it. "If you hurt her," he said, "I'll kill you myself." "If I hurt her," Harry replied, "I'll deserve it." James lowered his wand but didn't shake Harry's hand. "I still don't trust you." "You shouldn't. But I hope you'll give me a chance to earn it." He walked away, leaving them standing in the corridor. That was 3 allies now, Dumbledore, in his watchful way. Bellatrix, tentatively. And Sirius, against all odds. It was a start. The vision came that night. Harry was dreaming, a normal dream, something about running through endless corridors, when the world suddenly shifted. One moment he was in Hogwarts, the next, he was standing in a void of perfect darkness. Harry Potter. The voice came from everywhere and nowhere. Harry spun, wand raised, but there was nothing to fight. Just empty blackness stretching in all directions. "Who's there?" "We are what you have unmade." Shapes began to coalesce in the darkness, human figures, but wrong somehow. Their features kept shifting, flickering between different faces. "We are the possibilities you have erased. We are the timeline you abandoned. Paradox hunters." Harry's blood went cold. The texts had mentioned them, entities created by significant changes to the timeline, drawn to temporal anomalies like sharks to blood. "I haven't changed anything yet," he said. "Not really. You have changed everything." The figures drifted closer. "Your presence alone creates ripples. Every conversation, every interaction, every breath you take reshapes the future. We feel it. We know. And what do you want? We want what was. We want the timeline restored. We want you to undo what you have begun. And if I refuse?" The figures smiled, a terrible expression that looked wrong on their shifting faces. "Then we will undo you." Harry woke up gasping, drenched in sweat. The clock on his nightstand read 3 in the morning. The dormitory was silent around him. Everything looked normal, felt normal. But Harry knew what he'd seen wasn't a dream. It was a warning. The paradox hunters were real. They were watching him. And eventually, they would come. He had to move faster. Morning brought new challenges. At breakfast, Harry received an owl of his own, a letter bearing no seal or identification marks. He opened it carefully, checking for curses, and found a single line of elegant script: "The Dark Lord requests an audience. Hogs head in. Saturday evening. Come alone." Harry read the message 3 times, then burned it with a whispered incendio. Voldemort. Already. He'd known this was coming, had prepared for it, in fact. But he hadn't expected it so soon. What had he done to attract the Dark Lord's attention? The answer came to him immediately: Bellatrix. Word must have reached Voldemort that someone was interfering with his recruitment of such a promising prospect. Harry had a choice to make. He could ignore the summons, try to avoid a direct confrontation. Or he could go, face Voldemort on neutral ground, and try to establish himself as something other than an enemy. Neither option was good. But avoiding the meeting would only make Voldemort more suspicious, more likely to investigate Hadrian Peverell in depth. At least a face-to-face encounter would give Harry some control over the situation. He would go. But first, he needed to prepare. The days leading up to Saturday were tense. Harry spent every spare moment reinforcing his mental defenses, practicing his occlumency until his shields were as impenetrable as he could make them. He also began carrying additional protections: emergency port keys, healing potions, his invisibility cloak folded into a pocket at all times. His midnight meetings with Bellatrix continued. She didn't mention the summons, which meant she either didn't know about it or had decided not to warn him. Harry wasn't sure which possibility worried him more. But something between them had shifted since their last conversation. She was more open now, less guarded. The walls she'd built around herself were starting to crack, and through those cracks Harry caught glimpses of the person she might become. "My father sent another letter," she told him on Thursday night. "Rodolphus is coming to visit next week. To inspect his future bride, he says. How do you feel about that?" She laughed bitterly. "How do you think I feel? I'm being paraded like livestock at market." "Then don't let them parade you. What choice do I have?" "More than you think." Harry moved closer to her, close enough to touch but not quite touching. "What if you weren't here when he arrived? What if you were, somewhere else?" Her eyes narrowed. "Are you suggesting I run away?" "I'm suggesting you make them chase you. Show them you're not the obedient daughter they expect. Make them realize that forcing you into this marriage will cost more than it's worth." "And then what? Live as a fugitive? Hide for the rest of my life?" "No." Harry's voice was soft but certain. "Find allies. Build your own power base. Show the world that Bellatrix Black is more than just a pawn in someone else's game." She stared at him for a long moment, something unreadable flickering in her eyes. "You make it sound so simple," she said finally. "It's not simple. It's hard as hell. But it's possible, if you're willing to fight for it. She reached out suddenly, gripping his arm with surprising strength. Why are you doing this, Peveril? Really? What's in it for you? Harry could have given her another deflection, another partial truth. Instead, for reasons he didn't fully understand, he told her something close to the real answer. Because I know what it's like to watch people destroy themselves because they never believed they had another option. Because I've lost too many people to darkness, and I'm tired of losing. He met her eyes, let her see the truth of it. And because when I look at you, I see someone worth saving. Even if you don't see it yourself. The silence stretched between them, heavy with things neither of them was ready to say. Then Bellatrix did something unexpected. She leaned forward and kissed him. It was brief, barely more than a brush of lips against lips, but it sent electricity through Harry's entire body. When she pulled back, her expression was almost defiant. That wasn't permission to save me, she said. That was. I don't know what that was. Does it need to be something? She laughed, and this time there was real humor in it. You are the strangest person I've ever met, Hadrian Peveril. I try. They stood there for a long moment, something new and fragile hovering between them. Then Bellatrix stepped back, her mask sliding back into place. I should go, she said. People will talk if I'm missing from the dormitory too long. Let them talk. Easy for you to say. You don't have a reputation to protect. Neither do you. Not the kind you want, anyway. She smiled, a real smile, small but genuine, and walked toward the door. Midnight tomorrow, she asked. Midnight tomorrow. She left, and Harry stood alone in the practice room, touching his lips where she had kissed him. He was in trouble. He knew he was in trouble. This was supposed to be a mission, a careful manipulation to save her soul. But somewhere along the way, it had become something else. He was falling for her. Really, truly falling. And he didn't know if that was the best thing that could have happened, or the worst. Saturday came too quickly. Harry left Hogwarts in the early evening, slipping out through a passage he'd discovered during his years of wandering the castle. The walk to Hogsmeade was cold and quiet, the autumn air crisp with the promise of winter to come. The Hog's Head Inn was exactly as he remembered, dirty, suspicious, and empty of anyone who might witness what was about to happen. Harry pushed through the door and found a corner table in the shadows. He didn't have to wait long. Voldemort arrived without fanfare, stepping through the door like any other customer. But there was nothing ordinary about him. Even without the snake-like features of his later incarnation, he radiated power. Charisma. A darkness so profound it seemed to swallow the light. He sat across from Harry and smiled. Hadrian Peveril, he said. I've been wanting to meet you. I've heard a lot about you too, Harry replied. Tom. Something flickered in Voldemort's eyes, the first hint of the rage that lurked beneath his charming surface. You know my given name. How interesting. Very few people do. I do my research. Clearly. Voldemort leaned back in his chair, studying Harry with those unsettling red-flecked eyes. You've caused quite a stir, Mr. Peveril. A Peveril heir, appearing from nowhere. Taking a particular interest in one of my most promising recruits. One might think you had an agenda. Everyone has an agenda. True enough. Voldemort's smile widened. So tell me, what's yours? Harry had prepared for this moment, rehearsed his responses until they were automatic. He kept his mental shields locked tight, showing Voldemort only what he wanted him to see. Survival, he said. Same as anyone. I've seen what happens to people who don't choose the right side in a conflict. I'd rather not make the same mistake. And you believe my side is the right one? I believe your side is the winning one. That's usually close enough. Voldemort laughed, a genuine sound, which somehow made it worse. Pragmatic. I appreciate that. Too many young wizards come to me spouting ideology they don't understand. But you. He leaned forward, eyes gleaming. You understand power. Its uses. Its costs. I've paid enough of them. Indeed. Voldemort was silent for a moment, still studying Harry with that predator's gaze. I could use someone like you. Smart, capable, willing to do what needs to be done. There would be a place for you in my organization. A high place, if you prove worthy of it. And Bellatrix? Ah. Voldemort's smile sharpened. We come to the real point. You want her. I want her to have options. Options? Voldemort laughed again. The girl's fate has been decided since birth. Her family has promised her to my cause. Her marriage will bind two powerful houses together. Her children will be raised to serve me. Options are a luxury she cannot afford. Everyone can afford options. If they're strong enough to take them. And you think you can make her strong? I think she already is. I think she's been kept weak by people who fear what she might become. Something shifted in Voldemort's expression, not quite respect, but something adjacent to it. You intrigue me, Mr. Peveril. You understand things most people don't. But I must warn you, Bellatrix Black belongs to me. Whatever game you're playing with her will end, one way or another. The only question is whether it ends with your cooperation or over your corpse. Harry met his eyes, letting none of his fear show. I'll keep that in mind. They sat in silence for a long moment, two predators measuring each other across a dirty tavern table. Then Voldemort rose. Consider my offer, he said. A week. After that, I'll expect an answer. And Mr. Peveril? Yes. Don't mistake my interest for patience. If you become an obstacle rather than an asset, I will remove you. And I will make sure it hurts. He swept out of the inn, leaving Harry alone with his pounding heart and racing thoughts. 1 week. He had 1 week before Voldemort would expect a decision. 1 week to advance his plans before everything went to hell. Harry sat in the darkened inn for a long time, thinking. Then he stood, pulled on his cloak, and began the long walk back to Hogwarts. The game had changed. But he was still playing. And he had no intention of losing. Chapter 1 END Chapter 2, The Black Rose. The Slytherin common room was a shark tank. Harry had understood this intellectually before arriving in 1975, but living it was something else entirely. Every conversation was a negotiation. Every glance carried subtext. Every casual remark was analyzed for weakness, for opportunity, for the slightest crack in someone's armor that could be exploited later. He'd spent a week navigating these waters, and he was exhausted. The morning after his meeting with Voldemort, Harry sat in his usual corner of the common room, pretending to read a Transfiguration text while actually watching the social dynamics play out around him. Lucius Malfoy held court near the fireplace, surrounded by his usual sycophants. Evan Rosier was whispering something to Rabaston Lestrange in a shadowed alcove. A group of younger students huddled together, clearly terrified of drawing attention from anyone more powerful. And Bellatrix sat alone by the windows that looked out into the lake, staring at nothing. She'd been distant since their kiss 2 nights ago. Not cold, exactly, she still met him at midnight, still dueled with her usual ferocity, but something had shifted. She was thinking. Processing. Deciding something he couldn't read. Harry hated not knowing what was happening in her head. He hated even more that he cared so much. You're staring. The voice came from beside him. Harry looked up to find Narcissa Black settling into the chair across from his, her posture perfect, her expression politely blank. Am I? At my sister. Quite obviously. Narcissa folded her hands in her lap. People are starting to notice. Let them. That's easy for you to say. You're not the one who'll have to answer to our father when he asks why Bellatrix has been spending her nights with a mysterious stranger instead of preparing for her engagement. Harry closed his book, giving Narcissa his full attention. She was younger than he'd expected, 15, maybe 16, but there was nothing childish about the intelligence in her eyes. This was a girl who'd been raised to survive in the most dangerous of environments, and she'd learned her lessons well. What do you want, Narcissa? I want to know your intentions. Toward. Don't play games with me, Peveril. I'm not one of your admirers, and I'm not one of Lucius's followers. I'm Bellatrix's sister, and I want to know if you're going to help her or destroy her. Harry studied her for a long moment. There was genuine concern beneath the ice, he realized. She actually cared about Bellatrix, in her own guarded way. I want to help her, he said finally. Help her do what? Live. On her own terms, not her family's. Narcissa's expression flickered, surprise, quickly hidden. That's not what I expected you to say. What did you expect? I expected you to say something about power, or influence, or using her connection to our family to advance your own position. She tilted her head, studying him like a specimen under glass. That's what everyone wants from her. From all of us. I'm not everyone. No, Narcissa agreed slowly. You're not. She glanced toward Bellatrix, who was still staring out the window, lost in thought. She's different since you arrived. Less rigid. Like something's waking up in her that's been asleep for years. Is that a good thing? I don't know yet. Narcissa stood, smoothing her robes. But I'm choosing to hope it is. Don't make me regret that choice, Peveril. She walked away, joining a group of girls near the dormitory entrance, leaving Harry alone with his thoughts. Another potential ally. Or another potential threat. In Slytherin, the line between the two was razor thin. Bellatrix cornered him that afternoon. Harry was walking back from potions when she appeared from a side corridor, grabbing his arm and pulling him into an empty classroom. The door slammed shut behind them, and she cast 3 different privacy wards before turning to face him. Who are you? Her voice was flat, dangerous. Harry had heard that tone before, in the future, from the mouth of a madwoman pointing her wand at Hermione. But this was different. This wasn't madness. This was calculation. I told you. Hadrian Peveril. Don't insult me. She stepped closer, her wand appearing in her hand. I've spent the last week asking questions. Sending owls to contacts in Eastern Europe. Searching through genealogical records. And do you know what I found? What? Nothing. The word was sharp as a blade. No record of a Peveril cadet branch anywhere. No destroyed magical community matching your description. No tutors, no associates, no evidence that Hadrian Peveril existed before he walked through Hogwarts doors. Harry kept his face blank. He'd expected this, had prepared for it, in fact. But the speed of her investigation surprised him. She was more thorough than he'd given her credit for. Records can be lost, he said carefully. Especially in war zones. Or they can never have existed in the first place. Bellatrix raised her wand, pointing it at his chest. You have one chance to tell me the truth. After that, I start using methods that are significantly less pleasant. Harry looked at the wand, then at her face. Her eyes were hard, but beneath the hardness he could see something else. Not fear, exactly. More like, hope. Hope that he would give her a reason not to hurt him. Would you believe me if I told you I was from the future? She blinked. Whatever she'd expected him to say, that wasn't it. That's impossible. Is it? You've studied dark magic your whole life. You know there are rituals that bend the rules of what's supposed to be possible. Time is just another rule. Time travel on that scale would require. She trailed off, her brow furrowing. The amount of power alone would be astronomical. And the paradox effects would be significant. Yes. Harry kept his voice calm, matter of fact. I've already started experiencing them. Visions. Warnings from entities that exist outside normal time. They want me to undo what I've done. What you've done. Coming back. Trying to change things. Bellatrix's wand wavered slightly. Change what things? Your future. Among others. The silence stretched between them. Harry could almost see her mind working, processing the implications of what he was saying. You're either mad or telling the truth, she said finally. Can't it be both? She laughed, a short, surprised sound that she immediately tried to suppress. You're not making this easy. Nothing worth doing is easy. Her wand lowered slightly. Why me? If you really are from the future, if you really came back to change things, why focus on me? I'm nobody. Just another pureblood princess being sold to the highest bidder. You're not nobody. Harry's voice was fierce. In the future I came from, you were one of the most powerful witches of your generation. You were feared by everyone who knew your name. You changed the course of history. Something flickered in her eyes. Interest. Hunger. How? Harry hesitated. This was the moment of truth. He could tell her about the Death Eaters, about Voldemort, about the monster she would become. But if he did that, if he showed her the full horror of her future self, she might not believe him. Or worse, she might decide that future was preferable to the cage she was living in now. You served the Dark Lord, he said carefully. You became his most devoted follower. His most dangerous weapon. You did things that, he stopped, forcing himself to breathe. Things that still haunt me. Served him. Bellatrix's expression shifted. The Dark Lord takes servants. He takes everything. That's what he does. He promises power, freedom, purpose, and then he takes and takes until there's nothing left of the person you were. Harry stepped closer to her, close enough that her wand pressed against his chest. I watched you die, Bellatrix. In my time. I watched you die fighting for a cause that was never yours, serving a master who never cared about you as anything but a tool. And before you died, I watched you do things that destroyed everyone who ever loved you. You're lying. I'm not. You have to be lying. No one, she stopped, her voice cracking slightly. No one comes back through time for someone they hate. Harry reached up slowly, carefully, and wrapped his hand around her wand. She didn't pull away. I didn't come back because I hated you, he said softly. I came back because I wanted to see who you could have been. And because I couldn't live with myself if I didn't try to give you a choice. For a long moment, neither of them moved. Harry could feel the heat of her body, smell the jasmine scent of her hair. Her eyes were wide, dark, full of things she didn't know how to name. Prove it, she whispered. Prove what? That you're telling the truth. Show me something from the future. Something I can't explain any other way. Harry considered his options. There weren't many things he could show her that wouldn't cause paradox problems. But there was one thing, one piece of evidence that couldn't change anything, because it was already fixed in history. Your sister, he said. Andromeda. She's been meeting with a muggle-born named Ted Tonks. They're in love, and she's planning to run away with him. Bellatrix went white. How do you, in my timeline, she did run away. She married Ted, had a daughter named Nymphadora. Your family disowned her, burned her off the tapestry. She lost everything, but she gained something too. A life of her own choosing. A husband who loved her. A child who grew up to be one of the bravest people I've ever known. Andromeda would never, she would. She will. Unless someone stops her. Harry held Bellatrix's gaze. I'm not going to stop her. I'm telling you this because you can verify it, ask her, follow her, use whatever spying skills your family taught you. But I'm also telling you because I want you to understand, people can change. Destinies can be rewritten. The future isn't fixed. Bellatrix pulled her wand back slowly, her expression unreadable. I need to think about this, she said. Take all the time you need. She turned toward the door, then stopped. If you're lying to me, if this is some elaborate manipulation, I know. You'll make me suffer in ways I can't imagine. Harry smiled slightly. You already told me that. I wanted to make sure you remembered. She left without another word, and Harry slumped against the wall, suddenly exhausted. He'd taken a massive risk. If she decided he was lying, she'd probably report him to Voldemort or her family. If she believed him and told the wrong person, the timeline could unravel completely. But something in her expression as she left, something in the way she'd looked at him when he talked about her future, made him think he'd made the right choice. She wanted to believe him. She wanted there to be another way. Now he just had to show her what that way looked like. The next 3 days were torture. Bellatrix avoided him completely. She skipped their midnight meetings, took different routes through the castle, sat as far from him as possible in the classes they shared. Harry forced himself not to pursue her, not to push. She needed time to process what he'd told her, to verify his claims about Andromeda, to decide what she believed. He spent the time preparing for other contingencies. The meeting with Voldemort had given him a week to decide whether to accept the Dark Lord's offer. That deadline was approaching fast, and Harry still didn't have a good answer. Refusing outright would mark him as an enemy. Accepting would require him to do things that violated everything he believed in. He needed a third option. You look like you're planning something. Harry looked up from his breakfast to find Sirius sliding into the seat across from him. The great hall was mostly empty, it was early, and most students were still in bed. Always, Harry said. Anything I can help with? Harry studied him for a moment. Sirius in this time was so different from the man he'd known, younger, wilder, not yet scarred by Azkaban and loss. But there was something of the future Sirius in his eyes. A fierceness. A loyalty that ran deeper than common sense. Maybe, Harry said. How much do you know about your family's business practices? Sirius's expression darkened. More than I want to. Why? I need information about a ritual. Something old, something the pureblood families use but don't talk about publicly. What kind of ritual? Soul binding. It's called the anime vincula. Sirius went very still. Where did you hear that name? Does it matter? It matters because that's not something you find in books. That's family knowledge. Secret knowledge. The kind of thing they only tell heirs who've proven their loyalty. He leaned forward, his voice dropping. How do you know about it? Harry made a decision. He'd trusted Sirius with his life in another lifetime. Maybe it was time to do so again. I told you I came back to save Bellatrix, he said quietly. The ritual is what I came back to stop. Your family is planning to perform it on her. To bind her soul to the dark arts, make her loyal and obedient. Turn her into a weapon. Sirius looked like he might be sick. They can't. Even my family wouldn't, they would. They did. In my timeline, they succeeded. The Bellatrix I knew was a monster, Sirius. She killed hundreds of people. She tortured the Longbottoms into insanity. She murdered. He stopped himself. He couldn't tell Sirius about his own death. Not yet. She did terrible things. Things the girl upstairs would never choose to do if she had any other option. And you think stopping the ritual will change that? I think it's the best chance we have. Sirius was quiet for a long moment, staring at the table. When he looked up, there was something new in his eyes. Determination. There's a library in Grimmauld Place, he said. hidden behind a false wall in the study. That's where they keep the really dangerous stuff, the rituals, the blood magic, everything they don't want the ministry to know about. If there's information about the anime vincula anywhere, it'll be there. Can you get access? Sirius laughed bitterly. I'm the heir, remember? The house wards still recognize me, no matter how much my mother wishes they didn't. I can get in over Christmas break. That's months away. Unless. Sirius trailed off, thinking. There's a portrait. In the Slytherin common room. My great-great-uncle Phineas Nigellus. He has a frame at Grimmauld Place too. He can move between them. Harry remembered the portrait, the snide, superior voice that had helped them during the Horcrux hunt. You think he'd help us? Not willingly. But Phineas was always a gossip. If I can get him talking about family secrets, he might let something slip without realizing it. Sirius grimaced. It's not much. It's more than I had 5 minutes ago. Harry reached across the table and gripped Sirius's arm. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. We haven't actually accomplished anything. We've started. That's something. Sirius nodded slowly, then glanced toward the Slytherin table. She's here. Harry turned. Bellatrix had entered the great hall, looking paler than usual but composed. She scanned the room, her eyes stopping briefly on Harry before moving on. Then she walked to her usual seat and began eating breakfast as if nothing had happened. She looks like she hasn't slept in days, Sirius observed. She probably hasn't. What did you tell her? The truth. Or as much of it as I could. Sirius gave him a long look. You really care about her, don't you? This isn't just about saving someone you feel guilty about. Harry didn't answer. He didn't know how to. Be careful, Sirius said, standing. Bellatrix has never been good at trusting people. If she decides you're playing her, she'll burn everything to the ground just to watch you suffer. I know. As long as you know. Sirius clapped him on the shoulder. I'll work on the portrait. Let you know if I find anything. He left, joining James and the others at the Gryffindor table. Harry watched him go, then turned his attention back to Bellatrix. She was still eating, still pretending not to notice him. But as he watched, she looked up, meeting his eyes across the hall. She nodded. Just once. Just slightly. Then she went back to her breakfast. Harry felt something loosen in his chest. She hadn't decided yet, he could tell that much. But she hadn't decided against him either. It was enough. For now. The letter arrived at lunch. Harry was sitting alone, picking at a plate of shepherd's pie, when a magnificent black owl swooped down and dropped an envelope in front of him. He recognized the seal immediately, the black family crest, pressed into dark green wax. His blood ran cold. He opened the letter carefully, scanning the contents with growing dread. Mr. Peveril, your attention to my daughter has not gone unnoticed. We should discuss your intentions in person. I will be visiting Hogwarts this Saturday to meet with Bellatrix regarding her upcoming engagement. I expect you to make yourself available. Cygnus Black. Harry read the letter 3 times, committing every word to memory. Then he burned it, same as he'd burned Voldemort's summons. Saturday. 3 days from now. He'd have to face Bellatrix's father while still processing Voldemort's deadline, still trying to build trust with Bellatrix herself, still, bad news. He looked up. Bellatrix stood beside his table, her expression carefully neutral. Your father's coming to visit, Harry said. Something flickered across her face. Fear. Anger. Both? I know. He sent me a letter too. Apparently someone told him about the unsuitable influences I've been exposing myself to. Any idea who? Take your pick. Half of Slytherin would love to curry favor with my family by reporting on my behavior. She slid into the seat across from him, lowering her voice. He's going to interrogate you. Try to figure out what you want, whether you're a threat to the marriage contract. What should I tell him? Nothing. As little as possible. Her eyes met his, and for the first time in days, he saw something like warmth there. I verified what you told me. About Andromeda. Harry's heart hammered. And? She's been sneaking out at night. Meeting someone in Hogsmeade. I followed her, didn't confront her, just watched. The way she looked at him. Bellatrix trailed off, something complicated moving across her face. I've never seen her look that happy. Are you going to report her? I should. Her voice was hollow. Family loyalty. Proper behavior. All the things I've been taught since birth. She was quiet for a moment. I'm not going to. Harry let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. Why not? Because you were right. She looked at him, and her eyes were full of something he couldn't quite name. She gets to choose. She gets to decide what her life looks like. And I. She stopped, struggling with words. I want that too. I want to know what it feels like to choose. Then choose. It's not that simple. It is that simple. It's just not easy. Harry reached across the table, and this time she didn't pull away when he took her hand. Your father is coming to put you in a box. To remind you of your place, your duty, your lack of options. Don't let him. How? He's my father. The head of my family. If I defy him directly, then don't defy him directly. Be exactly what he expects on the surface. The dutiful daughter, the compliant fiancée. But underneath. Harry squeezed her hand. Underneath, remember that you're playing a longer game. That everything you do now is preparation for the moment when you break free. And when will that moment be? I don't know yet. But we'll figure it out together. She stared at him for a long moment. Then, almost involuntarily, she smiled. You really are the strangest person I've ever met, she said. You keep saying that. Because it keeps being true. She pulled her hand back, glancing around to make sure no one had noticed their conversation. Midnight tonight. The practice room. We need to talk about my father. I'll be there. She nodded once and walked away, her spine straight, her head high. To anyone watching, she looked like the perfect pureblood princess. But Harry had seen behind the mask now. And what he saw there gave him hope. The practice room was different tonight. Bellatrix had brought more than her wand. A stack of parchment sat on one of the training dummies, covered in her elegant script. Charts, diagrams, what looked like a family tree. What's all this? Harry asked. Research. She picked up the first sheet, the family tree, and held it up. If you're really from the future, you know things about my family that I don't. Things that could be useful. So I want you to tell me everything. Everything about what? My family's plans. The ritual you mentioned. What happens to each of us if nothing changes? Her eyes were hard, determined. I've spent my whole life being kept in the dark. Protected from information that might make me difficult. If you really want to help me, start by treating me like someone who can handle the truth. Harry looked at the papers spread across the dummy, at the fierce expression on her face. She was right. If he wanted her to trust him, he had to give her more than carefully rationed hints. Sit down, he said. This is going to take a while. They sat on the floor, papers spread between them, and Harry began to talk. He told her about the First Wizarding War, how it would escalate over the next few years, how Voldemort would build an army that nearly conquered Britain. He told her about the Death Eaters, naming the ones he knew, Lucius, Evan Rosier, Barty Crouch Jr., the Lestrange brothers. He told her about her own role in that army, the missions, the kills, the reputation she'd built as the Dark Lord's most loyal servant. She listened without interrupting, her face growing paler with each revelation. When he got to the marriage, she spoke for the first time. "Rodolphus and I. We actually go through with it." "Yes. The contract is enforced. You're married within a year of graduating." "Do I?" She stopped, seemed to struggle with the question. "Do I love him?" Harry shook his head. "From what I understand, you barely tolerate each other. The marriage is political, nothing more. Your affections lie elsewhere." "Elsewhere?" "With the Dark Lord." Bellatrix's expression shifted, confusion, disgust, something darker. "That's insane. He's not even human, from what I've heard. The things he's done to himself, you don't care about that. Not the you that gets created. The ritual I told you about, the anime vincula, it changes you. Fundamentally. The person who gets married to Rodolphus, who follows Voldemort into war, who does all those terrible things, she's not really you. She's what's left after your family tears out everything that makes you yourself." "And when does this ritual happen?" "June. A month after your 17th birthday. They frame it as a coming-of-age ceremony, a welcome into adulthood. You don't realize what's actually happening until it's too late." Bellatrix was silent for a long moment. Then, quietly, "How do you know all this?" "Some of it I learned from records. Some from people who knew you. And some—" He hesitated. "Some I figured out by working backward from who you became. The Bellatrix I knew was completely devoted to Voldemort. Obsessively, pathologically devoted. That kind of loyalty doesn't develop naturally. It has to be manufactured. You said you watched me die." "I did." "How?" Harry closed his eyes, remembering. The battle at Hogwarts. The chaos and smoke and screaming. Bellatrix dueling 3 opponents at once, laughing as she nearly killed Ginny, and then, "Molly Weasley," he said. "A mother whose daughter you nearly murdered. She killed you with a curse to the chest. A housewife killed me. A mother protecting her child. There's no more dangerous creature in the world." Bellatrix absorbed this, her expression unreadable. "And what happens to the rest of my family?" Harry told her. "Regulus, secretly turning against Voldemort, dying to destroy one of his Horcruxes. Narcissa, marrying Lucius, watching her son become a Death Eater, nearly losing everything before the war ended. Andromeda, disowned but alive, losing her husband and daughter in the final battle but surviving, always surviving." "Serious?" she asked. Harry hesitated. "Tell me." "He gets framed for a crime he didn't commit. Spends 12 years in Azkaban. Escapes, joins the resistance against Voldemort's return, and," he stopped. And you kill him. In the Department of Mysteries. A curse to the chest, just like the one that eventually kills you." The silence was absolute. When Bellatrix finally spoke, her voice was barely a whisper. "I kill my own cousin. The ritual turns you into something that doesn't recognize family. Doesn't recognize love. Doesn't recognize anything except loyalty to the Dark Lord. And you came back to stop that." "Yes." She looked at him, really looked, as if seeing him for the first time. "You keep saying you want to save me," she said slowly. "But that's not quite right, is it? You don't want to save me. You want to avenge him." "Serious?" Harry flinched. He couldn't help it. "That's part of it," he admitted. He was like a father to me. The only family I had left, for a long time. And watching you kill him, watching you laugh while you did it." He forced himself to meet her eyes. "I hated you. For years, I hated you more than I've ever hated anyone. And now I've met the person you were before all that. The person you still are, underneath. And I don't see a monster. I see a girl trapped in a cage she didn't build, being pushed toward a cliff she can't see. He leaned forward. I don't want to avenge Sirius by hurting you. I want to avenge him by saving you. By making sure the thing that killed him never exists. Bellatrix was quiet for a long time. Harry could see her processing, struggling with everything he'd told her. Finally, she spoke. My father is coming Saturday. I know. He's going to try to accelerate everything. The wedding, the ritual. She stumbled over the word. He'll sense that something's changed. That I'm not the obedient daughter I was a month ago. What do you want to do about it? She looked at him, and there was something new in her eyes. Something he'd never seen in any version of Bellatrix Black. Hope. I want to fight, she said. I want to find a way to break the marriage contract, stop the ritual, get out from under my family's control. I want to choose my own future. She reached out and took his hand, deliberately, consciously, a choice rather than an impulse. And I want you to help me. Harry felt his heart swell with something he didn't have a name for. I will, he said. I promise. Don't promise. Promises are cheap in my world. Her grip tightened. Just do it. Whatever it takes, whatever it costs. Just, don't let them turn me into that thing. I won't. They sat there in the darkness, hands clasped, surrounded by papers that mapped out a future neither of them intended to accept. Tomorrow would bring new challenges. Cygnus Black was coming, and behind him loomed the shadow of Voldemort himself. The ritual was still months away, but the clock was ticking. But tonight they had this. Two people who barely knew each other, bound together by circumstance and something that might be the beginning of trust. It wasn't much. But it was enough to build on. The next 2 days passed in a blur of preparation. Harry and Bellatrix met every night, refining their strategy for the meeting with Cygnus. They decided on a two-pronged approach. Bellatrix would play the dutiful daughter, giving her father no reason to suspect she was planning rebellion. Meanwhile, Harry would present himself as a potential suitor, not a replacement for Rodolphus, but an alternative that Cygnus might consider if the Lestrange alliance fell through. It's risky, Bellatrix said on Friday night. If my father thinks you're trying to steal me from Rodolphus, he'll destroy you. Only if he sees me as a threat. What if he sees me as a backup option? What do you mean? The Peveril name carries weight. Ancient bloodline, supposedly pure going back centuries. If I can convince your father that I'm worth having in his pocket, that an alliance with me might be valuable someday, he might hold off on the worst of his plans. Keep his options open. You want to make him think you're corruptible. I want to make him think I'm useful. There's a difference. Bellatrix considered this. It could work. Father's always been practical. If he thinks you might be valuable later, he'll play nice now. She frowned. But Rodolphus won't like it. He's already suspicious of you. Rodolphus isn't here. Your father is. Rodolphus is coming with him. Harry felt a chill. What? Father's letter mentioned it. Your fiancé wishes to observe your progress at school. It's supposed to be a social visit, but... She trailed off. But it's actually an inspection. Yes. Harry processed this. Having both Cygnus and Rodolphus present changed things. The dynamics would be different, more complex, more dangerous. Rodolphus already wanted Harry dead. If he sensed any genuine connection between Harry and Bellatrix. We need to be careful, he said finally. More careful than we planned. I know. Bellatrix's expression was grim. No touching. No meaningful looks. No hint that we're anything more than casual acquaintances. Can you do that? I've been pretending my whole life. Her voice was bitter. One more performance won't kill me. Harry wanted to reach out, to comfort her. But she was right, they couldn't afford any intimacy right now. Not with so much at stake. After Saturday, he said instead. After they're gone. We'll figure out the next step. After Saturday, she agreed. They parted without touching, without looking back. Two conspirators preparing for battle. Harry didn't sleep that night. He lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, running through scenarios in his head. Cygnus Black was coming. Rodolphus Lestrange was coming. And behind them both, invisible but ever-present, was the shadow of Lord Voldemort. Tomorrow would determine whether all his planning had been worth anything. Saturday dawned grey and cold. Harry dressed carefully, choosing robes that conveyed wealth and status without ostentation. He'd borrowed them from the Room of Requirement. The room existed in this time too, and it had provided exactly what he needed when he asked. The meeting was scheduled for mid-afternoon in a private parlor off the Great Hall. Harry arrived early, wanting to observe the space, identify exits, plan for contingencies. He was examining the room's single window when the door opened behind him. "Mr. Peveril, I presume." Harry turned. Cygnus Black stood in the doorway, Rodolphus Lestrange at his shoulder. Cygnus was exactly what Harry had expected, tall, thin, with the aristocratic features common to all the Blacks. His eyes were cold, calculating, assessing Harry with the practiced ease of a man who had spent his life evaluating threats and opportunities. Rodolphus was different from the last time Harry had seen him, less polished, more aggressive. His posture radiated hostility, and his hand kept drifting toward his wand. "Mr. Black," Harry said, bowing slightly. "Mr. Lestrange. Thank you for taking the time to meet with me." The time was not difficult to find. Cygnus moved into the room, claiming the largest chair without asking. Rodolphus took up a position behind him, clearly serving as bodyguard. "What is difficult is understanding why a supposedly extinct bloodline has suddenly produced an heir who seems very interested in my daughter." "I can explain, please don't." Cygnus held up a hand. "I'm not interested in your cover story. I've had it investigated, and I know it doesn't hold up to scrutiny. What I'm interested in is your real purpose." Harry let the mask slip slightly, showing a hint of the steel beneath. "My real purpose," he said, "is survival. Same as anyone in our world. Survival requires allies. Resources. Connections." Cygnus's eyes narrowed. "You have none of these. Unless you're attempting to acquire them through my daughter. Your daughter is one of the most talented witches of her generation. Any wizard would be lucky to have her attention. She's also engaged. To the man standing behind me." Rodolphus smiled, a cold, predatory expression that made Harry's skin crawl. "I'm aware of the engagement," Harry said carefully. "I have no intention of interfering with it." "Then why are you here? Why have you been spending so much time with Bellatrix? Why does she speak your name in her sleep?" Harry felt a jolt at that last detail. Did she really? Or was Cygnus lying, trying to provoke a reaction? "I'm a new student in her house," Harry said, keeping his voice neutral. "It's natural that we would interact. As for the rest, I couldn't say. Perhaps she finds me interesting. Perhaps she's simply bored." "She's not bored." Rodolphus spoke for the first time, his voice low and dangerous. "She's distracted. By you. Then perhaps you should work harder to hold her attention." The room went very still. Rodolphus's hand went to his wand. "You little, enough." Cygnus didn't raise his voice, but the command in it was absolute. Rodolphus froze mid-motion, fury etched across his face. "Mr. Peveril," Cygnus said softly. "You are either very brave or very foolish. Possibly both. I haven't yet decided which. I've been called worse. I imagine you have." Cygnus stood, moving closer to Harry with the slow deliberation of a predator. "Let me be clear about something. My daughter is not available. Her future has been arranged since before she was born. Any attempt to interfere with those arrangements will be met with consequences. I understand. I don't think you do. But you will. Cygnus smiled, a thin, cold expression that didn't reach his eyes. I'm going to be watching you, Mr. Peveril. Very closely. And if I see anything I don't like. He let the threat hang unfinished. Now then, he continued, his tone shifting to something almost pleasant. I believe my daughter is waiting for us. Shall we? He gestured toward the door. Harry had no choice but to follow. Bellatrix was waiting in a small sitting room nearby, perched on a velvet settee like a queen on her throne. She rose when they entered, her expression perfectly composed. Father. Rodolphius. Her eyes flicked to Harry, lingered for just a moment. Mr. Peveril. Bellatrix. Cygnus crossed to his daughter and kissed her cheek, a formal gesture, nothing like parental affection. You look well. Thank you, Father. And your studies? Your professors report that you've been somewhat distracted lately. My studies are proceeding as expected. Bellatrix's voice was smooth, polished. If my professors have concerns, I'm sure they would have addressed them with me directly. Indeed. Cygnus settled into a chair, gesturing for Rodolphius and Harry to take the remaining seats. Well, since we're all here, perhaps we should discuss the wedding arrangements. Harry watched Bellatrix's mask stay firmly in place. Only someone who knew her well would have noticed the tiny tightening around her eyes. Of course, Father. What would you like to discuss? What followed was 2 hours of excruciating social theater. Cygnus laid out his plans in meticulous detail. The wedding would take place in August, immediately after Bellatrix came of age. The ceremony would be held at the Lestrange estate. The guest list would include every important pureblood family in Britain, plus selected foreign dignitaries. It would be the social event of the season. Throughout it all, Rodolphius watched Bellatrix with hungry eyes, and Bellatrix performed her role flawlessly. She agreed to everything, offered suggestions that pleased her father, smiled at Rodolphius with perfect mimicry of affection. Harry sat in the corner and said nothing. But he watched. He noticed how Cygnus's eyes kept drifting to his daughter, analyzing her for any sign of rebellion. He noticed how Rodolphius's hand occasionally twitched toward Bellatrix, possessive and controlling. He noticed how Bellatrix's smile never quite reached her eyes. She was drowning, he realized. Right in front of her family, she was drowning. And they either didn't notice or didn't care. When the meeting finally ended, Cygnus pulled Harry aside while Rodolphius engaged Bellatrix in private conversation. You handled yourself well today, Cygnus said quietly. Better than I expected. Thank you. Don't thank me. I'm not complimenting you. His eyes were cold as ice. I'm observing that you're more dangerous than you appear. That changes things. Changes them how? Cygnus smiled that thin smile again. The Dark Lord mentioned you to me. Said you'd made quite an impression during your meeting. Harry's blood went cold. He's interested in you, Cygnus continued. He thinks you might be useful. I'm less convinced. But I've agreed to give you a chance to prove yourself. Prove myself how? You'll find out soon enough. Cygnus glanced toward Bellatrix and Rodolphius. In the meantime, stay away from my daughter. The next time I see you near her, we won't be having a conversation. He walked away, rejoining the others. A moment later, the three of them left, Cygnus leading, Rodolphius following, Bellatrix glancing back just once before disappearing through the door. Harry stood alone in the empty room, his mind racing. Voldemort had spoken to Cygnus about him. Had told him Harry might be useful. That meant the Dark Lord had already decided to collect Harry, one way or another. The clock was ticking faster than he'd thought. That night, Harry didn't go to the practice room. He went to the astronomy tower instead, the highest point in Hogwarts, where the stars stretched endless overhead and the world felt very small. He stood at the railing, looking out over the grounds, trying to process everything that had happened. He was in too deep. He'd known that from the beginning, but now it was impossible to ignore. Voldemort wanted him. The Blacks were watching him. The timeline was shifting under his feet, and he couldn't be sure any of his changes were actually making things better. And then there was Bellatrix. He hadn't expected to feel this way. He'd come back to save her, yes, but saving had always felt abstract. Clinical. A problem to be solved, a mission to be accomplished. But watching her today, watching her perform for her family while slowly dying inside, it had hurt. Physically hurt, like a knife between his ribs. He cared about her. Really, genuinely cared. Not just as a mission objective or a moral obligation, but as a person. That changed everything. And nothing. He still had a job to do. He still had to stop the ritual, break the marriage contract, give her a chance at a different life. But now he had to do it while protecting his own heart. Which was probably impossible. I thought I might find you here. Harry turned. Bellatrix climbed the last few steps to the tower, wrapped in a dark cloak against the cold. You should be in bed, he said. So should you. She moved to stand beside him at the railing. That was difficult. Today. I know. Rodolphus wants you dead. He told me, while my father was talking to you. Said he's going to find a way to challenge you to a duel before the wedding. Let him try. I'm serious. He's dangerous when he's jealous. So am I. Bellatrix looked at him, something unreadable in her expression. You didn't react. All through the meeting, while they planned my future like I wasn't even there. You just sat and watched. What did you want me to do? Challenge your father on the spot? That would have gotten us both killed. I know. I just... She trailed off, frustrated. I hate feeling helpless. I hate performing like a trained dog while they decide how to dispose of me. It won't be forever. Won't it? My father has plans for me. The Dark Lord has plans for me. Rodolphus has plans for me. Everyone has plans. Her voice cracked slightly. What about my plans? Don't they matter to anyone? Harry reached out, carefully, conscious of the risk, and took her hand. They matter to me. She looked down at their intertwined fingers, then back up at his face. Why? She whispered. Because I've seen what happens when no one cares. When the people who should protect you use you instead. When your whole life becomes someone else's agenda. He squeezed her hand gently. I'm not going to let that happen to you. Whatever it takes. You keep saying that. Whatever it takes. But you don't know what it will take. You don't know what my family is capable of. Then show me. She stared at him for a long moment. Then, without warning, she kissed him. This wasn't like their first kiss, brief, impulsive, immediately regretted. This was deliberate. Desperate. Her hands fisted in his robes, pulling him closer. Her mouth opened against his, hungry and searching. Harry kissed her back, wrapping his arms around her, feeling her heart pound against his chest. When they finally broke apart, both of them were breathing hard. That wasn't smart, she said. No. If anyone saw us, they didn't. We shouldn't do that again. Probably not. She didn't let go of his robes. He didn't let go of her. I'm scared, she said quietly. I've never been scared before. Not like this. Neither have I. We're going to get caught. They're going to find out what we're planning, and they're going to destroy us. Maybe. Harry brushed a strand of hair from her face. But not today. And not tomorrow. And not any day I can prevent. She laughed, a shaky, broken sound. "You're an idiot, Hadrian Peveril. A complete and utter idiot. Probably. I'm starting to love you anyway." The words hung in the air between them, fragile and dangerous and impossibly precious. "I know," Harry said. "I'm starting to love you too." They stood there on the tower, wrapped around each other, while the stars wheeled overhead and the future bore down on them like a coming storm. Tomorrow would bring new dangers. Voldemort's deadline was approaching. The wedding was being planned. The ritual loomed in June like an executioner's blade. But tonight they had this. A stolen moment in a stolen life, two people clinging to each other against the darkness. It wasn't enough. But it was something. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, What Rodolphus Wants. The Daily Prophet arrived with the Morning Post, and Harry knew something was wrong before he even saw the headline. The great hall went quiet. Not the gradual fade of conversation that happened when Dumbledore stood to make an announcement, but a sudden, sharp silence, the kind that fell when bad news traveled faster than words. Harry looked up from his eggs and saw students at every table staring at their newspapers with expressions ranging from shock to glee to carefully hidden satisfaction. He grabbed the nearest copy from a stunned third year and read the front page. Lestrange Black engagement officially announced. Prominent pureblood families unite in historic alliance. The article was accompanied by a photograph of Bellatrix and Rodolphus, clearly taken during yesterday's visit. They stood side by side in the formal pose of an engaged couple, Rodolphus's hand resting possessively on Bellatrix's shoulder, both of them smiling at the camera. The smiles didn't reach their eyes. Harry scanned the article quickly. The wedding was set for August 15th. The ceremony would be held at the Lestrange estate in Cornwall. The guest list included the cream of pureblood society. There were quotes from Cygnus Black about the honor of joining two ancient houses, and from Rodolphus's father about the continuation of magical tradition. There was no quote from Bellatrix. Harry set down the paper and looked toward the Slytherin table. Bellatrix sat in her usual spot, her back rigid, her face a perfect mask of composure. Narcissa sat beside her, whispering something that made Bellatrix's jaw tighten almost imperceptibly. Around them, other Slytherins were watching with barely concealed interest. Some looked sympathetic. Others looked satisfied. A few, Evan Rosier among them, looked triumphant. Harry forced himself to eat, to act normal, to not storm across the hall and do something catastrophically stupid. The announcement changed things. Before, the engagement had been an open secret, everyone knew about it, but it hadn't been formalized. Now it was public. Official. Breaking it would be a scandal that would follow Bellatrix for the rest of her life. Not that she had much of a life left if they didn't find a way out. Harry finished his breakfast and left the great hall, his mind already working on contingencies. He needed to talk to Bellatrix. But doing that openly, in the immediate aftermath of this announcement, would be suicide. Every eye in Slytherin would be watching her, waiting to see how she reacted, whether she was the dutiful bride-to-be or something more dangerous. He'd have to wait. The waiting was going to kill him. Classes were torture. Harry shared 3 subjects with Bellatrix: potions, defense against the dark arts, and ancient runes. In each one, he watched her from across the room, looking for any crack in her facade, any sign of how she was really feeling. She gave nothing away. Her notes were perfect. Her answers were correct. Her interactions with other students were exactly what they should have been. She was performing. The same way she'd performed for her father yesterday, the same way she'd been performing her entire life. And she was so good at it that most people probably didn't even realize it was a performance. But Harry knew. He could see the tension in her shoulders, the way her quill pressed too hard into the parchment, the slight tremor in her hand when she thought no one was looking. She was barely holding it together. After ancient runes, the last class of the day, Harry made his move. He'd prepared a note earlier, folded small enough to palm without anyone noticing. As students filed out of the classroom, he positioned himself to pass close to Bellatrix. Their shoulders brushed. For just a second, their eyes met. Harry slipped the note into her hand. She didn't react. Didn't even slow down. Just kept walking, the note disappearing into her sleeve with a magician's ease. Harry let out a breath and headed for the library, trying to look like a student with nothing more pressing on his mind than homework. The note was simple: Astronomy Tower. Midnight. Come alone. It was risky. If anyone intercepted it, if she was being watched too closely to slip away, if Rodolphus had left spies behind, but he had to talk to her. Had to make sure she was okay. Had to remind her that she wasn't alone. The hours until midnight stretched like years. She came. Harry heard her footsteps on the stairs and felt something loosen in his chest. He'd been standing at the tower railing for almost an hour, watching the stars and trying not to think about everything that could go wrong. Bellatrix emerged from the stairwell, her dark robes blending with the shadows. She looked smaller than usual. Diminished in a way that had nothing to do with her physical size. "You saw the paper," she said. "Everyone saw the paper." "Yes." She moved to stand beside him, close enough to touch but not quite touching. Father wanted to make sure there was no ambiguity. No room for speculation. "The whole world knows now that I belong to Rodolphus Lestrange. You don't belong to anyone. The magical contract disagrees." Her voice was bitter. "I looked it up, you know. After we talked. The marriage contract my father signed when I was 3 years old. It's ironclad. There's no loophole, no escape clause, no way out. There's always a way out. Is there? Because I've been searching for years, and I've never found one." She turned to face him, and for the first time, he saw the despair beneath her composure. "Do you know what happens if I refuse to go through with the wedding? If I run, or fight, or try to break the contract?" "What?" "The magic turns on me. It's built into the contract, insurance against exactly this kind of rebellion. If I don't fulfill the terms willingly, the binding magic will force me. Control my body, override my will, make me walk down that aisle whether I want to or not." Her voice cracked. "And if I resist even that, if I fight hard enough that the magic can't control me, it kills me instead." Harry felt cold. He'd known pureblood marriage contracts were serious, but this. "There has to be something," he said. "Some weakness, some flaw." "There isn't. My father had the best magical lawyers in Britain draft that contract. He spent a fortune making it unbreakable." She laughed, hollow and broken. "He was so proud of it. Showed it to me when I turned 11. Look, Bellatrix. Look how secure your future is. Nothing can change it now. You're safe. Safe." Harry's voice was savage. "He calls that safe. He calls it practical. Which, in his world, is the same thing." Bellatrix leaned against the railing, staring out at the stars. "I used to dream about running away. When I was younger. I'd lie in bed and imagine just leaving. Going somewhere no one knew my name. Starting over. What stopped you? The contract. And the knowledge that even if I escaped physically, my family would never stop hunting me. They'd track me down, drag me back, punish everyone who helped me." She closed her eyes. "I couldn't do that to Andromeda. She was the only person in my life who actually cared about me. I couldn't put her in danger. And now? Now Andromeda's planning her own escape. With or without my protection." A ghost of a smile crossed her face. "She's braver than I am. Always has been." "No." Harry turned to face her fully. "She's not braver. She just has something to fight for. Someone who makes the risk feel worthwhile." Bellatrix met his eyes. The despair was still there, but something else was flickering alongside it. Something that looked almost like hope. And what am I supposed to fight for? Harry reached out and took her hand. Whatever you want. Whoever you want. He stepped closer, closing the distance between them. The contract is strong. Your family is powerful. The odds are against us in every way that matters. But I'm not giving up. And I'm not letting you give up either. Why? The word was barely a whisper. Why do you care so much? You could walk away right now, pretend you never met me, never got involved. You'd be safe. I don't want to be safe. I want you to be free. That's not an answer. It's the only answer I have. Harry lifted his free hand to her face, cupping her cheek gently. I've watched too many people die, Bellatrix. Too many people who deserved better than they got. I'm tired of watching. I'm tired of losing. I came back through time because I couldn't accept that the future was fixed, and I'm not going to accept this either. She stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, she leaned into his touch. You're insane, she said. You keep saying that. Because it keeps being true. She kissed him. It was different from their other kisses, softer, more tender. Not desperate or impulsive, but deliberate. A choice made with full awareness of the consequences. When they broke apart, Bellatrix's eyes were bright with unshed tears. I don't know how to fight this, she admitted. I don't know how to win. Neither do I. Not yet. Harry pressed his forehead against hers. But we'll figure it out together. One step at a time. What's the first step? Harry thought about everything he'd learned, everything he'd been researching since arriving in this time. The contract, he said. You said it's ironclad. But no magic is truly unbreakable, there's always a weakness, a condition, something the designers didn't anticipate. We need to find out exactly how it works. Every clause, every binding, every contingency. My father won't just hand that over. No. But I know someone who might be able to get the information anyway. Who? Harry smiled grimly. A black family portrait who doesn't know when to stop talking. The next morning, Harry found Sirius in a corridor outside the Gryffindor common room. I need that information now, Harry said without preamble. About Phineas Nigellus. About the family secrets. Sirius blinked, startled by the urgency. What happened? The engagement was announced. Officially. The wedding is in August. I know. I saw the paper. Sirius's expression darkened. My mother was practically dancing with joy. Said it was about time Bellatrix fulfilled her duty to the family. There's a marriage contract. Magical binding, enforced with coercive magic. If Bellatrix doesn't go through with the wedding willingly, it forces her. And if she resists that, it kills her. Sirius's face went pale. Merlin. I didn't know it was that serious. Can you get me to that portrait? Phineas Nigellus, the one that connects to Grimmauld Place. He's in the Slytherin common room. You have access. But I don't know how to make him talk. You do. You know how to push his buttons, what topics get him rambling. Sirius considered this. There might be a way. But it's risky. Everything we do is risky. Fair point. Sirius glanced around to make sure they weren't being overheard. Meet me in the Slytherin common room tonight. 2 in the morning, when everyone's asleep. I'll sneak in under, he paused. Actually, how would I even get in? I don't know the password. I'll leave the entrance open. Just get there. You can do that? Harry smiled thinly. I've had a lot of practice getting into places I'm not supposed to be. The plan worked, barely. At 2 in the morning, Harry waited near the entrance to the Slytherin common room, watching for any sign of Sirius. The corridor was dark and silent, lit only by distant torches that cast flickering shadows on the stone walls. A faint shimmer in the air, barely visible, announced Sirius's arrival. Harry recognized the effect, an invisibility cloak. Not as perfect as his own, but good enough for sneaking through darkened corridors. Sirius? Here. The shimmer moved closer, and Sirius's head appeared, floating disconcertingly in midair. This is weird. Being in the dungeons without trying to hex someone. Focus. The portrait is on the far wall, near the windows. They slipped into the common room together. Harry had spent the past hour checking and rechecking, everyone was asleep, no one was lingering by the fire, no one would see them. The portrait of Phineas Nigellus Black hung in an ornate frame between two windows that looked out into the lake. The former headmaster was depicted in his usual pose, smug, superior, looking down at the viewer with barely concealed contempt. He was also, conveniently, snoring. Phineas. Sirius kept his voice low but commanding. Wake up. The portrait stirred, grumbled, and opened one eye. What? Who dares disturb? He paused, focusing on Sirius's face. Ah. The blood traitor. Come to gloat about something? I need information. Do you now? Phineas yawned elaborately. And why would I provide information to someone who has brought such shame upon the noble house of Black? Because if you don't, I'll tell everyone about the time you got caught in a broom closet with the herbology professor. Phineas's painted face went red. That is a filthy lie, is it? Because I found your diary last summer. Very interesting reading. The portrait sputtered for a moment, then subsided into sullen silence. What do you want to know? Harry stepped forward. The marriage contract between Bellatrix Black and Rodolphius Lestrange. I want to know everything about it. How it works, what the binding conditions are, and most importantly, if there's any way to break it. Phineas's eyes narrowed. And you are? Someone who's trying to help. Help? Help a Black escape her obligations. The portrait laughed. You have no idea what you're dealing with, boy. Those contracts are designed by the finest magical lawyers in Britain. They're tested, refined, made absolutely unbreakable. Nothing is absolutely unbreakable. This is. Phineas seemed almost proud. I helped design the template myself, back when I was still alive. The Lestrange Black contract is based on my work. Harry felt a surge of hope. Then you know its weaknesses. I know it has none. Everything has weaknesses. Magic isn't perfect, it can't account for every possibility, every contingency. There has to be something. Phineas studied Harry for a long moment, his painted eyes sharp with calculation. Who are you really? He asked. You speak with the confidence of someone who knows more than he should. A student wouldn't talk about marriage contracts like this. Wouldn't even know they existed. Does it matter? It might. Phineas leaned back in his frame, stroking his painted beard. The contracts I designed were meant to bind families together. To ensure loyalty, continuity, the preservation of magical bloodlines. But they were also meant to protect the parties involved. Protect them how? From themselves, mostly. Young witches and wizards make foolish choices, they fall in love with inappropriate people, run away with muggleborns, throw away everything their families built for them. His voice dripped with contempt. The contracts prevent that. They ensure the wedding happens, the children are born, the bloodline continues. Even if the people involved don't want it. Wanting is irrelevant. Duty is what matters. Phineas's eyes flickered to Sirius. Something you never learned. Sirius's jaw tightened, but he kept his temper. The weaknesses, Phineas. Tell us. I told you, there are none. Then why do some contracts fail? Harry pressed. I've read the histories. Not all magical marriages go through as planned. Some get cancelled, annulled, dissolved. If the contracts were truly unbreakable, that would be impossible. Phineas was silent for a moment. When he spoke again, his voice was grudging. There are conditions, he admitted. Rare circumstances that can invalidate a contract. But they almost never apply. What conditions? The portrait sighed heavily. You really want to know? Fine. But I warn you, none of these will help your cause. He began to count on his painted fingers. First, mutual dissolution. Both parties must agree to end the contract, and both sets of parents must approve. Given that the Blacks and Lestranges have been planning this alliance for years, that will never happen. What else? Second, discovery of a prior claim. If one party was already married or betrothed to someone else before the contract was signed, the contract is void. But Bellatrix was promised to Rodolphus when she was 3 years old, before she could possibly have formed any prior attachment. Keep going. Third, proof of unworthiness. If one party can be shown to have violated sacred magical laws, murder of family members, betrayal of blood oaths, that sort of thing, the contract can be dissolved for cause. Phineas smirked. Rodolphus Lestrange is many things, but he's been careful to keep his hands officially clean. Harry's mind was racing. None of these seemed viable, but there had to be something. Fourth, he prompted. Phineas hesitated. Fourth is unusual. It almost never applies. What is it? Intervention by a higher authority. If someone with superior magical claim over one of the parties objects to the union, their objection can override the contract. What do you mean, superior magical claim? Magical guardianship. Family headship. That sort of thing. Phineas waved a hand dismissively. The head of House Black has authority over all family contracts. If the head objected, the marriage couldn't proceed. Harry felt his heart skip. But Cygnus Black is the one who arranged the marriage. He's not going to object. Cygnus isn't the head of House Black. Phineas's voice was sharp. He's the head of his branch of the family. The actual head of house, the one who holds the family seat on the Wisengamot, the one with ultimate authority over all Black family matters, is my descendant Arcturus. Harry looked at Sirius. Your grandfather? Great-grandfather, technically. Sirius's expression was complicated. He's ancient. Been in seclusion for years. My mother says he's half senile, barely aware of what's going on around him. But he's still alive. Last I heard. Harry turned back to the portrait. If Arcturus Black objected to the marriage, the contract would be void. Theoretically. But Arcturus approved the match years ago. He's not going to change his mind now. What if he did? Phineas laughed. And how would you convince him? Walk up to his door and ask nicely. The old man hasn't received visitors in a decade. He's surrounded by house elves and protective wards. No one gets in without an invitation. But it's possible, Harry pressed. If we could somehow get his objection, the contract could be broken. Possible in the same way that flying to the moon is possible. Technically achievable, practically impossible. Phineas settled back in his frame. Is that all? I'd like to get back to sleep. Harry and Sirius exchanged looks. Thank you, Harry said. You've been more helpful than you know. I doubt that. Phineas closed his eyes. And Sirius? If you ever threaten me with that diary business again, I'll make sure your mother hears about every detention you've ever received. Worth it, Sirius muttered. They slipped out of the common room, back into the dark corridor beyond. Arcturus Black, Harry said quietly. That's our target. He's practically a recluse. No one's seen him in years. But he's the key. If we can get to him, convince him that the marriage is a mistake, how? My family doesn't exactly let outsiders drop by for tea. Harry thought about everything he knew, everything he'd learned. Arcturus Black, the ancient patriarch. The head of the most powerful dark family in Britain. The one man with the authority to free Bellatrix from her fate. I don't know yet, he admitted. But I'm going to find out. The days that followed were a blur of research and planning. Harry threw himself into learning everything he could about Arcturus Black. There wasn't much in the public record. The man had retreated from society decades ago, apparently disgusted by what he saw as the decline of pure blood values. He'd handed day-to-day family management to his sons and grandsons, retaining only formal authority over major decisions. But formal authority was exactly what Harry needed. The problem was access. Arcturus lived in a heavily warded estate somewhere in the Scottish Highlands. He didn't receive visitors, didn't respond to owls, didn't participate in the social world that his family navigated. Getting to him seemed impossible. Unless there might be a way, Sirius said one evening, when they'd gathered in an abandoned classroom to compare notes. The winter solstice. What about it? It's a big deal for old pure-blood families. Lots of traditions, rituals, gatherings. My mother always complained that Arcturus used to host the biggest solstice celebration in Britain, before he went into seclusion. But he doesn't host them anymore. No. But he still observes the rituals. Alone, in his estate. And on solstice night, the wards are different. Harry leaned forward. Different how? Thinner. More permeable. It's something about the ritual magic. It requires openness to the natural world, connection to the ancient powers. A completely sealed house can't perform solstice rites properly. So if someone wanted to get in, solstice night would be the best chance. Sirius's expression was grim. But it's still incredibly dangerous. The wards might be weaker, but they're not gone. And Arcturus himself is supposed to be a formidable wizard, even now. When is the winter solstice? December 21st. Harry did the calculation. Almost 2 months away. 2 months of waiting, planning, hoping they weren't running out of time. That's our target, then, he said. December 21st. We get into Arcturus's estate and convince him to object to the marriage. And if he refuses? Then we find another way. Harry's voice was steel. But we're not giving up. Not ever. That night, Harry told Bellatrix about the plan. They met in their usual spot, the astronomy tower, under the stars, away from prying eyes. She listened without interrupting as he explained what they'd learned about the contract, about Arcturus, about the window of opportunity on the winter solstice. When he finished, she was quiet for a long moment. You want to break into the home of the head of House Black, she said finally. Convince an ancient, reclusive wizard to override his own family's decisions. And then somehow escape without getting killed. That's the basic plan, yes. It's suicide. It's a chance. The same thing, in this case. But there was something in her voice that wasn't quite despair. Something that sounded almost like admiration. You really are insane, aren't you? I prefer optimistic. She laughed, a real laugh, not the bitter sound he'd grown used to hearing. Optimistic. Right. She turned to face him, her dark eyes catching the starlight. Do you actually think this could work? I think it's the best option we have. The contract is designed to be unbreakable, but this loophole exists. Arcturus has the authority to void it. We just have to convince him to use that authority. And why would he? He approved the marriage in the first place. He believes in everything my family stands for, blood purity, tradition, the superiority of old magic. Why would he suddenly decide to let me escape? Harry had thought about this. A lot. And he'd come to a conclusion that he wasn't sure Bellatrix would like. Because we're going to offer him something better, he said. Better than the Lestrange alliance. What could possibly be? She stopped, her eyes widening. You. Me. You want to offer yourself as an alternative. Another suitor. Another contract. If that's what it takes. Bellatrix stared at him. You'd do that? Bind yourself to my family, to their obligations, to everything I've been trying to escape. I'd do whatever it takes to keep you free. Harry stepped closer, taking her hands in his. But it won't come to that. I'm not planning to actually marry into your family, I'm planning to use the offer as leverage. Show Arcturus that there are other options, that the Lestrange alliance isn't the only path forward. Make him question whether Cygnus made the right choice. And if he calls your bluff? Then we improvise. Bellatrix shook her head slowly. You're betting everything on the hope that a senile old wizard will suddenly develop a conscience. I'm betting everything on the hope that somewhere in that old wizard is someone who actually cares about his family. Not as assets or alliances, but as people. Harry squeezed her hands. I've seen it happen before. I've seen people change when they're given a reason to. In your future. In my experience. She was quiet for a long moment, her thumbs tracing circles on the backs of his hands. 2 months, she said finally. 2 months. A lot can happen in 2 months. Yes. She looked up at him, and there was something new in her expression. Not hope, exactly, she'd been burned too many times to trust in hope. But something close to it. Something that might grow into hope, given time. Okay, she said. Okay. Okay, I'll trust you. I'll go along with your insane plan. She stepped closer, pressing her body against his. But if we die, I'm going to haunt you forever. I can live with that. You won't be living at all. That's the point. He kissed her then, because there was nothing else to say. Because words weren't enough to express what he felt, the fear, the determination, the wild impossible hope that somehow, against all odds, they might actually pull this off. When they broke apart, Bellatrix's eyes were bright. 2 months, she whispered. 2 months, he agreed. It was the beginning of everything. The first week of November brought unexpected complications. Harry was walking back from herbology when he heard raised voices coming from behind the greenhouses. He recognized one of them immediately, Rodolphius Lestrange's aristocratic drawl, dripping with contempt. Told you to stay away from her. This is your last warning. Harry rounded the corner and found a scene that made his blood boil. Rodolphius stood in a clearing between the greenhouses, wand raised. Across from him, backed against a wall, was a Hufflepuff student Harry vaguely recognized, a 5th year with sandy hair and a terrified expression. 2 other boys flanked Rodolphius, Rabaston, his younger brother, and a heavy-set Slytherin Harry didn't know. I wasn't doing anything, the Hufflepuff stammered. I just asked her about the homework, you spoke to my fiancé. Rodolphius's voice was soft, dangerous. Without my permission. That's not acceptable. I didn't know. I didn't realize, ignorance isn't an excuse. Rodolphius raised his wand. Perhaps a lesson in respect will help you remember. Harry stepped into the clearing. That's enough. All 4 of them turned. Rodolphius's expression shifted from cruel anticipation to cold fury when he saw who had interrupted. Peveril. This doesn't concern you. It concerns me when I see 3 grown wizards threatening an unarmed student. He's not unarmed. He has a wand. Which he's too terrified to use. Harry moved closer, positioning himself between Rodolphius and the Hufflepuff. Walk away. Now. Or what? Harry said nothing. He just stood there, his wand in his hand, his eyes locked on Rodolphius's face. The silence stretched between them, thick with tension. Rabaston and the other boy exchanged uncertain looks. They'd heard rumors about the mysterious new student, rumors about the duel with Bellatrix, about his unknown origins, about the strange confidence he carried like a weapon. Rodolphius wasn't uncertain. He was furious. But he was also smart enough to recognize when he was being baited. "This isn't over," he said finally. "You've made a mistake interfering with my business, Peveril. I don't forget. And I don't forgive. Neither do I." Rodolphus's eyes narrowed. Then he turned and walked away, his companions following. The heavy-set boy shot Harry a look of pure hatred as he passed. When they were gone, Harry turned to the Hufflepuff. "Are you okay?" The boy nodded shakily. "I think so. Thank you. I don't know what he would have done if, don't think about it. Just avoid him for the next few days. Stay in groups. Don't give him an excuse to corner you again." "But I really didn't do anything. I just asked Bellatrix about the potions essay, I know. He doesn't need a real reason. He just needs an excuse." Harry patted the boy's shoulder. "Go on. Get back to your house." The Hufflepuff nodded and hurried away, glancing back once with an expression of mingled gratitude and fear. Harry stood alone behind the greenhouses, thinking. Rodolphus was becoming a problem. He'd already been hostile, but this, threatening random students just for speaking to Bellatrix, was escalation. If it continued, someone was going to get seriously hurt. Harry couldn't let that happen. But he also couldn't afford an open confrontation, not yet. Not until he had the leverage he needed. He needed to find a way to neutralize Rodolphus without triggering the full-scale war that was brewing. The solution came from an unexpected source. 3 days later, Harry received a summons to the headmaster's office. He climbed the spiral staircase with a growing sense of unease. Dumbledore hadn't called on him since the initial meeting, and he couldn't think of any good reason for the old wizard to want to speak with him now. The office looked the same as before. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, his half-moon spectacles glinting in the candlelight. "Please, sit down, Mr. Peveril." Harry sat. "I've been observing you," Dumbledore said without preamble. "Since your arrival. You're an unusual young man. So I've been told. You've also been making waves. Standing up to the Lestrange heir. Spending time with Bellatrix Black. Asking questions about things that most students wouldn't even know existed." Harry kept his expression neutral. "Is that a problem?" "Not necessarily. But it does make me curious." Dumbledore leaned back in his chair. "Who are you really, Hadrian Peveril?" It was the same question Bellatrix had asked. The same question Cygnus had implied. Harry was getting tired of it. "I'm someone trying to prevent a tragedy," he said. "What kind of tragedy?" "The kind that destroys lives. Families. Entire communities." Harry met Dumbledore's eyes. "I know you're fighting a war, Professor. A quiet war, one that most people don't even realize is happening. I'm not your enemy in that war. But I'm not going to be your pawn, either." Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. "You speak like a soldier," he said finally. "Someone who has seen combat. Faced death." "I have." "In the war you mentioned? The one you came from?" Harry felt a chill. "You know. I suspect." Dumbledore's voice was soft. "There are very few magical disciplines that can explain your presence here. Time travel is one of them. The Hallows are another." "The Hallows?" "Don't insult my intelligence, Mr. Peveril. Or should I say, Mr. Potter?" Harry's blood went cold. "How? I've made a study of the Deathly Hallows for many years. I know what they look like. I know what they can do. And I know that the only person capable of uniting all three would have to be." He trailed off, letting Harry fill in the blank. "A descendant of the Peverils," Harry said quietly. "Exactly. Which narrows the field considerably." Dumbledore's eyes were ancient, knowing. "Your face. Your coloring. The shape of your eyes. You look very much like a boy I taught many years ago." A boy named James Potter. Harry closed his eyes. He'd known this moment might come. Had prepared for it, even. But the reality was still devastating. "He's my father," he said. "In the future I came from." "I see." Dumbledore was silent for a moment. "And you came back to change something?" "Yes." "May I ask what?" Harry opened his eyes. "You can ask. But I can't tell you. The paradox risks are considerable, yes." Dumbledore nodded slowly. "I understand the dangers of temporal interference. Which is why I haven't confronted you until now. I wanted to see what you would do, how you would behave. Whether you were here to help or harm. And what did you conclude? That you're genuine. Misguided, perhaps. Reckless, certainly. But genuine." Dumbledore leaned forward. "And now I want to help you." Harry blinked. "Help me? I may be old, but I'm not blind. I see what's happening in my school, the rising tide of darkness, the recruitment of young witches and wizards into an army that will tear our world apart. I see Bellatrix Black being groomed as a weapon. And I see you, trying to stop it. Why would you help? You don't even know what I'm planning. I don't need to know the specifics. I know the intent. And that's enough." Dumbledore smiled slightly. "Besides, I suspect our goals align more than you realize. A future where Bellatrix Black becomes a monster is a future where darkness wins. If you can change that, if you can save even one person from that fate, it might make all the difference." Harry wasn't sure what to say. He'd expected hostility, suspicion, maybe even expulsion. Not this. "What kind of help are you offering?" he asked finally. "Resources. Protection. Information." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. "And perhaps a bit of advice. You're planning something for the winter solstice, aren't you?" Harry started. "How do you? I have my ways." Dumbledore stood, moving to his window. "Arcturus Black is a difficult man. Stubborn. Proud. Set in his ways. But he wasn't always. Once, many years ago, he was very different. Before his wife died. Before his sons disappointed him. Before he retreated from a world that had caused him nothing but pain." "What are you saying?" "I'm saying that the man you're trying to reach still exists, somewhere inside the bitter recluse he's become. You just have to find the right key to unlock him." "What key?" Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. Then he turned back to Harry, and there was something almost sad in his expression. "His granddaughter," he said. "Bellatrix's mother, Druella. She wasn't always a cold, calculating woman. When she was young, she was Arcturus's favorite, bright, passionate, full of life. He doted on her. Indulged her. Loved her in a way that he loved nothing else. What happened? Marriage. Politics. The slow grinding pressure of pure-blood society. Druella became what her family needed her to be, and Arcturus watched it happen. It broke something in him, seeing the girl he loved transform into someone he barely recognized. Harry felt understanding dawn. You think he'll listen if we frame it the right way? If we show him that the same thing is happening to Bellatrix? I think it's your best chance. Dumbledore returned to his desk. Arcturus doesn't care about politics or alliances. He cares about family. About the people his family is destroying, one generation at a time. Show him that, and you might reach him. Harry stood, his mind racing with possibilities. Thank you, he said. I don't know why you're helping me. But thank you. I'm helping you because I believe in second chances, Mr. Potter. I believe that people can change, if someone gives them the opportunity. If someone believes in them enough to try. Dumbledore's eyes were ancient, full of wisdom and sorrow. Someone believed in me once, long ago. It saved my life. Perhaps I'm trying to pay that debt forward. Harry nodded slowly. He had questions, so many questions, but now wasn't the time. I should go, he said. Yes, you should. And Mr. Potter? Harry paused at the door. Be careful. The darkness is watching. It knows something is threatening its plans, and it will strike back. Don't underestimate what you're fighting against. I won't. Harry left the office with new information, new allies, and a growing sense that the pieces were finally starting to come together. 1 month until the solstice. 1 month to prepare for everything. He was ready. The confrontation with Rodolphus came sooner than expected. It was a Saturday afternoon, late November, and Harry was walking near the Black Lake when he heard footsteps behind him. He knew who it was before he turned around. He'd been expecting this ever since the incident behind the greenhouses. Rodolphus Lestrange stood on the path, flanked by his brother and 2 other Slytherins. They'd chosen their ground carefully, an isolated spot, far from the castle, with no witnesses. Peveril. Rodolphus's voice was pleasant, almost friendly. The threat beneath it was unmistakable. We need to talk. Do we? You've been causing problems. Interfering with things that don't concern you. It's time someone explained how the world really works. Harry turned fully to face them. I'm listening. Bellatrix Black is mine. Her family promised her to me. Her future is with me. Anyone who tries to change that, anyone who gets between us, ends up regretting it. Rodolphus drew his wand casually, like he was reaching for a quill. I've tried being patient with you. I've tried letting you figure it out on your own. But you don't seem to be getting the message. Maybe you're not communicating clearly. Then let me make it clearer. Rodolphus pointed his wand at Harry's chest. Stay away from Bellatrix. Don't talk to her. Don't look at her. Don't even think about her. If I see you near her again, if I hear one more rumor about the 2 of you, I will make you suffer in ways you can't imagine. Harry felt his magic stirring, responding to the threat. He could end this now, blast Rodolphus and his friends into the lake, show them exactly what they were dealing with. But that would cause too many problems, draw too much attention. He needed another approach. Here's the thing, Rodolphus. Harry's voice was calm, almost conversational. You keep talking about Bellatrix like she's property. Like she's something you own. But she's not. She's a person. And she's going to make her own choices. Her choices are irrelevant. The contract can be broken. Rodolphus's expression flickered. What? There are ways. Loopholes. Conditions that can void even the most ironclad agreements. Harry smiled thinly. I've been doing research. And what I've found is, interesting. You're bluffing. Am I? Then why are you here? Why are you threatening me instead of just waiting for the wedding to happen? Harry took a step forward, and Rodolphus actually moved back. You're scared. You can feel something changing, something slipping out of your control. And you don't know how to stop it. I'll kill you. Rodolphus's voice was ragged. I'll kill you right here, right now. No, you won't. Harry's voice was steel. Because if you do, Bellatrix will know. She'll know exactly who murdered me and why. And whatever feelings she might have developed for you, whatever chance you had at making this marriage work, will die with me. The silence stretched between them. You think she cares about you? Rodolphus laughed, but it sounded hollow. You think she loves you? Bellatrix Black doesn't love anyone. She's incapable of it. She's cold, she's cruel, she's everything her family made her to be. You don't know her at all. I've known her since we were children. I watched her grow up, watched her become what she is. You've known her for 2 months. What could you possibly understand that I don't? Harry looked at him, really looked, seeing past the arrogance and the cruelty to the fear beneath. "I understand that she's more than what you see," he said quietly. "I understand that there's someone inside her who's been screaming to get out for years. And I understand that you've never once tried to hear her." Rodolphius stared at him. For just a moment, something flickered in his eyes, not doubt, exactly, but something close to it. Then the moment passed, and his expression hardened. "This isn't over," he said. "I know." Rodolphius turned and walked away, his companions following. None of them looked back. Harry stood by the lake for a long time, watching the water and thinking about everything that was coming. 1 month. 1 month until the solstice. 1 month until everything changed. He was ready for whatever came next. That night, Bellatrix found him in the astronomy tower. "I heard what happened," she said. "With Rodolphius. Down by the lake. News travels fast. In Slytherin, news travels at the speed of light." She moved to stand beside him at the railing. "Are you okay?" "Fine. He didn't touch me. This time." Her voice was tight. "But he will. He's not going to let this go." "I know. So what are we going to do?" Harry turned to face her. In the starlight, she looked almost ethereal, her dark hair loose around her shoulders, her eyes bright with worry and something else. Something that looked like love. "We're going to stick to the plan," he said. 1 more month. The winter solstice. We get to Arcturus, convince him to void the contract, and then what?" Her voice cracked slightly. "Even if your plan works, even if we break the contract, my family won't just let me go. They'll hunt me down. They'll punish everyone who helped me. They'll try." Harry took her hands. "But they won't succeed. Because by the time they realize what's happened, we'll be gone. You, me, anyone else who wants to escape. We'll disappear, start over, build new lives. Where? Anywhere. Everywhere. It doesn't matter, as long as we're free." She stared at him, her eyes searching his face. "You really believe that?" she said. "You really think we can do this?" "I know we can." "How? How can you be so certain?" Harry thought about everything he'd survived. Everything he'd lost. Everything he'd gained. The years of war, the deaths of friends, the final victory that had felt like defeat. "Because I've been through worse," he said simply. "And I'm still standing." She kissed him then, fierce, desperate, full of everything they couldn't say out loud. Harry held her close, feeling her heart beat against his chest, and made a silent promise. Whatever it took. Whatever the cost. He would keep her safe. He would save her soul. Even if it meant damning his own. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, The Marauders War. The first snow of December fell on a Tuesday. Harry watched it drift past the windows of the Slytherin common room, white flakes dissolving into the dark water of the lake. 3 weeks until the solstice. 3 weeks until everything they'd been planning either worked or fell apart completely. He should have been reviewing the infiltration route to Arcturus's estate. Should have been practicing the spells he'd need to bypass ancient wards. Should have been doing any of 100 things more productive than staring at snow. Instead, he was thinking about James Potter. His father was 16 years old, sitting somewhere in Gryffindor Tower, probably plotting pranks with Sirius and Remus and Peter. He had no idea that his unborn son was living in the same castle, fighting a war he couldn't even imagine. He had no idea about any of it. Harry had been careful to avoid direct contact. He'd watched from a distance, studied his father's mannerisms, listened to his laugh echo across the great hall. But he'd never spoken to him directly. Never let himself get close. It was too dangerous. Not just because of the paradox risks, but because Harry wasn't sure he could handle it. Seeing his father alive, young, full of potential that would be cut short in just a few years, it was a wound that never stopped bleeding. "You're brooding again." Harry turned. Bellatrix stood behind him, wrapped in a dark green dressing gown, her hair loose around her shoulders. It was late, past midnight, and the common room was empty except for the two of them. "I don't brood." "You absolutely brood. You get this look on your face, like you're carrying the weight of the entire world on your shoulders." She moved to stand beside him, following his gaze to the falling snow. "What are you thinking about?" "The future. The past. Everything in between." "That's not an answer." "It's the only answer I have." She was quiet for a moment. "Then, tell me something true. Something you've never told anyone else." Harry considered the request. There were so many things he could say, secrets he'd carried for years, truths that would shatter everything she thought she knew. But one rose to the surface, demanding to be spoken. "My parents," he said quietly. "They died when I was a baby. Murdered by the Dark Lord. I grew up not knowing anything about them, just their names and how they died." Bellatrix's expression shifted. "I didn't know. No one here does. It hasn't happened yet." He turned to face her. "In my timeline, you were one of his most loyal followers. You helped him come back from death. You killed people I loved. And my parents." He stopped, struggling with the words. "My parents died fighting against everything you believed in." The silence stretched between them, heavy with implications. "Why are you telling me this?" Bellatrix's voice was barely a whisper. "Because I want you to understand what I'm risking. What it costs me to be here, to trust you, to love you." Harry reached out and cupped her face in his hands. "The person you became in my timeline was a monster. She would have killed me without hesitation. She did kill people I cared about. And I hated her, truly, deeply hated her. And now I'm standing here, falling in love with the person she was before all that. The person you still are." He pressed his forehead against hers. "I'm terrified, Bellatrix. Not of your family, not of Voldemort, not of any of the dangers we're facing. I'm terrified that I won't be able to save you. That I'll fail, and you'll become that thing anyway, and everything I've done will have been for nothing." Bellatrix was silent for a long moment. When she spoke, her voice was thick with emotion. "I won't become that," she said. "I won't. Whatever it takes, whatever I have to do, I won't become the person you're describing." "You can't know that." "Yes, I can. Because now I know what's at stake. I know what happens if I give in." She pulled back slightly, meeting his eyes. "You came back through time to save me. You gave up everything, your life, your friends, your entire future, for someone who hadn't earned it yet. Do you think I'm going to waste that? Do you think I'm going to let you down?" Harry felt something crack inside his chest. All the walls he'd built, all the careful distance he'd maintained, it crumbled in the face of her fierce determination. "I love you," he said. The words felt inadequate, but they were all he had. "I know." She kissed him, soft and sweet. "I love you too. Now come to bed. We both need sleep, and you're going to need your strength for what's coming." She took his hand and led him toward the dormitories. Harry followed, letting himself be pulled away from the window and the snow and the weight of everything he was carrying. Tomorrow would bring new challenges. But tonight, he had this. It was enough. The Marauders made their move 3 days later. Harry was eating breakfast when an owl dropped a note in his porridge. He fished it out, ignoring the splatters on his robes, and read the terse message, "Need to talk. Room of requirement. Noon. Come alone." There was no signature, but Harry recognized the handwriting. He'd seen it before, in letters that hadn't been written yet, letters from a man who would one day become his godfather. Sirius. Harry arrived at the room of requirement exactly at noon. The door appeared as he approached, A simple wooden entrance that looked nothing like the grand doorway he remembered from his own time. Inside, he found all four of them waiting. James Potter sat on a battered couch, his glasses slightly askew, his expression guarded. Sirius stood by the window, arms crossed, watching Harry with an intensity that felt like a physical weight. Remus Lupin occupied an armchair, his scarred face unreadable. And Peter Pettigrew hovered near the door, looking nervous and out of place. Harry's stomach twisted at the sight of them. His father. His godfather. His favorite teacher. And the man who would one day betray them all. "You came alone," Sirius said. "It wasn't a question. You asked me to. We've been talking." James stood, moving to stand beside Sirius. "About you. About what you're doing. About whether we can trust you. And what did you decide? That's what this meeting is for." James's voice was harder than Harry expected. This wasn't the joking, carefree teenager he'd heard stories about. This was someone who'd grown up in the shadow of a rising war, who'd learned to be suspicious of everyone and everything. "Sirius says you're trying to save Bellatrix. That you're from the future. That you know things about what's coming." Harry glanced at Sirius, who shrugged. "They needed to know. I couldn't ask them to help without telling them why." "Help with what?" "The solstice," Remus spoke for the first time. His voice was quiet, thoughtful. "You're planning to break into Arcturus Black's estate. Sirius told us. It's an ambitious plan." "Ambitious and insane," Peter added. His voice was higher than Harry remembered, more wheedling. "If you get caught, we won't get caught." Harry forced himself to look at Peter, to treat him like just another student and not the traitor who would murder his parents. "Not if we're careful." "Careful?" James laughed without humor. "You're talking about breaking into the most heavily warded private residence in Britain. You're talking about confronting one of the most powerful wizards of his generation. You're talking about overturning a marriage contract that the entire Black family has invested in." He stepped closer to Harry, his eyes hard. "That's not careful. That's suicide." "Maybe. But it's Bellatrix's only chance." "Why should we care about Bellatrix's chance?" The words were sharp, bitter. "She's a Black. She's engaged to a Lestrange. She's been marked for the Dark Lord since before she could walk. Why should any of us risk our lives for someone who's going to end up on the wrong side anyway?" Harry felt anger surge through him, hot, bright, dangerous. He forced it down. "Because she's not on the wrong side yet," he said quietly. "Because right now, today, she's still capable of choosing something different. And because if we don't help her, if we let her family turn her into what they want her to be, then we're part of the problem." "That's a nice speech. But it doesn't answer my question." "Fine. You want a real answer." Harry met James's eyes, letting some of his own intensity show through. "I know what happens if we don't save her. I know what she becomes, a torturer, a murderer, a monster who laughs while she kills. I know the people she hurts, the lives she destroys, the damage she does to everyone around her. And I know that somewhere inside her, there's still a person worth saving. A person who deserves a chance to be something better." James was silent for a moment. Then, "How do you know? How can you be so sure?" "Because I've seen it. I've lived it." Harry's voice cracked slightly. "In my timeline, she killed people I loved. She tortured my friends. She did things that still give me nightmares. And when I finally watched her die, when I stood over her body and knew she'd never hurt anyone again, I didn't feel relief. I felt grief. Because I knew that somewhere along the way, someone had failed her. Someone had let her become that thing when they could have helped her become something else." The room was very quiet. "I came back to fix that," Harry continued. "Not just for her, for everyone. For all the people she would have hurt. For all the damage she would have done. For the war that might have been prevented if one person, just one person, had reached her in time. He looked around at all of them, the friends who would one day become his family. I can't do it alone. I need help. Your help. Will you give it? The silence stretched for what felt like hours. Then Sirius stepped forward. I'm in, he said. I've been in since the beginning. She's my cousin, the only family I have left that's worth saving. Whatever you need, I'll do it. Remus nodded slowly. The plan is risky, but it's not impossible. With the right preparation, the right timing. He met Harry's eyes. I'll help. For the reasons you've stated, and because I believe in second chances. Peter looked uncertain, his eyes darting between the others. I don't know. It seems dangerous. If we get caught. Then we get caught, James said. His voice was different now, still hard, but with something else underneath. Something that sounded almost like respect. But we don't let that stop us. He extended his hand to Harry. I'm in too. Not because I trust you, I don't, not yet. But because what you're describing, the future you're talking about. I don't want to live in a world where we didn't even try to stop it. Harry took his father's hand and shook it. The touch sent electricity through his entire body, 25 years of longing compressed into a single moment of contact. Thank you, he said. The words felt inadequate for everything he was feeling. Don't thank me yet. James's smile was grim. We haven't actually done anything. And if your plan fails? It won't fail. How can you be so sure? Harry thought about everything he'd survived. Everything he'd lost. Everything that had led him to this moment, this room, this impossible alliance. Because failure isn't an option, he said simply. Not for this. Not for her. James studied him for a long moment. Then he nodded, something shifting in his expression. All right. Let's hear this plan of yours. The planning took hours. Harry laid out everything he knew about Arcturus Black's estate, the location, the ward structure, the windows of vulnerability during the solstice. Sirius filled in details from his own knowledge of Black family magic, explaining the specific enchantments they'd likely face and how to counter them. Remus contributed tactical analysis, identifying weak points in Harry's approach and suggesting alternatives. Even Peter offered useful insights about escape routes and contingency plans, his natural paranoia serving as an unexpected asset. By the time they finished, the sun was setting and Harry's voice was hoarse from talking. So we've got 2 weeks, James summarized. 2 weeks to prepare, practice, and position ourselves. Then on the solstice, we infiltrate the estate, reach Arcturus, and somehow convince him to void the marriage contract. That's the basic outline, yes. What about Bellatrix? Does she know we're involved? Not yet. I wanted to make sure you were actually committed before I told her. Smart. James stretched, his joints popping. We should probably tell her soon, though. She's going to be the key to convincing Arcturus. The whole plan hinges on her being able to reach him emotionally. I know. I'll talk to her tonight. One more thing. James's expression turned serious. You're asking us to trust you with our lives. You're asking us to commit to a plan that could get us all killed or worse. I think we deserve to know who you really are. Harry had been expecting this question. He'd prepared an answer, a careful combination of truth and misdirection that would satisfy their curiosity without revealing too much. But looking at them now, his father, his godfather, the men who would one day die protecting him, he couldn't bring himself to lie. My name isn't Hadrian Peveril, he said. It's Harry. Harry Potter. The room went very still. Potter? James's voice was strangled. You're saying your son. In the future I came from. Harry met his father's eyes, seeing his own features reflected back at him. You marry a woman named Lily Evans. You have a son, me. And when I'm 1 year old, the Dark Lord comes to kill us. You die protecting us. Both of you. James's face had gone white. That's impossible. It's the future. One future, anyway. The one I'm trying to change. But if you're my son, if you change things, I might never be born. I know. Harry's voice was steady, despite the turmoil inside him. I've thought about it. A lot. And I've decided it's worth the risk. Worth the risk? Sirius's voice was incredulous. You're talking about erasing yourself from existence. I'm talking about saving lives. Hundreds of lives. Maybe thousands. Harry looked at each of them in turn. In my timeline, the war we're fighting right now gets worse. Much worse. The Dark Lord returns after everyone thinks he's dead. He builds a new army, starts a new war. People I love die, people in this room die. And by the end of it, even victory feels like defeat. But if you change things, then maybe none of that happens. Maybe my parents live. Maybe Sirius doesn't spend 12 years in Azkaban. Maybe, he stopped, forcing himself to breathe. Maybe everything is different. Better. Worth the price. The silence stretched between them, heavy with implications none of them were ready to process. Finally, James spoke. You're either the bravest person I've ever met, he said slowly, or the most insane. Can't it be both? James laughed, a short, sharp sound that released some of the tension in the room. I suppose it can. He stepped forward and, to Harry's shock, pulled him into a hug. It was awkward and brief, but it was real, the first embrace Harry had ever received from his father. Whatever happens, James said quietly, whatever you have to sacrifice to make this work, know that I'm proud of you. Even if I never get the chance to be your father, I'm proud of the man you've become. Harry couldn't speak. His throat was too tight, his eyes too wet. Now then. James pulled back, clapping Harry on the shoulder. Let's go save your girlfriend. That night, Harry gathered everyone who needed to know. The room of requirement had transformed into something larger, a comfortable space with cushions and armchairs, warm lighting, and enough room for the 7 people who would be planning the most dangerous mission of their lives. Bellatrix sat beside Harry, her hand in his. She'd taken the news about the Marauders' involvement better than he'd expected. Apparently, the idea of her blood traitor cousin helping to save her had a certain poetic justice that appealed to her dark sense of humor. The 4 Marauders spread out across the room, with James and Sirius closest to the center and Remus and Peter hanging back slightly. There was still tension between Bellatrix and Sirius. Years of family conflict didn't dissolve overnight, but they'd managed a fragile truce. All right, Harry said. Everyone knows the basic plan. Now we need to work out the details. What followed was 3 hours of intense discussion, debate, and occasional argument. They mapped out every step of the infiltration, identified potential points of failure, developed backup plans for their backup plans. By the end, they had something that almost resembled a viable strategy. The key is timing, Remus said, studying the diagram they'd created on a large piece of parchment. The wards will be weakest at midnight, when the solstice energy is at its peak. We have maybe 30 minutes before they start strengthening again. 30 minutes to get in, find Arcturus, convince him to help, and get out, Sirius added. That's not a lot of time. It's enough if we don't waste any of it. Harry pointed to the estate's floor plan, which Sirius had sketched from memory. Arcturus's private chambers are here, on the 3rd floor. If we can avoid detection until we reach him, we might be able to have the conversation we need without anyone else knowing we're there. And if we can't avoid detection? James asked. Then we improvise. Harry met his father's eyes. We've all been in fights before. We know how to handle ourselves. The goal is to reach Arcturus and convince him, everything else is secondary. Easy for you to say. You're not the one who'll be fighting off black family house elves. House elves aren't our biggest threat. Bellatrix spoke for the first time in several minutes. Her voice was quiet but intense. My family doesn't rely on house elves for security. They have something else. What? Portraits. Every significant room in the estate has portraits of black family ancestors. They see everything, report everything. The moment we're spotted, every portrait in the house will know, and they'll alert the living members of the family immediately. Harry felt a chill. He'd forgotten about that particular detail. In his own time, the portraits had been a nuisance but not a serious threat. But in an active estate, with the family still in power. How do we counter that? Remus asked. We don't. Not completely. Bellatrix's expression was grim. But we can minimize the damage. There's a spell, old magic, something my grandmother taught me before she died. It can blind portraits temporarily. Make them see only what you want them to see. You can do that? I think so. I've never actually tried it, but I remember the theory. She glanced at Harry. It's risky. If the spell doesn't work perfectly, they'll know something's wrong. They might not see us clearly, but they'll know we're there. It's better than nothing. Harry squeezed her hand. Can you practice before the solstice? Make sure you can do it reliably. I can try. Then we add it to the plan. Harry turned back to the group. Anything else? The discussion continued for another hour, covering everything from communication methods to extraction routes. By the time they finally called it a night, Harry's head was pounding and his body ached from tension. But they had a plan. A real plan, with real people committed to making it work. 2 weeks. 2 weeks until everything changed. He was ready. The days before the solstice blurred together in a haze of preparation. Harry spent every spare moment training, practicing spells he hadn't used since the war, honing his reflexes, pushing his magic to its limits. The room of requirement became his second home, transforming into whatever environment he needed, a dueling arena, a simulation of the Black Estate, a meditation space for working on his occlumency. Bellatrix trained alongside him, her determination matching his own. She practiced the portrait blinding spell until she could cast it perfectly, repeatedly, without hesitation. She also worked on her combat magic, refining techniques Harry had taught her over the past months. They made a good team. Harry's raw power and combat experience complemented Bellatrix's precision and creativity. When they dueled together, they moved like two halves of the same whole, anticipating each other's movements, covering each other's weaknesses. It felt natural. Right. Like they'd been fighting side by side for years instead of weeks. You're getting better, Harry said one evening, after a particularly intense session. I have a good teacher. Bellatrix wiped sweat from her forehead, her dark hair plastered to her skin. Although I'm starting to think you've been holding back on me. What makes you say that? The way you fight. The spells you use. She met his eyes. You learned those in a war. A real war, not just training sessions. I can tell. Harry didn't deny it. The war lasted 7 years. By the end, I'd lost count of how many battles I'd been in. How many people I'd killed. Does it get easier? The killing? Harry thought about the question carefully. The killing itself? Yes. Your body learns to do what needs to be done, even when your mind is screaming against it. But the aftermath, the memories. He shook his head. Those never get easier. You just learn to live with them. Bellatrix was quiet for a moment. I don't want to become a killer. You won't have to. Not if our plan works. And if it doesn't? Harry reached out and took her hand. Then we'll deal with whatever comes next. Together. She smiled, a real smile, not the polished mask she wore for everyone else. Together. I like the sound of that. The attack came 5 days before the solstice. Harry was walking back from the library when he felt it, a prickle at the back of his neck, a warning sense he'd developed over years of combat. Someone was watching him. Someone was following. He kept walking, pretending not to notice, while his hand drifted toward his wand. The curse came from behind, a streak of purple light that would have hit him square in the back if he hadn't been expecting it. Harry spun, deflecting the spell with a shield that materialized just in time. Rodolphius Lestrange stood at the end of the corridor, his wand raised, his face twisted with fury. "I warned you," Rodolphius snarled. "I told you what would happen if you kept interfering. And I told you I don't take orders from you. Then you'll die." Rodolphius attacked without further warning, launching a barrage of curses that Harry barely managed to dodge. The spells were nasty, cutting hexes, bone breakers, at least one that looked like an unforgivable, and they were coming fast. Harry fell back, deflecting what he could and dodging the rest. He couldn't afford to fight at full power here, not in the middle of Hogwarts, where any display of his true abilities would raise questions he couldn't answer. But Rodolphius wasn't holding back. Each spell was meant to maim or kill. "Fight me!" Rodolphius screamed, sending another curse hurtling toward Harry's head. "Stop running and fight!" Harry ducked under the spell and made a decision. He couldn't keep playing defense forever. If he didn't end this quickly, someone would get hurt, probably him. He stopped retreating and planted his feet. "Fine," he said quietly. "You want to fight? You've got one." He attacked. The next 30 seconds were the most intense of Harry's time in 1975. He threw everything he had at Rodolphius, not the flashy, obvious spells that would reveal too much, but the subtle, devastating combat magic he'd learned in the war. Disabling curses that targeted specific muscle groups. Confusion hexes that disrupted coordination. Pain spells that didn't leave marks but hurt like hell. Rodolphius tried to keep up, but he was outclassed. Harry had fought Death Eaters for years, real Death Eaters, hardened killers who'd been practicing dark magic since before Rodolphius was born. This arrogant teenager was nothing compared to them. In less than a minute, it was over. Rodolphius lay on the floor of the corridor, his wand several feet away, his body twitching from the aftereffects of Harry's final spell. He was conscious, Harry had made sure of that, but he wasn't getting up anytime soon. Harry stood over him, breathing hard, his wand pointed at Rodolphius's face. "I could kill you," he said quietly. "Right now, right here. No one would know. I could make it look like an accident, or blame it on someone else, or just disappear before anyone found the body." Rodolphius's eyes were wide with terror. He tried to speak, but Harry's spell had paralyzed his vocal cords. "But I'm not going to do that. Do you know why?" Harry crouched down, bringing his face close to Rodolphius's. "Because killing you would be too easy. It would be letting you off the hook for everything you've done and everything you were planning to do." He leaned even closer. "Instead, I'm going to take everything from you. Your fiancé. Your alliance. Your future. I'm going to watch while your carefully planned life falls apart, and there won't be a damn thing you can do to stop it." He smiled, a cold, dangerous expression that felt wrong on his face. "And every time you think about coming after me again, I want you to remember this moment. Remember how easily I beat you. Remember that the only reason you're still alive is because I chose to let you live." He stood and walked away, leaving Rodolphius lying in the corridor. His hands were shaking. His heart was pounding. He'd come so close to crossing a line, so close to becoming something he'd sworn he'd never be. But he'd held back. He'd made a choice. It had to count for something. The aftermath of the fight spread through the school like wildfire. By dinner that evening, everyone knew that the mysterious Hadrian Peveril had fought Rodolphius Lestrange and won decisively. Opinions varied on what had actually happened. Some said Harry had used dark magic, others claimed he'd cheated somehow, still others insisted the whole thing had been staged. But one thing was universally agreed: Harry Peveril was not someone to be trifled with. Bellatrix found him in the astronomy tower that night, staring out at the stars with a troubled expression. "I heard what happened," she said. "Everyone's heard what happened. Are you okay?" Harry turned to face her. "He tried to kill me, Bellatrix. In the middle of a school corridor, in broad daylight. He would have murdered me if I hadn't been ready for him. I know. And I almost killed him back. I had my wand at his throat, and I wanted to do it. I wanted to end him right there and make sure he never hurt anyone again." Harry's voice cracked. "What does that make me?" Bellatrix moved closer, wrapping her arms around him. "It makes you human," she said softly. "It makes you someone who's been through hell and come out the other side. It makes you someone who's capable of great violence but chooses not to use it. I don't feel like a good person right now. Good people doubt themselves. Evil people never do." She pulled back slightly, cupping his face in her hands. "You could have killed him. You didn't. That's what matters." Harry closed his eyes, letting her words wash over him. "I love you," he said. "I know. I love you too." She kissed him gently. "Now stop brooding and come to bed. We have a solstice to prepare for." He let her lead him away from the tower, away from the cold and the darkness and the weight of everything he was carrying. For days until the solstice. For days until everything changed. He was ready. The days before the solstice passed in a blur. Harry met with the Marauders twice more, finalizing details and running through scenarios. Everyone knew their role, their backup plans, their extraction points. They were as prepared as they could possibly be. But preparation could only do so much. The rest would come down to execution, and luck. The night before the solstice, Harry sat alone in the room of requirement, running through the plan one final time. Everything was in place. Everyone knew what they needed to do. Tomorrow, they would either succeed or fail. There was nothing left to prepare. Nothing left to plan. Just the waiting. "You should be asleep." Harry looked up. James stood in the doorway, his expression unreadable in the dim light. "So should you." "Couldn't sleep." James moved into the room, settling into an armchair across from Harry. "Kept thinking about tomorrow. About everything that could go wrong." "That's a long list. Tell me about it." James was quiet for a moment. "Can I ask you something? Something personal?" "You can ask." "I might not answer." "Fair enough." James leaned forward, his eyes serious. "In your timeline, the one you came from, what was I like? As a father?" Harry felt his chest tighten. "I don't know. You died when I was 1 year old. I never got to know you." "Right. Of course." James looked away. "Sorry. I shouldn't have, but I know what other people said about you." Harry's voice was soft. "Sirius told me stories. Remus told me stories. Everyone who knew you said you were brave, and loyal, and willing to die for the people you loved." He swallowed hard. "They said you faced Voldemort without a wand, trying to give my mother time to escape with me. They said you didn't hesitate. Didn't run. Just stood there and fought until he killed you." James was very still. "I grew up hating that I never got to know you," Harry continued. "Hating that all I had were other people's memories. But I also grew up proud. Proud to be your son. Proud that the man who gave me life was someone worth admiring." James didn't say anything. He just sat there, his eyes bright with unshed tears. "So to answer your question," Harry finished, "I don't know what you were like as a father. But I know what kind of man you were. And I think you would have been a great dad. If you'd had the chance." The silence stretched between them, heavy with everything they couldn't say. Finally, James stood. He crossed the room and pulled Harry into a hug, not brief and awkward like before, but fierce and real. "I'm going to make sure you get that chance," James said quietly. "Whatever it takes. I'm going to make sure you grow up with parents who love you." Harry couldn't speak. He just held on, letting himself feel, for just a moment, what it might have been like to have a father who was there. "Get some sleep," James said finally, pulling back. "Tomorrow's going to be a long day." "You too." James nodded and left. Harry sat alone in the room of requirement, staring at the space where his father had been. Tomorrow would change everything. For better or worse, nothing would ever be the same. He was ready. The morning of the winter solstice dawned clear and cold. Harry woke early, his body thrumming with nervous energy. He'd barely slept, but it didn't matter, adrenaline would carry him through whatever came next. He met the others in the room of requirement at noon. Everyone looked tense but determined. Even Peter, who'd been the most reluctant participant, seemed committed now. "Everyone knows the plan?" Harry asked. Nods all around. "Then let's review one more time." He gestured to the map they'd created, a detailed diagram of Arcturus's estate, with their route marked in red. "We leave at sundown. Apparate to the coordinates Sirius identified, about a mile from the estate, outside the ward boundary. From there, we approach on foot. The wards will be at their weakest starting around 11, Sirius added. We need to be in position by then. Once they start thinning, we have maybe 30 minutes to get in, find Arcturus, and get out. Bellatrix handles the portraits. Remus and Peter watch our backs. James and Sirius clear the way if we run into resistance." Harry met each of their eyes in turn. "And I do the talking. What if Arcturus won't listen?" James asked. "Then we improvise. But I don't think that'll happen." Harry glanced at Bellatrix. "We have something he wants. Something he's been missing for a very long time." "What's that?" "Hope." The rest of the day passed in final preparations. They checked their supplies, tested their communication spells, ran through combat scenarios one last time. By sundown, they were as ready as they'd ever be. Harry stood at the window of the room of requirement, watching the sun sink below the horizon. In a few hours, everything would be decided. "Scared?" Bellatrix appeared beside him, her reflection ghosting in the glass. "Terrified." "Good. Fear keeps you sharp." She slipped her hand into his. "Whatever happens tonight, I want you to know, this is the first time in my life I've felt truly free. Even before we succeed or fail, just knowing that we tried, that someone cared enough to try, that means everything to me." Harry turned to face her. In the fading light, she looked almost ethereal, beautiful and fierce and impossibly real. "We're going to win," he said. "I refuse to accept any other outcome. That's the spirit." She kissed him, quick and fierce. "Now let's go save my soul." They gathered the others and headed out into the night. The solstice had begun. Chapter 4 END Chapter 5, The Breaking Point. The Scottish Highlands in winter were a study in desolation. Harry materialized in a small clearing, the crack of apparition swallowed by the howling wind. Snow covered everything, the ground, the sparse trees, the rocky outcroppings that jutted from the earth like broken teeth. The cold bit through his robes immediately, sharp and unforgiving. One by one, the others appeared around him. Bellatrix first, then Sirius, then James and Remus and Peter. They huddled together against the wind, breath misting in the frigid air. "Everyone okay?" Harry called over the gale. Nods and murmured affirmations. "The estate is about a mile north." Sirius pointed toward a distant ridge. "We'll have to climb that rise to see it. The wards start about halfway up." They set off through the snow, moving as quickly as the terrain allowed. Harry took point, his wand out and ready. Behind him, the others spread into a loose formation, Bellatrix at his shoulder, James and Sirius flanking, Remus and Peter covering the rear. The climb was harder than it looked. The snow concealed treacherous footing, loose rocks, hidden ditches, patches of ice that sent them stumbling. By the time they reached the top of the ridge, everyone was breathing hard and sweating despite the cold. But the view made it worth it. Black Manor sprawled across the valley below, a massive structure of dark stone and Gothic architecture that seemed to grow from the hillside itself. Towers reached toward the sky like grasping fingers. Windows glowed with flickering firelight. And surrounding it all, visible only as a faint shimmer in the air, were the wards. Merlin, Peter breathed. It's huge. The main house has over 100 rooms, Sirius said quietly. I came here once, when I was a child. My great-grandfather was hosting a family gathering. I remember thinking it felt more like a prison than a home. Where will Arcturus be? Harry asked. His private chambers are in the East Tower. Top floor. That's where he spent most of his time since he went into seclusion. Harry studied the layout, comparing it to the mental map they'd built over weeks of planning. The East Tower was on the far side of the estate, they'd have to cross the entire complex to reach it. What's the time? He asked. Remus checked his watch. 11:15. The wards should start thinning soon. Then we wait. Harry found a sheltered spot behind a rocky outcropping and settled in. Everyone rest while you can. Once we go in, we won't stop until we reach Arcturus or we're forced to retreat. The others spread out, finding their own shelter from the wind. Bellatrix sat beside Harry, her shoulder pressed against his. How are you feeling? She asked quietly. Focused. Ready. He glanced at her. You. Terrified. Exhilarated. Slightly nauseous. She managed a small smile. The usual pre-battle cocktail. You've been in battles before. Training exercises. Family duels. Nothing like this. Her smile faded. Nothing where the stakes were real. Harry reached out and took her hand. You're going to be fine. You've trained for this. You know what to do. Do I? I've been practicing that portrait spell for weeks, but I've never actually used it in a real situation. What if I freeze? What if I can't? You won't freeze. Harry squeezed her hand. I've seen you duel. I've seen you fight. You're one of the most capable witches I've ever met. When the moment comes, you'll do what needs to be done. She looked at him for a long moment. How do you do that? Do what? Make me believe things are possible. Even when every rational part of my brain is screaming that they're not. Harry thought about the question. I guess. I've learned that the impossible is just the possible before anyone's tried it. Every great thing that's ever happened, every victory, every breakthrough, every moment of real change, started with someone deciding to try something everyone said couldn't be done. That's very philosophical. I've had a lot of time to think about it. He smiled slightly. Usually while running for my life. Despite everything, she laughed. The sound was quiet, almost lost in the wind, but it was real. I love you, she said. I love you too. He leaned over and kissed her forehead. Now focus. We've got work to do. At exactly 11 o'clock, the wards began to shift. Harry felt it first as a tingling in his magical senses, a loosening of the massive enchantments that surrounded the estate. It was subtle, easy to miss if you weren't looking for it, but unmistakable once you knew what to expect. Now, he said. They moved. The descent into the valley was faster than the climb, aided by gravity and adrenaline. Harry kept his pace measured, resisting the urge to rush. Speed was important, but so was caution. One wrong step, one triggered alarm, and the whole plan would collapse. They reached the ward boundary without incident. Up close, the shimmer was more visible, a faint distortion in the air, like heat waves rising from summer pavement. Harry extended his senses, probing the magical barrier. It was thin. Weakened by the solstice energy, just as Sirius had promised. Not gone, but permeable. Passable. "Everyone stay close," Harry said. "We go through together, on my count." They gathered around him, hands clasped, forming a chain. Harry raised his wand and began to murmur the sequence of spells they'd prepared, a careful combination of notice-me-not charms, magical dampening, and subtle ward manipulation. The air around them seemed to thicken, then relax. Now. They stepped through. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the ward closed around them, probing, testing, searching for threats. Harry held his breath, pouring concentration into maintaining the protective spells. After what felt like an eternity, the pressure eased. They were through. "We're in," Harry breathed. "That was the easy part," Sirius muttered. "The hard part's still ahead." They crossed the grounds quickly, sticking to shadows and avoiding the patches of light that spilled from the manor's windows. The snow muffled their footsteps, but Harry knew that stealth alone wouldn't protect them. The real test would come once they entered the building. They reached a servant's entrance on the east side, a small door, almost invisible against the dark stone. Sirius had identified it during their planning sessions as the least watched access point. Harry checked for alarm spells, found 2, and carefully disabled them. The door creaked open on ancient hinges. Inside, the manor was warm and dark. Torches burned at intervals along the corridor, casting pools of flickering light. The walls were lined with portraits, dozens of them, depicting generations of Black family ancestors. "Bellatrix," Harry whispered. "Now." She stepped forward, raising her wand. Her face was pale but determined. The spell she cast was barely visible, a subtle shimmer that spread from her wand like ripples on water. It washed over the portraits, and Harry watched as the painted figures seemed to freeze, their eyes going blank and unfocused. "It worked," Bellatrix breathed, sounding almost surprised. "You doubted yourself?" "Always." She managed a small smile. "Let's keep moving." They made their way deeper into the manor, following the route they'd memorized during weeks of planning. The corridors were empty, most of the staff would be asleep at this hour, and Arcturus apparently kept a minimal household anyway. But they weren't alone. Harry sensed it before he saw it, a presence, watching from somewhere in the darkness. He stopped, raising a hand to halt the others. "What is it?" James whispered. "Something's wrong." The attack came from above. A house elf materialized on the ceiling, defying gravity, its huge eyes blazing with fury. It raised one long-fingered hand and unleashed a bolt of pure magical force that would have taken Harry's head off if he hadn't been expecting it. He dodged, rolling to the side, and came up with his wand already casting. His stunner caught the elf in mid-air, and it crumpled, tumbling to the floor in a heap of oversized ears and pillowcase clothing. "House elf," Sirius said, his voice tight. "The really old families train them for combat." "I'd forgotten." "Are there more?" Remus asked. As if in answer, 3 more elves materialized at the end of the corridor, their tiny bodies bristling with hostile magic. "Move!" Harry shouted. "I'll hold them off." "We're not leaving you." James protested. "You're not leaving me, you're completing the mission." Harry was already moving, putting himself between the elves and the others. "Get Bellatrix to Arcturus. I'll catch up." For a moment, James hesitated. Then he nodded, grabbed Bellatrix's arm, and started running. "Go!" Harry shouted to the others. They went. Sirius cast one last look over his shoulder, then followed his friends into the darkness. Harry turned to face the house elves. "All right," he said. "Let's see what you've got." Fighting house elves was nothing like fighting wizards. They were faster, more agile, and completely unfazed by pain or injury. Their magic was different too, raw and primal, without the structure of wand-based casting. They threw bolts of pure force, conjured barriers of solid air, and teleported seemingly at will. Harry had fought dark wizards, Death Eaters, even Voldemort himself. But he'd never faced anything quite like this. He fell back, dodging and deflecting, using the narrow corridor to limit how many could attack at once. His stunners were effective, but only when they hit, and these elves were almost impossible to hit. One of them got behind him, appearing out of nowhere to claw at his back. Harry spun, caught it with an impediment jinx, and blasted it into the wall. Another took its place immediately. This wasn't sustainable. He was good, but he was outnumbered, and more elves were appearing every minute. The manor's defenses were waking up. He needed to end this. Now. Harry reached deep inside himself, drawing on reserves of power he rarely touched. It was dangerous, using this much magic could burn him out, leave him helpless when he was needed most. But he didn't have a choice. The spell he cast wasn't one he'd learned in any class. It was something he'd developed during the war, when conventional magic wasn't enough. A wave of pure magical force, expanding outward in all directions. The effect was immediate and devastating. Every house elf in the corridor was slammed against the walls, their tiny bodies pinned by invisible pressure. The torches flickered and died. The portraits rattled in their frames. And Harry collapsed to one knee, gasping for breath. The elves recovered faster than he'd hoped. They shook off the effects of his spell and started advancing again, their huge eyes glowing with renewed fury. Harry forced himself to his feet. He couldn't keep this up. He needed to, Harry. He turned. Bellatrix was running toward him, her wand blazing with spell fire. Behind her came James and Sirius, both casting as they ran. "We got separated," Bellatrix shouted. "The corridors all look the same. I thought I told you to keep going." "You did. We didn't listen." Together, they made short work of the remaining elves. It was a brutal, ugly fight, nothing like the elegant duels they'd practiced. But when it was over, they were still standing. "Is everyone okay?" Harry panted. Nods all around, though everyone looked worse for wear. James had a cut on his forehead that was bleeding freely. Sirius was favoring his left arm. And Bellatrix. Bellatrix was staring at something behind him. Harry turned. Arcturus Black stood at the end of the corridor, watching them with ancient, fathomless eyes. He was old. Incredibly, impossibly old, his face a mass of wrinkles, his white hair hanging in sparse wisps around a nearly bald scalp. But there was nothing feeble about him. Magic radiated from his thin frame like heat from a furnace. "So," he said, his voice a dry rasp. "The intruders reveal themselves." Harry stepped forward, putting himself between Arcturus and the others. "Lord Black. We need to talk." "Talk?" The old man's laugh was like dead leaves rustling. "You break into my home. You attack my servants. And now you want to talk. We didn't come here to fight. We came here because we need your help." "My help?" Arcturus's eyes narrowed. "Who are you, boy? You're not one of mine. I know the bloodlines. You don't belong to any of them. My name is Harry Potter. And I'm from the future." The silence that followed was absolute. "The future," Arcturus repeated slowly. "An interesting claim. And completely unprovable. I can prove it. I can tell you things that haven't happened yet, events, deaths, the outcomes of conflicts that are still being fought. That proves nothing. You could be a seer. A particularly skilled legilimens. A con artist with a good research team." Arcturus shook his head. "I've lived a long time, boy. I've heard every lie there is to hear. You'll have to do better than that. Then don't believe I'm from the future. Believe what I'm telling you about now." Harry gestured toward Bellatrix. Look at her. Really look. What do you see? Arcturus's gaze shifted to Bellatrix, and something changed in his expression. For a moment, just a moment, the cold mask slipped, revealing something ancient and painful. Bella, he said softly. You've grown so much since I last saw you. Great-grandfather. Bellatrix's voice was steady, but Harry could see her hands trembling. I need your help. My help? The mask snapped back into place. You need nothing from me. Your father has ensured that. Your future is secure. My future is a prison. A marriage I didn't choose, to a man I don't love. And after that. She hesitated, glancing at Harry. Tell him, Harry said quietly. Bellatrix took a deep breath. After that, there's a ritual. Something father and the Lestranges have planned. They call it the anime vincula. They're going to, I know what it is. Arcturus's voice had gone flat. Dangerous. I know what it does. Then you know what it will do to me. It will destroy everything I am. Everything I could become. It will turn me into a weapon for the Dark Lord. Bellatrix stepped forward, her voice rising. Is that what you want? Is that what you think I deserve? What you deserve is irrelevant. What matters is the family. The bloodline. The continuation of everything we've built. At what cost? How many children have you sacrificed on the altar of family? How many souls have been destroyed to preserve your precious bloodline? Arcturus flinched. It was tiny, barely visible, but Harry saw it. You sound like your mother, the old man said quietly. My mother is a shell of who she used to be. Is that what you want for me too? The silence stretched between them, heavy with decades of accumulated pain. Then Harry spoke. Lord Black. I know you approved the marriage contract. I know you believe you were doing what's best for the family. But the future I came from, the future where that contract is fulfilled, is a nightmare. Your family doesn't prosper. It's destroyed. Almost everyone with the name Black ends up dead or insane or in prison. Arcturus's eyes fixed on Harry, sharp and piercing despite his age. How? War. The Dark Lord loses, not once, but twice. And everyone who followed him pays the price. Bellatrix spends 15 years in Azkaban before dying in a battle she can't win. Her husband is killed. Her sister Narcissa barely survives. Sirius, Harry glanced at his godfather, standing pale and silent nearby. Sirius dies too. Killed by the same woman standing in front of you now, because by then, the soul ritual will have turned her into something unrecognizable. You expect me to believe this? I expect you to look at her and see what I see. A girl with so much potential, so much power, being crushed by a system that treats her as property instead of a person. A girl who could be great, truly great, if someone just gave her the chance. Harry stepped closer to the old man. You loved Druella once. You loved the girl she was before she became what the family demanded. You watched her disappear, piece by piece, until nothing was left but a cold shell. And you've never forgiven yourself for letting it happen. Arcturus's face had gone pale. How do you know that? Because I've seen the same thing happen to other people I cared about. Because I know what it looks like when the light goes out of someone's eyes. Harry met the old man's gaze. Don't let it happen again. Not to her. Not when you have the power to stop it. The silence stretched for what felt like hours. Then Arcturus turned to Bellatrix. Is this what you want? He asked. Truly. Not what he wants, not what your friends want, what do you want? Bellatrix's answer was immediate. I want to be free. I want to choose my own life. I want to become someone I can be proud of, instead of someone my family manufactured. And if I void the contract? If I refuse to allow the marriage? Your father will disown you. Your mother will pretend you never existed. You'll be cast out, alone, with nothing. I won't be alone. Bellatrix glanced at Harry. I'll have him. And I'll have myself. That's more than I've ever had before. Arcturus studied her for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. You have her spirit, he said quietly. Druella's spirit, before they broke her. I'd thought it was gone from the family forever. He turned to Harry. You. Potter. If I do this, if I void the contract, what happens then? Then Bellatrix is free. She can make her own choices, build her own life. And maybe, just maybe, the future changes. The war ends differently. Fewer people die. And my family? Your family has a chance to become something better than what it is now. A chance to produce people like Sirius, he gestured toward his godfather, who reject darkness instead of embracing it. A chance to survive into a future worth living. Arcturus was silent for a long time. Around them, the manor creaked and groaned, as if the very building was holding its breath. Finally, he spoke. The contract is void. The words seemed to echo in the corridor, carrying a weight far beyond their simple meaning. I, Arcturus Black, head of the noble and most ancient house of Black, hereby declare the marriage contract between Bellatrix Black and Rodolphius Lestrange null and void. So I speak, so it shall be. Magic rippled through the air, a tangible pulse that Harry felt in his bones. Something was changing. Something fundamental was shifting in the fabric of reality. Bellatrix gasped, her hand flying to her chest. I felt it. The binding, it's gone. You're free, Arcturus said. Free from the contract. Free from the Lestranges. Free from. He paused, something ancient and sad moving across his face. Free from me. Great-grandfather, don't. He held up a hand. You owe me nothing. If anything, I owe you. I should have done this years ago, when I first saw what your father was becoming. But I was a coward. I told myself that tradition mattered more than individuals. That the family would survive as long as the bloodlines remained pure. He shook his head slowly. I was wrong. The family has been dying for generations, not from impure blood, but from impure hearts. We forgot what we were supposed to be protecting. We forgot that the people are more important than the name. It's not too late, Harry said. The future can still change. You can still change it. Arcturus looked at him, really looked, as if seeing him for the first time. You're not just from the future, are you? He said quietly. You're something else. Something more. Harry didn't answer. He didn't know what to say. Keep her safe, Arcturus continued. Whatever you are, wherever you came from, keep her safe. She's the best of us. The only one worth saving. I will. Harry's voice was fierce with conviction. I promise. Arcturus nodded. Then he turned and walked away, disappearing into the shadows of the corridor. They stood in silence for a long moment, processing what had just happened. We did it, Sirius said finally, his voice disbelieving. We actually did it. Not yet, Harry said. The contract is void, but we're not safe yet. We need to get out of here before. The alarm began to wail. The escape was chaos. Harry had hoped they'd have more time, that the voided contract would be their only concern, that they could slip out the same way they'd come in. But the alarm changed everything. House elves materialized everywhere, blocking corridors, throwing up barriers. Portraits that had been blinded by Bellatrix's spell suddenly woke up, screaming warnings to anyone who could hear. The manor itself seemed to come alive, staircases shifting, doors sealing themselves. They ran. James took point, blasting through obstacles with raw Gryffindor determination. Sirius covered the rear, his wand spitting curses at anything that pursued them. Remus guided them through the maze of corridors, his sense of direction somehow functioning despite the chaos. Harry stayed with Bellatrix, protecting her with everything he had. They reached the servants' entrance just as it slammed shut, sealed by magic Harry couldn't break. He tried 3 different counter spells, then 4, then 5. Nothing worked. "Window," Sirius shouted, pointing to a narrow opening high on the wall. It was too small for most of them, but not for all. "Peter," James called. "Can you get through?" Peter was already transforming, his body shrinking and shifting into the small rat form that Harry remembered all too well. The rat scrambled up the wall, squeezed through the window, and disappeared. A moment later, the door clicked open from the outside. They poured through, emerging into the freezing night air. The snow was coming down harder now, reducing visibility to almost nothing. Behind them, the manor blazed with light as more and more of its defenses activated. "The ward boundary," Harry shouted over the wind. "We need to reach it before they lock the whole estate down." They ran for the ridge, half sliding down the valley's slope in their haste. Harry could feel the wards pulsing around them, tightening, trying to trap them inside. They had minutes at best. Sirius reached the boundary first. He hit it at full speed, and bounced off, thrown backward into the snow. "It's sealed," he gasped, climbing to his feet. "They've locked us in." Harry's mind raced. The wards were solstice weakened, but that weakness was fading fast. In a few minutes, they'd be at full strength, impenetrable. "Unless..." "Everyone together," he said. "Form a circle. Hold hands." "What are you? Just do it." They obeyed, clustering together in the howling snow. Harry felt their hands connect, felt the chain of their combined magic linking them together. He reached deep inside himself, deeper than he'd ever gone before. Past the careful limits he'd placed on his power. Past the safeguards and restraints he'd built over years of training. Down to the core of who he was. "The Hallows," Bellatrix breathed, her eyes going wide. "You really do have them." Harry didn't answer. He was too busy concentrating. The magic that flowed through him now wasn't ordinary magic. It was something older, deeper, connected to the very fabric of reality. The power of the Deathly Hallows, united in a single vessel for the first time in centuries. He pushed it outward, through the circle of clasped hands, through the linked chain of their combined power. The wards shattered. They apparat. Harry woke in the hospital wing. He knew it was the hospital wing without opening his eyes, the smell of healing potions, the crinkle of starched sheets, the distant sound of Madame Pomfrey bustling about. He'd spent enough time in places like this to recognize them by feel alone. "He's waking up," someone said. Sirius's voice. Harry opened his eyes. He was lying in a narrow bed, surrounded by familiar faces. James sat in a chair to his left, looking exhausted but relieved. Sirius hovered nearby, his arm in a sling. Remus and Peter stood at the foot of the bed. And Bellatrix sat on the edge of the mattress, holding his hand. "You're an idiot," she said. "I've heard that before. You could have killed yourself. That much magic, through the Hallows, no one's ever done anything like that before. Someone had to. Not you." Her voice cracked slightly. "Not always you." Harry reached up and touched her face. "I'm fine. We're all fine. We made it." "Barely." James stood, stretching. "You've been unconscious for 2 days. Dumbledore found us at the apparition point. Apparently half of magical Britain felt whatever you did back there. Is Arcturus fine? Angry, probably, but fine. He sent an owl yesterday, officially confirming that the contract is void. It's already in the ministry records." James smiled grimly. "Cygnus Black is furious, by all accounts. Rodolphus even more so. But there's nothing they can do. The head of house has spoken." Harry felt relief wash through him. It had worked. Against all odds, their insane plan had actually worked. "What about the ritual?" he asked. "The anime vincula?" "Can't happen without the marriage," Sirius said. The ritual was supposed to be part of the wedding ceremony, a way to ensure Bellatrix's loyalty to her new family. Without the wedding, there's no framework for the ritual. She's safe. For now, Bellatrix added quietly. Harry looked at her. "What do you mean?" "The contract was just the beginning. My family won't give up that easily. They'll find other ways to control me. Other methods to bring me back into line." Her jaw tightened. "This isn't over. It's just starting. Then we'll face it together." Harry squeezed her hand. "Whatever comes next, we face it together." She smiled, a real smile, not the polished mask she'd worn for so long. "Together," she agreed. The next few days were a blur of recovery and revelation. News of the voided contract spread through the wizarding world like wildfire. The Daily Prophet ran headlines about "Scandal in the Sacred 28" and "The Black Family in Crisis." Letters flooded into Hogwarts, some congratulating Bellatrix on her escape, others condemning her for bringing shame upon her bloodline. She ignored all of them. "They can think what they want," she told Harry one evening, as they sat together in the room of requirement. "I don't care about their opinions anymore. I only care about what I think. What I want." "And what do you want? Right now?" She leaned against him, resting her head on his shoulder. "Right now I want to enjoy this. The feeling of being free. Of being able to breathe without wondering if this breath will be my last before they lock me away." Harry wrapped an arm around her, pulling her close. "It's not over," he said quietly. "You know that. Your family, the Death Eaters, Voldemort himself, they're not going to let this go." "I know. But for right now, in this moment, I'm free. And that's enough." They sat together in comfortable silence, watching the fire crackle in the room's magical hearth. It was, Harry reflected, the first moment of true peace he'd experienced since arriving in 1975. The first time he'd been able to stop planning, stop fighting, stop running, and just be. He knew it couldn't last. The war was still coming. Voldemort was still rising. Everything he'd learned about the future was still lurking just beyond the horizon. But for now, for this one precious moment, he had this. Bellatrix in his arms. His friends nearby. A battle won. It was enough. Dumbledore summoned him 3 days after he woke. Harry climbed the spiral staircase to the headmaster's office, wondering what new complication awaited him. The old wizard hadn't interfered directly with their mission, but Harry knew he'd been watching. Waiting to see how things played out. The office looked the same as always, silver instruments whirring, portraits pretending to sleep, Fawkes watching from his perch with ancient, knowing eyes. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, his expression unreadable. "Please, sit down, Harry." Harry sat. "You've accomplished something remarkable," Dumbledore said. "Breaking a pureblood marriage contract. Convincing Arcturus Black to intervene. Escaping an estate that should have been impenetrable." He steepled his fingers. "And you used magic that hasn't been seen in centuries. Magic that, by all rights, shouldn't exist. The Hallows." "Indeed." Dumbledore's eyes were sharp, probing. "You united them. Not just possessed them, truly united them, merged their power into something new. Do you understand what that means?" "I understand that it saved our lives. It did more than that. It changed you." Dumbledore leaned forward. "The Hallows aren't just objects, Harry. They're anchors to something deeper, something fundamental about the nature of magic itself. By uniting them, you've become something new. Something that has never existed before. I'm still me. Are you?" Dumbledore's voice was gentle but relentless. Look inside yourself. Feel the power that's flowing through you now. Is it the same power you had before? Harry closed his eyes and did as Dumbledore suggested. He reached inward, searching for the familiar warmth of his magical core. What he found was different. The power was still there, still recognizable as his own. But it was larger. Deeper. Connected to something vast and ancient that he couldn't quite comprehend. What am I? He asked quietly. I don't know. Not precisely. Dumbledore's expression was a mixture of fascination and concern. The legends speak of the Master of Death, someone who possesses all three hallows. But they don't describe what such a person becomes. The transformation, if it can be called that, is beyond anything recorded in magical history. Am I dangerous? Potentially. Great power always carries great risk. Dumbledore paused. But I don't believe you're a threat. Not to us, at any rate. Your heart is still human. Your goals are still just. Whatever you've become, you're still Harry Potter. Harry wasn't sure if that was comforting or terrifying. What should I do? He asked. What you've always done. Fight for what's right. Protect the people you love. Try to build a future worth living in. Dumbledore smiled slightly. The power you've gained doesn't change your mission. It just gives you new tools to accomplish it. And the Paradox Hunters? The entities that have been watching me since I arrived? They're still out there. I've sensed their presence, probing at the edges of the timeline you've disrupted. Dumbledore's expression turned grave. They won't give up easily. But you're stronger now than you were before. Strong enough, perhaps, to face them directly. Perhaps. There are no certainties in this, Harry. You've changed history in ways that no one can fully predict. Every action you take creates new ripples, new possibilities. The future you're building is completely unknown, even to you. Harry absorbed this. It was a lot to process, the transformation, the power, the continuing threat of forces beyond his understanding. I need to tell Bellatrix, he said finally. She deserves to know what I've become. Yes, she does. Dumbledore nodded approvingly. Honesty with those we love is always the right choice, even when the truth is frightening. Harry stood to leave. Harry, Dumbledore called after him. One more thing. Yes. Whatever happens next, whatever challenges you face, remember that you're not alone. You have friends here. Allies. People who care about you and will fight beside you. The old wizard smiled. That's worth more than any amount of power. Harry nodded and left the office, his mind churning with everything he'd learned. He wasn't sure what he'd become. Wasn't sure what it meant for his future, or for the future he was trying to build. But Dumbledore was right about one thing, he wasn't alone. And that made all the difference. He told Bellatrix that night. They met in the room of requirement, as they always did now, their private space, away from prying eyes and listening ears. She listened in silence as he explained what had happened during their escape, what Dumbledore had told him, what he was still trying to understand about himself. When he finished, she was quiet for a long moment. So you're what? Some kind of immortal being now? I don't think immortal. Just, different. More powerful. Connected to something I can't fully explain. Does this change things between us? Harry looked at her, really looked, seeing the vulnerability beneath her careful composure. Not for me, he said. I still love you. I still want to build a future with you. I'm still the person who came back through time to save you. He took her hand. Does it change things for you? She considered the question seriously, which he appreciated. I fell in love with a man who traveled through time to save my soul, she said finally. A man who faced down my family, my fiancé, and the Dark Lord himself, all for me. A man who was willing to sacrifice everything, including his own existence, to give me a chance at a different life. She squeezed his hand. If that man has become something more powerful, something stranger, something I don't fully understand, I can accept that. Because the core of who he is hasn't changed. The heart, the courage, the insane determination to do what's right no matter the cost. She smiled slightly. That's the man I love. Whatever else he might be. Harry felt something loosen in his chest, a tension he hadn't even realized he'd been carrying. I love you, he said. I know. She leaned in and kissed him. Now stop worrying about what you've become and start thinking about what we're going to do next. What do you mean? The contract is void, but my family hasn't given up. The Death Eaters are still recruiting. The Dark Lord is still rising. Her eyes were hard, determined. We've won a battle. But the war is just beginning. Harry nodded slowly. She was right. Everything they'd accomplished was just the first step. The real challenges were still ahead. Then we prepare, he said. We train. We gather allies. And when the time comes, we fight. Together. Always. They sat together in the warmth of the room, planning for a future that was still uncertain, but for the first time, felt possible. The war was coming. The darkness was rising. And somewhere out there, forces beyond human understanding were watching, waiting, preparing to strike. But Harry had something he'd never had before, a reason to hope. A person to fight for. A future worth building. And he wasn't going to let anything, not fate, not time, not the Dark Lord himself, take that away from him. Chapter 5 END Chapter 6 The Dark Lord's interest. January brought ice to the castle and fire to the political landscape. The voided marriage contract had sent shockwaves through pureblood society. Families that had considered their arrangements unassailable suddenly found themselves questioning centuries of tradition. If Arcturus Black, the patriarch of the most rigid traditional family in Britain, could be convinced to void a contract, what else might change? Harry watched the ripples spread from his corner of the Slytherin common room, tracking the conversations, the whispered alliances, the shifting allegiances. Some families pulled closer to tradition, terrified of what the future might hold. Others began quietly exploring new possibilities. And in the shadows, Lord Voldemort watched it all. The summons came on a Tuesday evening. Harry was walking back from the library when he felt it, a burning sensation against his chest, where the moleskin pouch held the few possessions he'd brought from the future. He ducked into an empty classroom and pulled out the source, a small silver coin that hadn't been there that morning. The coin bore a simple message: tomorrow. Midnight. The Hog's Head. Don't keep me waiting. There was no signature. There didn't need to be. Harry stared at the coin for a long moment, his mind racing through possibilities. Voldemort had been quiet since the solstice, suspiciously quiet. Harry had expected retaliation for interfering with the Black family's plans, but nothing had come. No attacks, no threats, no pressure. Now he understood why. The Dark Lord had been planning something bigger. He found Bellatrix in the common room, pretending to read a potion's text while actually watching the social dynamics play out around her. We need to talk, he said quietly. Privately. She followed him to the room of requirement without question. When the door sealed behind them, she turned with concern in her eyes. What happened? Harry showed her the coin. She went pale. He's summoning you directly. Not through intermediaries, not through family connections. Directly. Her voice was tight. That's not good. No. It's not. You can't go. I have to. Harry, if I don't show up, he'll know I'm afraid. He'll know I'm hiding from him. And then he'll come looking for me, here, at Hogwarts, where he can hurt everyone I care about. Harry's jaw tightened. At least at the Hog's Head, I control what he learns. I can manage the conversation. You can't manage Lord Voldemort. No one can. Then I'll improvise. Bellatrix stared at him, fear and frustration warring in her expression. You're going to get yourself killed. Maybe. But I don't think so. He wants something from me. If he just wanted me dead, he wouldn't bother with a meeting. Harry took her hands. I need you to trust me. Can you do that? I trust you. It's him I don't trust. Then trust that I'll come back to you. He pulled her close, pressing his forehead against hers. I didn't come back through time just to die in a pub. I have too much to live for now. She didn't answer. She just held on to him, her fingers digging into his robes like she was afraid he'd disappear if she let go. The Hog's Head at midnight was empty except for the barman and a single figure in the darkest corner of the room. Harry pushed through the door, his senses on high alert. The air was thick with the smell of stale alcohol and something else, something cold and wrong that made his skin crawl. Voldemort sat in the shadows, barely visible, his red-tinged eyes the only point of light in the darkness around him. Mr. Potter. His voice was soft, almost pleasant. How good of you to come. Harry didn't react to the use of his real name. He'd suspected Voldemort knew, the Dark Lord's network of informants was vast, and Harry's true identity had never been his most closely guarded secret. You summoned me, he said, taking a seat across from the monster. I assumed it wasn't optional. It wasn't. Voldemort's lips curved in something that might have been a smile. I've been watching you since you arrived at Hogwarts. Such an interesting person you are. Appearing from nowhere with skills beyond your apparent years. Charming a young witch away from her destined path. Breaking contracts that were supposed to be unbreakable. I'm flattered by the attention. You should be. I don't give it lightly. Voldemort leaned forward, his pale face catching the dim candlelight. Tell me, Harry Potter. Where do you really come from? Does it matter? It matters a great deal. Because the magic you used at Black Manor, the power that shattered those wards, isn't something a 17-year-old wizard should possess. It isn't something most wizards possess at any age. His eyes gleamed. You're either the most talented wizard of your generation, or you're something else entirely. I find myself curious which. Harry considered his options. Lying was pointless, Voldemort would see through any deception he tried. But the full truth was too dangerous to share. I'm from a place you haven't conquered yet, he said finally. A future where your war ended. Where you lost. Voldemort's expression didn't change, but something shifted in the air around him, a coldness that had nothing to do with temperature. You claim to be a time traveler. I don't claim anything. I'm telling you the truth. And in this future, I lost. You did. Defeated by a child with a lightning bolt scar. Harry touched his forehead, where the scar he'd carried his whole life was still faintly visible beneath his fringe. Killed by your own rebounding curse. The silence that followed was absolute. Then Voldemort laughed. It was a terrible sound, high and cold and utterly devoid of humanity. It filled the room, bouncing off the grimy walls, making the candles flicker and dance. A child, he said when the laughter faded. A child with a scar. That's the best you can do. It's the truth. It's fantasy. The desperate invention of a mind that refuses to accept reality. Voldemort stood, his robes swirling around him like living shadow. Do you know what I see when I look at you, Harry Potter? I see potential. Raw, untapped, extraordinary potential. The power you displayed at Black Manor was real, whatever lies you tell about its source. He began to pace, his movements fluid and predatory. You've accomplished something remarkable in your time at Hogwarts. You've shifted alliances, changed perceptions, made people question traditions that have stood for centuries. That requires intelligence. Cunning. The ability to see opportunities where others see only obstacles. I'm flattered. Don't be. I'm not complimenting you, I'm assessing you. Voldemort stopped, his eyes boring into Harry's. You have two choices, Mr. Potter. You can continue your futile resistance, trying to build a future where I don't exist. Or you can accept reality and join me. Join you. I'm offering you power beyond anything you've imagined. A place at my side as I reshape the wizarding world. An opportunity to be part of something magnificent instead of a footnote in history. Harry stared at the creature who would murder his parents, torture his friends, destroy everything he'd ever loved. No. Think carefully before you refuse. I'm not in the habit of making offers twice. I don't need to think. I know exactly what you are, Tom. What you become. The trail of bodies you leave behind, the lives you destroy, the world you tear apart. Harry stood, matching Voldemort's gaze with his own. I didn't come back through time to join you. I came back to stop you. Stop me? Voldemort's voice was soft, dangerous. How, exactly? By saving one troubled girl. By breaking one marriage contract. These are pebbles against a tidal wave, Mr. Potter. They mean nothing in the grand scheme of what I'm building. They mean everything. Every person saved is a victory. Every life changed is proof that your future isn't inevitable. Nothing is inevitable, except my triumph. Voldemort's smile was cold as ice. I was going to offer you a choice, Mr. Potter. A chance to surrender gracefully. But I see now that you're determined to be difficult. I've been told it's one of my better qualities. It will be your death. Voldemort raised one pale hand, and Harry felt magic gathering in the air, vast, terrible, hungry. Not today. Not here. But soon. You've made yourself my enemy, and I do not suffer enemies to live. Harry didn't flinch. Didn't retreat. I've beaten you before, he said quietly. I'll beat you again. Will you? Voldemort's eyes gleamed. We shall see. He turned and walked toward the door, his robes trailing behind him like a shroud. One more thing, Mr. Potter. Harry tensed. Bellatrix Black. She was supposed to be mine. My most devoted servant, my most deadly weapon. Voldemort glanced back over his shoulder. You've stolen her from me. I don't forget thefts. And I don't forgive them. He stepped into the darkness and was gone. Harry stood alone in the empty pub, his heart pounding, his mind racing. The confrontation he'd been dreading had finally come. The lines were drawn. The battle had begun. And somewhere in the shadows, the Dark Lord was already planning his response. Harry didn't sleep that night. He returned to Hogwarts in the early hours of the morning, slipping through the wards with magic that now felt as natural as breathing. The castle was quiet, its inhabitants lost in dreams, unaware of the storm that was gathering beyond its walls. He found Bellatrix waiting in the room of requirement, curled up on a couch with her wand in her hand. She jerked awake as he entered, her eyes wild with fear. You came back. I told you I would. She was in his arms before he could say anything else, holding him so tightly he could barely breathe. He felt her trembling, felt the dampness on his shoulder where her tears soaked through his robes. What happened? She asked when she finally pulled back. Harry told her everything. The summons, the conversation, Voldemort's offer, and his threat. She listened in silence, her expression growing darker with each word. He won't let this go, she said when he finished. He doesn't make threats he doesn't intend to follow through on. I know. We need to leave. Run. Go somewhere he can't find us. There's nowhere he can't find us. Not yet. His network is too vast, his power too great. Harry took her hands. Running won't save us. The only thing that can save us is making sure he never reaches his full power. How? We're two students against the most dangerous wizard in Britain. We can't fight him directly. We don't have to fight him directly. We just have to make it harder for him to build the future he wants. Harry's mind was racing, pieces of a plan clicking into place. In my timeline, Voldemort won the First War because he had something everyone thought he'd lost, a network of Horcruxes that made him virtually immortal. Every time someone killed him, he came back. It took decades to figure out what he'd done, and by then... Horcruxes. Bellatrix's face had gone pale. You're saying he split his soul? Multiple times. At this point in time, there should be at least 4, maybe 5. And if we can find them, destroy them before he realizes what we're doing. He becomes mortal. Exactly. Bellatrix was quiet for a moment, processing the implications. This is insane, she said finally. Hunting Horcruxes. Trying to destroy the Dark Lord's immortality anchors while he's actively trying to kill us. She shook her head slowly. It's the most dangerous thing either of us could possibly attempt. Yes. We'd be risking everything. Our lives, our futures, everyone we care about. Yes. And if we fail? Then we die. Probably horribly. Harry met her eyes. But if we succeed, if we can actually pull this off, then everything changes. The war ends differently. The future I came from never happens. All those people who died, all that suffering, all that darkness, none of it has to exist. Bellatrix stared at him for a long moment. You really believe that, don't you? I have to. It's the only thing that makes any of this worthwhile. She reached up and cupped his face in her hands, her dark eyes searching his. You're the strangest person I've ever met, she said softly. The bravest and the most foolish and the most impossible. She kissed him, slow and deep. And I love you more than I ever thought I could love anyone. Is that a yes? That's a yes. She pulled back, her expression hardening with determination. We hunt Horcruxes. We destroy his immortality. And then we finish what you started when you came back through time. Harry felt something click into place, a sense of rightness, of purpose, that he'd been missing since he arrived in 1975. Together, he asked. Together, she agreed. Always. The first Horcrux was the easiest, in theory. Harry knew where Hufflepuff's cup was hidden. In his timeline, it had been in the Lestrange vault at Gringotts, placed there by Bellatrix herself after she'd been entrusted with it by Voldemort. But that entrustment hadn't happened yet. The cup was still in Voldemort's possession, probably hidden somewhere in the Riddle family home or one of his other safe houses. Which made it almost impossible to retrieve. We need more information, Harry said, as they pored over maps and records in the room of requirement. The cup could be anywhere. We can't just search every location associated with Voldemort and hope we get lucky. Then we find someone who knows where it is. Bellatrix traced a finger across the map. Someone in his inner circle. Someone trusted enough to know his secrets. That's a short list. And everyone on it is a committed Death Eater. Not everyone. She looked up at him, something calculating in her expression. Regulus. Regulus Black. Harry's heart skipped. In his timeline, Regulus had sacrificed himself to destroy the Locket Horcrux, but that hadn't happened yet. He was still a student, still naive, still questioning the ideology his family had drilled into him. He's only 15, but he's already being groomed for recruitment. My aunt and uncle think he'll be the perfect Death Eater, loyal, obedient, committed to blood purity. Bellatrix's voice was bitter. But I've seen him when no one's watching. He's not like them. He has doubts. You think we can turn him? I think we can show him what he's really signing up for. The same way you showed me. Harry considered this. Regulus Black had been, in many ways, the prototype for Draco Malfoy, a boy raised in darkness who'd found the light too late to save himself. But what if he could be reached earlier? What if someone could help him see the truth before he was too deep to escape? It's risky, he said. If he reports us to his parents, or to Voldemort himself, then we're no worse off than we already are. The Dark Lord already knows we're his enemies. One more piece of information won't change that. She was right. And Regulus represented something they desperately needed, inside information about Voldemort's organization. How do we approach him? Carefully. Indirectly. Bellatrix smiled slightly. Leave that to me. I've known Regulus since he was a baby. I know how he thinks, what he fears, what he hopes for. I can find a way in. What about Sirius? He might have insights. Sirius and Regulus haven't spoken in months. Too much bad blood between them. If we want to reach Regulus, we need to do it on our own terms. Harry nodded slowly. It made sense. Sirius's relationship with his brother was complicated at best, toxic at worst. Bringing him in would only muddy the waters. All right. You reach out to Regulus. Feel him out, see if he's receptive. He met her eyes. But be careful. If something feels wrong, I'll back off. I promise. She leaned in and kissed him. Now get some sleep. You look terrible. Thanks for the honesty. Always. The approach to Regulus took nearly 2 weeks. Bellatrix moved carefully, using the skills she developed growing up in one of the most political families in Britain. She engineered encounters that seemed coincidental, brushing past him in corridors, ending up at the same table in the library, arriving at the same empty classroom for private study. Regulus was suspicious at first. He'd heard the rumors about his cousin's transformation, her voided contract, her mysterious boyfriend, her apparent rejection of everything the Black family stood for. He kept his distance, clearly uncertain whether she was trying to recruit him or destroy him. But Bellatrix was patient. She didn't push, didn't demand, didn't try to convince him of anything. She just talked. About magic, about school, about the pressure of family expectations. About the things they had in common. Slowly, reluctantly, Regulus began to open up. He's scared, Bellatrix reported to Harry after one of their encounters. More scared than I expected. He's seen things the Death Eaters do when they're recruiting. Things that keep him up at night. What kind of things? He didn't go into detail. But I could see it in his eyes. Whatever he witnessed, it shook him. She paused. I think he wants out. He just doesn't know how. Then we show him how. The breakthrough came at the end of January. Bellatrix had arranged a meeting in an unused classroom on the 4th floor, neutral ground, away from prying eyes. Harry waited outside, invisible under his cloak, ready to intervene if something went wrong. Regulus arrived alone, his face pale but determined. You said you had something to tell me, he said without preamble. Something important. I do. Bellatrix gestured to a chair. Please. Sit down. He sat, his posture rigid, his eyes never leaving her face. I know what they've been showing you, Bellatrix said quietly. The raids. The attacks. The things they do to muggles and muggleborns who get in their way. Regulus flinched. I don't know what don't lie to me, Regulus. I know that face. I've seen it in the mirror. She leaned forward. You're having doubts. Wondering if what you're being told is really true. Wondering if the cause you've been raised to believe in is worth the cost. I don't have doubts. I'm loyal to my family. You can be loyal to your family and still question what they're asking you to do. Bellatrix's voice softened. I spent 17 years being the perfect black daughter. Following the rules, accepting the expectations, believing everything I was told about blood purity and magical superiority. And do you know what I learned? What? That it's all lies. A story we tell ourselves to justify cruelty. A way to feel superior to people who've done nothing wrong except be born differently than us. She shook her head. The Dark Lord doesn't care about blood purity, Regulus. He doesn't care about tradition or family or any of the things he claims to fight for. He only cares about power. And everyone who follows him is just a tool to help him get it. Regulus was silent for a long moment. Why are you telling me this? He asked finally. Because you're still young enough to choose a different path. Because I don't want to watch you become what I almost became. She reached out and took his hand. And because I think, deep down, you already know the truth. You're just afraid to admit it. Tears were forming in Regulus's eyes. He tried to blink them away, but they kept coming. I've seen terrible things, he whispered. Things I can't forget. Things that make me sick when I think about them. I know. But if I speak against them, if I try to leave, then you need allies. People who can protect you, help you find another way. Bellatrix squeezed his hand. I'm offering to be that ally, Regulus. I'm offering to help you escape the same trap I escaped. Regulus looked at her, his expression torn between hope and fear. Why? After everything our family has done to you, why would you help me? Because you're still my cousin. Because family should mean something more than blood purity and political alliances. Bellatrix smiled slightly. And because I believe in second chances. The silence stretched between them. Then Regulus took a shaky breath and nodded. Okay, he said quietly. Tell me what I need to do. Regulus became their window into Voldemort's organization. The information came slowly at first, fragments and rumors, half-heard conversations, glimpses of plans that were being kept carefully hidden. But as Regulus's commitment grew, so did his access. He learned that Voldemort was obsessed with magical artifacts, objects of power that he collected and hoarded like a dragon guarding treasure. He learned that certain items were considered more important than others, kept in locations known only to the Dark Lord's most trusted servants. And he learned about the cave. There's a place, Regulus said one evening, as the three of them huddled in the room of requirement. A sea cave somewhere on the coast. I've heard the older Death Eaters mention it, always in whispers, always when they think no one's listening. They say the Dark Lord hides something there. Something precious. Harry's heart was pounding. Did they say what? No. Just that it's protected by terrible magic. Magic that no one can survive. Regulus shivered. They use it as a threat, you'll end up in the cave when someone disappoints him. Harry knew exactly what was in that cave. Slytherin's locket, floating in a basin of poison, guarded by an army of inferi. In his timeline, Regulus had discovered its location and sacrificed himself trying to destroy it. But that didn't have to happen now. Not if they planned carefully enough. Do you know where the cave is? He asked. I can find out. There's a Death Eater named Mulciber who likes to talk when he's drunk. He was part of the team that set up the protections. Is that safe? Regulus's smile was thin. Nothing we're doing is safe. But I'll be careful. 2 weeks later, he had the location, a sea cave on the Scottish coast, near a village called Durness. Harry recognized the name, it was the same place he'd visited with Dumbledore in his 6th year, what felt like a lifetime ago. We need a plan, Bellatrix said. The cave's protections are legendary. We can't just walk in and hope for the best. I know the protections, Harry said quietly. I've been through them before. They both looked at him. In my timeline. Dumbledore and I retrieved the locket from the cave. He closed his eyes, remembering the nightmare of that night, the boat, the basin, the potion that had to be drunk, the inferi rising from the black water. It nearly killed him. The potion in the basin, it forces you to drink it all before you can take what's hidden inside. And the things it makes you see. Then how do we get around it? We don't. Harry opened his eyes. But I can do it differently this time. I know what to expect. I can prepare countermeasures, potions to mitigate the effects. And I'll have both of you with me, which I didn't have before. You're not doing this alone, Bellatrix said firmly. I wasn't planning to. He took her hand. But I need you both to understand what we're walking into. This isn't a dungeon crawl or a heist. This is one of the most dangerous magical sites in Britain. If something goes wrong, then we deal with it, Regulus said quietly. Together. Harry looked at the boy who would have died alone in that cave, dragged down by the inferi he'd awakened while trying to do the right thing. Together, he agreed. They went on a Friday night in mid-February. The apparition point Harry chose was a cliff top overlooking the sea, about a mile from the cave entrance. The night was cold and dark, the sky overcast with clouds that blocked out the stars. Below them, waves crashed against rocks with a sound like distant thunder. This way, Harry said, leading them along a narrow path that wound down toward the water. The cave mouth was hidden behind a fall of rock that required swimming to reach. Harry cast warming charms on all of them, then dove into the freezing water without hesitation. The swim was brutal. Even with magic keeping the cold at bay, the waves were savage, threatening to dash them against the rocks with every surge. Harry fought through by memory, finding the submerged entrance more by instinct than sight. They emerged in a cavern of absolute darkness. Lumos, Harry whispered, and light bloomed from his wand. The cave was exactly as he remembered, vast and empty, the walls slick with moisture, the air thick with the smell of salt and decay. In the center of the space, a dark lake stretched away into the blackness. Merlin, Bellatrix breathed. I can feel it. The dark magic. It's everywhere. Stay close. Harry moved toward the lake's edge. There's a boat hidden somewhere along the shore. It's the only way to reach the island. Finding the boat took longer than he'd hoped. Voldemort's concealment magic had strengthened since the timeline Harry remembered, or perhaps he was more paranoid now than he would be decades later. But eventually, Harry's searching fingers found the invisible chain, and he pulled the small craft out of nothingness. It only holds one person at a time, he said. I'll go first, then send it back for you. No. Bellatrix's voice was sharp. We go together. The boat's magic won't allow, then we override the boat's magic. She took his hand, her grip fierce. I'm not letting you face this alone. Not any of it. Harry looked at her, then at Regulus, who nodded in agreement. Together, Regulus said quietly. Whatever happens. Harry closed his eyes and reached for the power that had awakened inside him at Black Manor. The Hallows' influence flowed through him, vast and ancient, reshaping reality with a thought. The boat shimmered and grew, expanding until it could hold all three of them. Get in, he said. And whatever you do, don't touch the water. The crossing was nightmare. Beneath the boat's hull, Harry could see them, pale shapes moving in the darkness, dead hands reaching upward, empty eyes tracking their progress. The inferi were awake, aware, waiting. Don't look at them, Harry said quietly. Focus on the island. Bellatrix nodded, her jaw tight. Regulus had gone pale, but he kept his eyes fixed on the green glow that marked their destination. The island was small, barely large enough for the stone basin that sat at its center, pulsing with sickly light. Harry recognized it immediately, felt his stomach clench with remembered horror. That's it, he said. The Horcrux is inside the basin. They climbed out of the boat carefully, avoiding the water's edge. The inferi were more active now, their movements more purposeful. They knew someone was here. They were getting ready. The potion has to be drunk, Harry explained, approaching the basin. All of it. There's no other way to reach what's inside. Let me do it, Regulus said. No. I know what it does. I know how to, I said let me do it. Regulus's voice was steady, determined. You have knowledge we need to win this war. Bellatrix has skills we can't replace. He swallowed. I'm the expendable one. No one is expendable, Bellatrix said sharply. Then let me contribute something. Let me prove that I'm more than the scared little boy who almost became a Death Eater. He looked at Harry, something ancient in his young eyes. Please. Harry wanted to refuse. Every instinct screamed that he should be the one to drink the potion, to suffer whatever horrors it contained. But Regulus was right about one thing: Harry did have knowledge they couldn't afford to lose. And the determination in the boy's eyes was real, the desperate need to prove himself, to do something that mattered. The potion will make you see things, Harry said finally. Terrible things. Fears, regrets, the worst moments of your life played out over and over. You'll beg to stop. You'll try to refuse to drink more. And you can't. You have to keep drinking until it's gone. I understand. Bellatrix and I will be right here. We'll force you to continue if you try to stop. We'll protect you from whatever comes after. Harry gripped Regulus's shoulder. You're not doing this alone. Regulus nodded. Then he stepped forward, conjured a goblet, and dipped it into the glowing green liquid. Here goes nothing, he said. He drank. What followed was the longest hour of Harry's life. Regulus screamed. Begged. Pleaded with invisible tormentors, reliving horrors that Harry could only imagine. He tried to throw down the goblet a dozen times, and each time Harry or Bellatrix forced it back into his hands, forced him to drink more. It was brutal. Cruel. Necessary. By the time the basin was empty, Regulus was barely conscious, curled in a fetal position on the stone floor, whimpering. But in his hand, clutched tight against his chest, was a golden locket bearing a serpentine S. We have it, Bellatrix breathed. We actually have it. We're not done yet. Harry was already moving, conjuring water to pour down Regulus's throat. The inferi will attack as soon as we try to leave. We need to be ready. As if on cue, the lake began to churn. They rose from the water like a nightmare made flesh, hundreds of them, thousands, pale and bloated and reaching. They swarmed toward the island, climbing over each other in their eagerness to reach the intruders who had stolen their master's treasure. Fire! Harry shouted. He raised his wand and let loose a torrent of flame that erupted from his very soul. The Hallow's power surged through him, magnifying the spell 100-fold. A wall of fire swept across the lake, turning inferi to ash wherever it touched. Bellatrix joined him, her own flames blazing bright. Together, they created a protective ring around the island, holding back the tide of corpses. But there were too many. For every inferi they destroyed, 10 more took its place. We need to leave, Bellatrix shouted over the roar of the flames. Now. Harry grabbed Regulus, hauling the semi-conscious boy over his shoulder. The boat. They ran. The inferi closed in from all sides, hands grasping, mouths opening in silent screams. Harry's fire pushed them back, but his power was flagging, the Hallow's energy draining faster than he could replenish it. They reached the boat and tumbled in. Harry pushed off from the shore with magic, sending them rocketing toward the cave entrance. The inferi followed, swimming beneath the boat, climbing over each other to reach them. One grabbed the hull, trying to pull them down. Bellatrix blasted it away with a curse that turned the water around it to steam. Hold on! Harry shouted. He reached deep inside himself one more time, found the last reserves of power, and unleashed everything he had. The fire that erupted wasn't ordinary flame. It was fiend fire, cursed fire that devoured everything in its path, consuming the cave and everything in it. The inferi screamed as they burned. The lake boiled. The very rock seemed to melt and flow. And in the chaos, the boat reached the exit and shot through into the open sea. They collapsed on the cliff top, gasping for breath. Regulus was unconscious but alive, his grip on the locket still tight. Harry lay on his back, staring at the stars that had emerged from behind the clouds, his entire body trembling with exhaustion. We did it, Bellatrix said. Her voice was hoarse, disbelieving. We actually did it. One down, Harry managed. 4 to go. She laughed, a wild, hysterical sound that quickly dissolved into tears. She crawled over to him and collapsed against his chest, sobbing with relief and exhaustion. Harry wrapped his arms around her and held on. They'd destroyed their first Horcrux. They'd survived the cave that had killed Regulus in another timeline. They'd struck the first real blow against Lord Voldemort. It was just the beginning. There were more Horcruxes to find, more dangers to face, more impossible odds to overcome. But for now, for this one moment, they had won. And that was enough. Chapter 6 END Chapter 7, The price of change. The locket burned when Harry touched it. Not physically, the metal was cool against his skin, but something deeper. A wrongness that radiated from the twisted gold, seeping into his mind like poison. He could feel the fragment of Voldemort's soul trapped inside, beating against its prison, hungry and malevolent. We need to destroy it, he said, setting the Horcrux on the table in the room of requirement. Before it starts affecting us. Regulus sat in an armchair nearby, still pale and shaky from the cave but recovering. The potion's effects had faded over the past 2 days, though Harry suspected the memories of what he'd seen would never fully leave him. How do we destroy something like that? Bellatrix asked, studying the locket with wary eyes. It's not ordinary dark magic. This is soul magic, the darkest kind. Basilisk venom would work. Fiend fire. The Sword of Gryffindor, if we could get our hands on it. Harry ran through the options in his head. In my timeline, we used all 3 at different points. But getting access to any of them now. There's a basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets, Regulus said quietly. Both Harry and Bellatrix turned to stare at him. What? The Chamber of Secrets. It's real, not just a legend. There's a monster down there, something Slytherin left behind. Regulus's voice was matter-of-fact, despite the enormity of what he was saying. I heard the Dark Lord mention it once. He seemed pleased about something. Like he'd found a secret no one else knew. Harry's mind raced. Of course. Voldemort had opened the chamber during his school years, he would have encountered the basilisk, possibly even commanded it. And if the basilisk was still alive? I can get into the chamber, Harry said slowly. I'm a Parselmouth. But the basilisk itself, that's a problem. In my timeline, I killed it with the Sword of Gryffindor. Without that sword. You killed a basilisk? Bellatrix's voice was incredulous. I was 12. It was a whole thing. You killed a basilisk when you were 12. I had help. And a lot of luck. Harry shook his head. The point is, I can probably get to the chamber, but dealing with the basilisk is another matter. What if you didn't have to deal with it? Regulus leaned forward. What if you could get what you need without waking it up? Explain. Basilisks shed their skins. Old skins, fangs, venom, all of it would be in the chamber somewhere. If you could find a fang from a previous shedding. Harry felt hope spark in his chest. It was risky, sneaking into the Chamber of Secrets, avoiding a 1,000-year-old monster, searching for discarded fangs in the dark, but it was possible. I'll go tonight, he said. Not alone. Bellatrix's voice brooked no argument. If something goes wrong, you need to be here to continue the mission. You know where the other Horcruxes are. You know the plan. Harry took her hands. I'm not being reckless. I'm being strategic. One person can move more quietly than 2, and if the basilisk wakes up, one person has a better chance of escaping. And if you don't escape? Then you finish what we started. He met her eyes, letting her see his determination. I didn't come back through time to give up at the first obstacle. But I also didn't come back to throw away everything on a suicide mission. I'll be careful. I promise. She didn't like it. He could see that in every line of her body. But she also understood the logic. "Fine," she said finally. "But if you're not back by dawn, I'm coming after you. I wouldn't expect anything less." The entrance to the Chamber of Secrets was exactly where Harry remembered it, a circular sink in a girl's bathroom on the second floor, decorated with a tiny serpent that most people would never notice. Harry waited until well after midnight, when the castle was silent and even the ghosts had retired to whatever rest the dead enjoyed. He slipped through the corridors under his invisibility cloak, avoiding the few patrols, until he stood before the sink. "Open," he hissed in Parseltongue. The sink shuddered and began to move, revealing a dark opening that plunged down into the depths of the castle. Harry took a breath, steadied his nerves, and jumped. The slide was longer than he remembered, twisting and turning through the bedrock beneath Hogwarts. When he finally emerged, it was into a tunnel lined with the bones of small animals, the basilisk's meals over the centuries. Harry moved forward carefully, his wand casting pale light into the darkness. The air was thick and stale, heavy with the smell of decay. Every few steps, he paused to listen, straining for any sound of movement. The tunnel opened into a massive chamber. It was exactly as he remembered, vast and cathedral-like, lined with stone serpents whose eyes seemed to follow him as he walked. At the far end, a giant stone face dominated the wall, Salazar Slytherin, his mouth open in a permanent scream. And curled before that face, barely visible in the shadows, was the basilisk. Harry froze. The creature was enormous, easily 60 feet long, its scales gleaming dully in the wand light. Its eyes were closed, its breathing slow and regular. Asleep. For now. Harry began to search. He moved along the edges of the chamber, staying as far from the basilisk as possible, looking for any sign of shed skin or discarded fangs. The floor was covered with debris, bones, rocks, the detritus of 1,000 years, but nothing useful. Then he saw it. In a corner of the chamber, half hidden behind a fallen pillar, was a mass of translucent material. Shed skin. And tangled within it, gleaming white in his wand light, were fangs. Harry crept toward the pile, his heart pounding. The basilisk hadn't moved. Hadn't stirred. He was going to make it. His foot came down on something that cracked. The sound echoed through the chamber like a gunshot. The basilisk's eyes snapped open. Harry didn't think. He just ran. Behind him, he heard the creature moving, a massive slithering sound as it uncoiled from its resting place. He didn't look back. Didn't slow down. Just sprinted toward the tunnel, toward escape, toward, the basilisk cut him off. It had moved faster than anything that size should be able to move, circling around to block his exit. Now it reared up before him, its hood flaring, its yellow eyes blazing with hunger and fury. Harry kept his own eyes fixed on the floor. He couldn't look at it. Couldn't risk meeting its gaze. "Wait," he hissed in Parseltongue. "I'm not here to hurt you." The basilisk paused. Its head swayed back and forth, clearly confused by being addressed in its own language. "A speaker," it said, its voice a dry rasp that seemed to come from everywhere at once. "It has been long since a speaker came to me. I know. I'm sorry to disturb you." Harry's mind raced, searching for anything that might save his life. "I came for something you don't need. Something you discarded. My shed skin. My old fangs." The basilisk sounded almost amused. "What use are they to a human? I need to destroy something. Something evil. A piece of dark magic that threatens everything." "Dark magic." The basilisk's voice was thoughtful. "I know of dark magic. The last speaker, he was filled with it. It radiated from him like heat from a fire. That's who I'm fighting against. The last speaker, he's become a monster. He's trying to destroy everything." The basilisk was silent for a long moment. "The last speaker commanded me to kill," it said finally. "A girl. Young. Innocent. I did not want to, but I could not disobey. Its voice dropped. I still remember her screams. Harry felt his heart clench. Myrtle. The basilisk was talking about Myrtle. I'm sorry, he said quietly. That wasn't your fault. You were being controlled. It was still my venom that ended her. The basilisk lowered its head until it was level with Harry's chest, close enough that he could feel its breath on his skin. You seek to destroy the one who commanded me. I do. Then take what you need. The basilisk's voice was heavy with something that might have been grief. Perhaps if he is destroyed, the girl's ghost can finally rest. Harry looked up, carefully, keeping his eyes focused on the creature's body rather than its face. Thank you, he said. Do not thank me, speaker. Kill him. End what he has become. The basilisk pulled back, clearing the path to the shed skin. And do not return to this place. The next time we meet, I may not be so merciful. Harry nodded and moved quickly to the pile of shed skin. He found 3 intact fangs, carefully wrapped them in cloth, and tucked them into his moleskin pouch. When he looked up, the basilisk had retreated to its resting place, its eyes closed once more. Harry slipped out of the chamber without another word. Dawn was just breaking when he returned to the room of requirement. Bellatrix was waiting, her face pale with worry. When she saw him emerge from the entrance, she launched herself at him, wrapping her arms around his neck so tightly he could barely breathe. You're alive, she gasped. I promised I would be. You also promised you'd be careful. Going into the Chamber of Secrets doesn't qualify as careful. I got what we needed. Harry pulled the wrapped fangs from his pouch. 3 basilisk fangs. Enough to destroy every Horcrux we find. Bellatrix stared at the fangs, her expression shifting from relief to awe. How did you get past the basilisk? We talked. You talked. To a basilisk. Parseltongue has its advantages. Harry moved to the table where the locket still sat, pulsing with malevolent energy. Now. Let's end this. He unwrapped one of the fangs and held it over the Horcrux. The locket seemed to sense what was coming, it began to shake, the serpentine S on its surface writhing as if trying to escape. Do it, Bellatrix said. Harry brought the fang down. The locket screamed. It was a sound that shouldn't have been possible, a shriek of pure agony that tore through the room like a physical force. Black smoke erupted from the punctured metal, swirling and writhing, forming shapes that flickered at the edge of perception. Harry saw faces in the smoke. Voldemort's face, twisted with rage. His parents' faces, screaming in terror. Bellatrix's face, laughing as she killed. Then the smoke dissipated, and the locket lay still. Harry sank into a chair, his entire body trembling. It's done, he said. 2 down. Bellatrix moved to his side, her hand finding his. 2 down, she repeated. How many more to go? 3, maybe 4. The diary, the cup, the diadem, the ring. Harry closed his eyes. And then Voldemort himself. Then we keep hunting. Bellatrix's voice was fierce, determined. Until there's nothing left of him. Harry looked at her, this woman who had once been his enemy, who had killed people he loved, who he'd come back through time to save. I love you, he said. I know. She kissed him gently. Now get some sleep. We have work to do. The weeks that followed were a blur of planning and preparation. Harry knew where most of the remaining Horcruxes were located, or where they would eventually be. The diary was with Lucius Malfoy, probably tucked away in some hidden corner of Malfoy Manor. The cup was still in Voldemort's possession, its final resting place in Gringotts still years away. The diadem was hidden in the room of requirement itself, right under their noses. And the ring was in the Gaunt Shack, protected by a curse that had killed Dumbledore in another timeline. They started with the easiest target. The diadem is here, Harry said, as they stood in the room of requirement one evening. In this room, actually. Not this version of it. What do you mean? The room of hidden things. A different configuration of this space, a place where generations of Hogwarts students have hidden things they didn't want found. He closed his eyes, focusing on what he needed. I need to find where things are hidden. The room shimmered and changed. When Harry opened his eyes, they were standing in a vast space filled with mountains of abandoned objects. Furniture, books, clothing, broken magical artifacts, centuries of discarded secrets piled haphazardly as far as the eye could see. Merlin, Bellatrix breathed. It's enormous. The diadem is in here somewhere. A tiara with an eagle on it, Ravenclaw's lost treasure. Harry started walking, trusting his instincts to guide him. In my timeline, I found it by accident. This time, I know what I'm looking for. They searched for hours, climbing over piles of debris, squeezing through narrow gaps, occasionally using magic to shift particularly large obstacles. The room seemed to go on forever, its contents an archaeology of Hogwarts' entire history. Harry found it just as he was starting to lose hope. It was sitting on top of a cabinet, gleaming faintly in the dim light, a delicate silver tiara adorned with a blue sapphire and the eagle of Ravenclaw. There, he said. Bellatrix approached carefully, her wand raised. I can feel it. The same wrongness as the locket. Same source. Same solution. Harry pulled out a basilisk fang. Stand back. He struck. This time, the scream was different, higher, more piercing, filled with rage rather than pain. Images flashed through Harry's mind, Voldemort as a young man, handsome and charming, placing the diadem here with his own hands. Voldemort feeling the first Horcrux's destruction, his fury echoing across space and time. Voldemort realizing that someone was hunting him. The smoke cleared. The diadem lay in pieces, its magic shattered. He knows, Harry said quietly. He felt that. He knows someone is destroying his Horcruxes. Then we move faster. Bellatrix's voice was tight. Before he has time to react. They didn't have as much time as they'd hoped. 3 days after the diadem's destruction, Harry woke to find Dumbledore waiting in the room of requirement. The headmaster's expression was grave. Mr. Potter. We need to talk. Harry sat up, rubbing sleep from his eyes. Bellatrix was already awake, her wand in her hand, watching Dumbledore with wary eyes. What's happened? Lord Voldemort has made his move. Dumbledore's voice was heavy. Last night, his Death Eaters attacked 3 families simultaneously. The Pruitts, the McKinnons, and the Bones. There were casualties. Harry felt his blood run cold. How bad? Fabian and Gideon Pruitt survived, but only barely. Marlene McKinnon lost her parents. Edgar Bones is in St. Mungo's with injuries that may never fully heal. Dumbledore paused. The attacks were coordinated, precise, and devastatingly effective. This was not random violence. This was a message. A message to who? To anyone who might be considering opposing him. To the Ministry. To the Order of the Phoenix. Dumbledore's eyes met Harry's. And, I suspect, to you. He knows. He suspects. The destruction of his Horcruxes has not gone unnoticed. I can feel the disturbance in the magical fabric, and if I can feel it, so can he. Dumbledore moved to the window, looking out at the grounds below. He's searching for the source. Searching for whoever dares to threaten his immortality. Then we need to move faster. Find the remaining Horcruxes before he can protect them. That may be more difficult than you realize. Dumbledore turned back to face him. Intelligence suggests that Voldemort has increased security around all his most precious possessions. The Malfoy family home is now virtually impenetrable. His own strongholds have been reinforced with magic that would take weeks to unravel. The diary is at Malfoy Manor. Yes. And reaching it will be significantly more challenging now than it would have been a week ago. Harry's mind raced through possibilities. The diary was important. It was the first Horcrux Voldemort had created, the one that had opened the Chamber of Secrets, the one that had nearly killed Ginny. But it wasn't the most dangerous one. The ring, he said slowly. The gaunt ring. Do you know where it is? I have theories. Dumbledore's expression was careful. Why? Because it's cursed. In my timeline, you tried to destroy it and the curse nearly killed you. It would have killed you, if Snape hadn't been able to slow the spread. Severus? Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. Interesting. The point is, the ring is dangerous in ways the other Horcruxes aren't. If we're going to destroy it, we need to do it carefully. And you believe you know how? I know what not to do. Harry stood, pacing. The curse is triggered by putting on the ring. As long as we don't touch it directly, we should be able to destroy it safely. That sounds almost too simple. It is too simple. But sometimes the simple solutions are the right ones. Harry met Dumbledore's eyes. I need to know where the Gaunt Shack is. The exact location. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. You're asking me to trust you with information that could get you killed, he said finally. I'm asking you to let me finish what I started. 3 Horcruxes down. 2 or 3 to go. If we can destroy them all, Voldemort becomes mortal. Killable. The war can actually be won. And if you fail? Then the war drags on for years. Decades. More people die. The future I came from repeats itself, except this time without anyone who knows how to stop it. The silence stretched between them. Little Hangleton, Dumbledore said finally. There's a hill overlooking the village. The Gaunt Shack is hidden at the top, concealed by ancient magic. You'll need to break through significant protections to reach it. I can handle protections. I'm sure you can. Dumbledore moved toward the door, then paused. Be careful, Harry. You've accomplished remarkable things since arriving here. But Lord Voldemort is not an enemy to be underestimated. If he discovers what you're doing, who you really are, he'll try to kill me. I know. Harry smiled grimly. He's been trying to kill me my whole life. I'm used to it by now. They went to Little Hangleton the next night. The village was quiet, its residents unaware of the dark history that lurked in their midst. Harry led the way up the hill, following a path that grew increasingly overgrown as they climbed. The shack materialized out of the darkness like a nightmare-given form. It was barely standing, walls listing, roof partially collapsed, windows long since shattered. But the magic that surrounded it was anything but decrepit. Harry could feel layers of protection pressing against his senses, each one more complex than the last. The protections are incredible, Bellatrix murmured. It would take months to unravel them all. We're not going to unravel them. We're going through them. Harry reached for the Hallow's power, feeling it surge through his veins. Stay behind me. He raised his wand and pushed. The wards resisted, they were designed to resist, to turn back anyone who tried to force their way through. But Harry wasn't just anyone. He was the master of death, wielder of powers that had no business existing in the mortal world. The wards shattered. The shack's door swung open, revealing darkness within. Harry stepped inside, his wand casting pale light into the gloom. The ring sat on a table in the center of the room, gleaming dully. Harry could feel its malevolence even from across the space, the hunger of the soul fragment trapped within, waiting for someone foolish enough to put it on. Don't touch it, he warned. The curse triggers on contact. I know. Bellatrix stayed by the door, her wand ready. How do we destroy it without touching it? Harry considered the problem. In his timeline, Dumbledore had used the Sword of Gryffindor, but only after putting on the ring, after the curse had already taken hold. They needed a different approach. Fiend fire, he said finally. Contained and focused. The cursed fire should destroy both the Horcrux and the curse itself. Fiend fire is almost impossible to control. Almost. Harry met her eyes. But not quite. He raised his wand and began to cast. The fire that emerged was nothing like ordinary flame. It roared into existence with a sound like 1,000 screaming voices, immediately trying to expand, to consume, to devour everything in its path. Harry held it. Focused it. Shaped it into a tight spiral aimed directly at the ring. The Horcrux screamed, the same terrible sound as the others, amplified by the power of the cursed object it inhabited. The fire consumed it, burning away the gold and the stone and the fragment of soul trapped within. When the flames finally died, nothing remained but ash. Harry slumped against the wall, gasping for breath. The fiend fire had taken everything he had, and then some. For down, he managed. One to go. The diary. The diary. He forced himself upright. Witches in Malfoy Manor. Behind wards that would take weeks to breach. Then we find another way. Bellatrix moved to his side, supporting his weight. We always find another way. Harry looked at her, this woman who had transformed so completely from the monster he'd known into something beautiful and fierce and utterly devoted. I love you, he said. You keep saying that. Because it keeps being true. She kissed him, soft and sweet, and for a moment the weight of everything they were carrying seemed lighter. Come on, she said. Let's go home. Home, as it turned out, was not where they expected to be. They apparat back to Hogsmeade, planning to slip into the castle through one of the secret passages. But when they reached the entrance, they found it blocked, not by physical barriers, but by people. James Potter stood at the tunnel entrance, his expression grim. Behind him were Sirius, Remus, and, surprisingly, Regulus. We need to talk, James said. Harry felt dread coiling in his stomach. What happened? There was an attack. Tonight. While you were gone. James's voice was flat, controlled. Death Eaters hit the Longbottom estate. Frank and Alice were visiting Frank's parents. Are they alive? Barely. But that's not the worst part. James's jaw tightened. The Death Eaters were led by someone. Someone who knew exactly where to find them, exactly when they'd be vulnerable. Who? James didn't answer immediately. He just stepped aside, revealing someone Harry hadn't noticed standing in the shadows. Peter Pettigrew. His face was pale, his eyes wild, his hands bound behind his back. We caught him, Sirius said quietly. Sending a message. To them. Harry felt the world tilt beneath his feet. Peter. Of course it was Peter. It was always Peter, in every timeline, in every version of events. How long? He asked, his voice barely a whisper. We don't know. Months, at least. Maybe longer. James's expression was devastated. He's been feeding them information since before you arrived. Everything we planned, everything we did, they knew. All of it. Harry looked at Peter, this boy who would betray his parents, who would send Sirius to Azkaban, who would help Voldemort return from the dead. What do we do with him? Bellatrix asked. That's what we need to discuss. James met Harry's eyes. But whatever we decide, this changes things. The Death Eaters know about our group, our plans, our movements. We're compromised. Harry felt the weight of everything settling onto his shoulders. They'd been so close to ending this, to destroying Voldemort's immortality, to changing the future. But the future kept fighting back. Then we change our plans, he said finally. We adapt. We find new ways. How? Harry looked at each of them in turn, his father, his godfather, the friends who had become his family in this strange new timeline. We do what we've always done, he said. We fight. We survive. And we never give up. The night stretched around them, dark and uncertain. But somewhere in that darkness, a spark of hope still burned. And Harry was determined to keep it burning, no matter what the cost. Chapter 7 END Chapter 8, Andromeda's Choice. The interrogation of Peter Pettigrew lasted 3 hours. They conducted it in the room of requirement, which had transformed into something stark and cold, stone walls, a single chair, harsh lighting that left no shadows to hide in. Peter sat in the center, his hands still bound, his face a mask of terror and defiance. Harry watched from the corner, letting James and Sirius take the lead. This was their friend, their brother in all but blood. They deserved to be the ones who pulled the truth from him. How long? James demanded for the 10th time. How long have you been feeding them information? I already told you, you told us lies. You told us what you thought we wanted to hear. Sirius's voice was dangerous, controlled in a way that spoke of barely contained fury. Now tell us the truth, Peter. While you still can. Peter's eyes darted around the room, searching for escape, for sympathy, for anything that might save him. He found nothing. Since October, he finally admitted. They approached me in Hogsmeade. Said they knew things about my family, debts, secrets. Said they'd expose everything if I didn't cooperate. So you sold us out to protect yourself. I didn't have a choice. There's always a choice. James's voice cracked. You could have told us. We would have helped you. We would have found another way. Would you? Would you really? Peter's voice rose, desperate and ugly. You're James Potter, rich, talented, everyone loves you. And Sirius is the rebellious black, and Remus is the tragic werewolf, and I'm just Peter. The tag-along. The one no one notices. We noticed you. You were our friend. I was your mascot. Peter's laugh was bitter. The little rat who followed you around, laughing at your jokes, worshipping your every move. Do you know how that feels? To be invisible in your own group. The silence that followed was devastating. Harry stepped forward, finally speaking. What did you tell them? Peter's eyes flicked to him, and Harry saw something shift in his expression. Fear, yes. But also something else. Recognition. They know about you, Peter said quietly. They know you're not who you say you are. They know you came from somewhere else, someone else. His smile was thin, cruel. The Dark Lord is very interested in you, Harry Potter. What else? Everything. Every plan you made, every move you considered. The Solstice mission. The Horcruxes. Peter's voice dropped to a whisper. They know what you're hunting. And they're waiting for you. Harry felt ice settle in his stomach. If Voldemort knew about the Horcrux hunt, if he'd had months to prepare, then the remaining diary was probably more protected than ever. The attack on the Longbottoms, Sirius said. That was because of you. They needed a distraction. Something to keep you busy while they repositioned. Peter shrugged. Frank and Alice were convenient targets. Sirius moved before anyone could stop him. His fist connected with Peter's face with a crack that echoed through the room. Peter's chair toppled backward, spilling him onto the floor with blood streaming from his nose. That's for Frank and Alice, Sirius snarled. And this, he kicked Peter in the ribs, is for every piece of information you sold. Every life you endangered. Every, Sirius. Harry's voice cut through the violence. Enough. Enough? He betrayed us. He nearly got people killed. And beating him to death won't change that. Harry moved to stand between Sirius and the cowering Peter. We need to decide what to do with him. Rationally. Strategically. We turn him over to the Ministry, Remus said from his position by the door. Let them deal with him. The ministry is compromised. Half the Wisengamot is in Voldemort's pocket. James shook his head. If we hand Peter over, he'll be out in a week. Then we handle it ourselves, Bellatrix said. Her voice was cold, practical. Permanently. Everyone turned to look at her. He's a traitor. He's been feeding information to the enemy for months. In war, traitors are executed. She met their shocked stares without flinching. I'm not saying I want to do it. I'm saying it's an option. We're not murderers, James said. No. But we might have to become them. Bellatrix's gaze shifted to Harry. This is war. People die in war. The only question is whether we control who dies, or whether we leave that decision to our enemies. Harry looked at Peter, this pathetic, broken boy who would one day betray his parents to their deaths. In another timeline, Peter had lived for years, had helped Voldemort return, had been responsible for untold suffering. Would killing him now prevent that? Or would it just make them into the monsters they were fighting against? We don't kill him, Harry said finally. But we also don't let him go. Then what? Memory modification. Extensive, targeted. We remove everything he knows about us, about our plans, about the Horcruxes. Harry's voice was steady. Then we put him somewhere he can't hurt anyone. A remote location, far from any magical community. He lives, but he's no longer a threat. That's almost worse than killing him, Sirius said. Taking his memories, is better than the alternative. For him and for us. Harry met his godfather's eyes. I've seen what happens when we let mercy become weakness. I've seen the cost of sparing people who go on to cause more harm. But I've also seen what happens when we become so focused on winning that we lose ourselves in the process. The silence stretched between them. He's right, Regulus said quietly. Everyone turned to look at the youngest member of their group. Killing Peter doesn't change what he's done. It just puts blood on our hands. But letting him go means he'll do it again, maybe to someone else, maybe worse. He met Harry's gaze. The middle path. It's not perfect, but it's the best we have. James looked at his former friend, his expression a mixture of grief and resignation. Do it, he said finally. Before I change my mind. The memory modification took most of the night. Harry handled it personally, using techniques he'd learned from Hermione during the Horcrux hunt, careful, precise, removing specific information while leaving the personality intact. When he was finished, Peter remembered his name, his childhood, his basic magical education. But everything about the Marauders, about the Order, about Lord Voldemort and the war, all of it was gone. They took him to a small village in northern Scotland, far from any magical community. Left him with enough money to start a new life. Watched him walk away into the morning mist, confused but alive. Do you think he'll be okay? Remus asked as they apparat back to Hogwarts. I don't know, Harry admitted. But he has a chance. That's more than he would have had otherwise. Is it enough? Harry thought about the question, about all the lives that had been shaped by Peter's betrayal in the original timeline. His parents. Sirius. The Longbottoms, who had suffered so much because of information Peter might have provided. It has to be, he said. Because the alternative is becoming something we can't come back from. The aftermath of Peter's betrayal forced them to restructure everything. Every plan they'd made was potentially compromised. Every safe house, every communication method, every strategy, all of it had to be assumed known to the enemy. They spent days rebuilding from scratch, creating new protocols, establishing new patterns that Peter couldn't have revealed. But the biggest change was the acceleration of their timeline. We can't wait anymore, Harry said at a meeting of their core group, himself, Bellatrix, James, Sirius, Remus, and Regulus. Voldemort knows we're hunting his Horcruxes. He'll be moving to protect the diary, maybe relocating it entirely. If we don't strike soon, we might lose our chance. Malfoy Manor is a fortress, Sirius pointed out. Even without the enhanced security, it would be almost impossible to breach. Almost impossible isn't impossible. Harry studied the rough map they'd created of the Malfoy estate. We need someone on the inside. Someone who can get us past the outer wards, give us a path to the diary. No one in our group has that kind of access. No, Bellatrix said slowly. But I know someone who might. Everyone turned to look at her. My sister. Narcissa. Bellatrix's expression was complicated, hope and fear and something that looked almost like guilt. She's engaged to Lucius Malfoy. She has access to the manor, to the family, to everything we need. Narcissa is as committed to blood purity as anyone in your family, Sirius said. She'd never help us. The Narcissa you know wouldn't. But the Narcissa I grew up with. Bellatrix trailed off. She wasn't always cold. She wasn't always calculating. Before our parents got their claws into her, she was kind. Protective. She used to sneak food to the house elves when no one was watching, because she felt sorry for them. That was years ago. It was. But people don't change completely. Not really. The girl she was is still in there somewhere, buried under everything the family turned her into. Bellatrix met Harry's eyes. If we can reach that girl, if we can show her there's another way, it's a massive risk, James said. If she reports us to Malfoy, to the Dark Lord, then we're no worse off than we already are. They already know we're coming. At least this way, we control the approach. Bellatrix stood, her decision clearly made. I'm going to talk to her. Tonight. Alone. Not alone. Harry rose as well. I'm coming with you. Harry, we're partners. Whatever happens, we face it together. He took her hand. Besides, if things go wrong, you might need backup. Bellatrix looked at him for a long moment. Then she smiled, small and fierce and full of love. Together, then, she said. Always. They found Narcissa in the astronomy tower. It was a risk, meeting inside Hogwarts, but Narcissa was still a student, and approaching her anywhere else would have been even more dangerous. Bellatrix had sent a coded message, using a childhood signal they'd developed years ago. Narcissa had responded within hours. She was waiting when they arrived, her pale face illuminated by starlight. She looked older than her 17 years, the weight of expectations, of approaching marriage, of everything the Black family demanded visible in the shadows under her eyes. Bella. Her voice was carefully controlled. And, your friend. His name is Harry. He's the reason I'm here. I assumed as much. Narcissa's gaze swept over Harry, assessing. You're the one who's been turning my sister into a blood traitor. I'm the one who gave her a choice, Harry said quietly. The same choice I'm hoping to give you. I don't need choices. I know exactly what I'm doing. Do you? Bellatrix stepped forward, her expression intense. Do you really, sissy? Because the girl I grew up with, the girl who cried when father killed her pet owl, who used to dream about traveling the world, who wanted so much more than what was offered to her, that girl didn't want this life. That girl was a child. I've grown up since then. You've been beaten down since then. There's a difference. Bellatrix took her sister's hands. I know what it feels like. I know the pressure, the expectations, the constant message that you're nothing more than a commodity to be traded. But it doesn't have to be that way. You can choose something different. Choose what? To be disowned like you? To be hunted by my own family? Narcissa's voice cracked slightly. I don't have your strength, Bella. I never did. You have more strength than you know. You just haven't had a reason to use it yet. Bellatrix's grip tightened. I'm asking you to trust me. To believe that there's something worth fighting for. And what would you have me fight for? Your freedom. Your future. The chance to become something more than what our parents made us. Bellatrix met her sister's eyes. And something else. Something that could change everything. She glanced at Harry, and he stepped forward. "We're hunting Lord Voldemort's Horcruxes," he said bluntly. "Soul anchors that make him virtually immortal. We've already destroyed 4 of them. There's one left, a diary, hidden somewhere in Malfoy Manor." Narcissa went pale. "You're asking me to betray my fiancé. My future family. I'm asking you to help us end a war before it destroys everything you love." Harry kept his voice steady, calm. "Voldemort isn't going to stop with Muggleborns and blood traitors. He's going to keep going until there's nothing left but ashes and servants. And Lucius Malfoy might think he's a partner in that vision, but he's not. He's a tool. Same as everyone else. You don't know that. I do. I've seen what happens. I've seen the future where Voldemort wins, and it's not a place where anyone lives free. Not even the pure bloods. Not even the inner circle." Harry stepped closer. "You can be part of changing that future. Or you can watch it happen and know you could have stopped it." Narcissa stood frozen, her expression a battlefield of conflicting emotions. "I need to think," she said finally. "We don't have time, I need to think." Her voice was sharp, desperate. "This isn't, you can't just drop something like this on me and expect an immediate answer. I need time to process." Bellatrix nodded slowly. "How long?" "A day. Maybe 2. I'll send word through the usual channels. And if you decide to report us instead?" Narcissa looked at her sister, really looked, seeing past the years of distance, the walls they'd built between them. "I won't," she said quietly. "Whatever else happens, I won't betray you. That much I can promise." She left without another word, disappearing down the stairs. Harry and Bellatrix stood alone on the tower, the weight of uncertainty pressing down on them. "Do you believe her?" Harry asked. "I don't know. I want to." Bellatrix stared at the spot where her sister had stood. "She's changed so much since we were children. Sometimes I look at her and I can't find the girl I used to know. But you think she's still in there somewhere?" "I have to believe that. Because if Sissy is completely gone, if the family has destroyed her as completely as they tried to destroy me," Bellatrix's voice caught, "then maybe none of this matters. Maybe no one can really change." Harry wrapped an arm around her, pulling her close. "People can change," he said. "I've seen it. I've lived it. You're proof of it." He kissed her forehead. "We just have to give them the chance." The message came 2 days later. Harry was eating breakfast in the great hall when the owl arrived, a small, nondescript bird that dropped a folded piece of parchment beside his plate and flew away before anyone could identify it. The message was short: garden entrance. 3rd full moon from now. I'll be waiting. Harry showed the note to Bellatrix during their midday training session. "She's in," Bellatrix breathed. "She's actually going to help us." "Looks like it." Harry felt a mixture of hope and caution. The 3rd full moon is 2 weeks from now. That gives us time to prepare. Prepare for what? A Horcrux heist from one of the most heavily guarded homes in Britain? Exactly that. Harry smiled grimly. We've done impossible things before. This is just one more. The 2 weeks that followed were intense. They mapped out every possible approach to Malfoy Manor, using information from Regulus, from old property records, from anyone who had ever visited the estate. They practiced infiltration techniques, ward-breaking spells, combat formations. They prepared for every contingency they could imagine. And they waited for the full moon. The night of the infiltration was cold and clear. Harry, Bellatrix, and Sirius Operaat to a point a mile from Malfoy Manor, far enough to avoid the outer detection wards. James and Remus stayed behind as backup, ready to intervene if something went catastrophically wrong. The manor loomed against the night sky, its windows dark, its towers reaching upward like grasping fingers. Even from this distance, Harry could feel the weight of its protective magic, layer upon layer of ancient enchantments, designed to keep out anyone who didn't belong. There. Bellatrix pointed toward a gap in the hedge that surrounded the formal gardens. That's where Narcissa said she'd meet us. They moved forward, keeping low, using every stealth spell they knew. The wards pressed against Harry's consciousness, probing, searching, but they didn't trigger. Not yet. They reached the garden entrance and found Narcissa waiting. She looked terrified, pale, shaking, her eyes darting nervously toward the manor. But she was there. She'd kept her word. You came, Bellatrix whispered. I came. Narcissa's voice was barely audible. The diary is in Lucius's private study. 3rd floor, east wing. There's a hidden compartment behind the portrait of Abraxas Malfoy. Security. 2 house elves patrol that floor. And there's a detection ward on the study door, it triggers if anyone without Malfoy blood enters. Harry exchanged glances with the others. The Malfoy blood requirement was a problem they hadn't anticipated. I can get you past the ward, Narcissa continued. But once you're inside, I can't help you. If Lucius realizes I was involved. He won't. Bellatrix gripped her sister's hands. You've done enough. More than enough. Go back inside, act normal. If anyone asks, you've been asleep all night. Narcissa nodded shakily. Then she did something unexpected, she pulled Bellatrix into a fierce hug. Be careful, she whispered. Both of you. We will. Narcissa led them through the gardens, avoiding the patrol routes she'd memorized. They reached a servant's entrance and slipped inside, entering a world of marble floors and ancient tapestries and magic so thick it was almost visible. The climb to the 3rd floor was nerve-wracking. Every shadow seemed to hold a threat, every creak of the old house sounded like an alarm. But they made it without incident, arriving at the study door with hearts pounding and wands ready. Narcissa placed her hand on the door. There was a soft pulse of magic, and then the ward dissolved. Go, she said. Quickly. Harry and Bellatrix slipped inside while Sirius stood guard. The study was dark, lit only by the faint glow of moonlight through the windows. Harry cast a quiet lumos, revealing walls lined with books, a massive desk, and the portrait of Abraxas Malfoy. It hung on the far wall, depicting a stern-faced wizard with pale hair and cold eyes. Harry approached carefully, searching for the hidden compartment. There. Bellatrix pointed to a barely visible seam in the frame. That's it. Harry pressed the hidden catch, and the portrait swung open to reveal a small vault. Inside, nestled among piles of gold and various dark artifacts, was a plain black diary. Tom Marvolo Riddle's diary. The first Horcrux. The key to everything. Harry reached inside, and the alarm went off. Chaos erupted. The study door burst open, revealing Lucius Malfoy with his wand raised and murder in his eyes. Behind him, Harry could see more figures gathering, Death Eaters, House Elves, defensive constructs animated by dark magic. Did you think we wouldn't know? Lucius's voice was silk over steel. Did you think we wouldn't be prepared? Harry didn't answer. He grabbed the diary, shoved it into his moleskin pouch, and raised his wand. The duel that followed was the most intense of his life. Lucius was skilled, far more skilled than Harry had expected from the arrogant aristocrat he'd known in his original timeline. He fought with precision and viciousness, using curses that Harry had only read about. But Harry had survived worse. Had faced Voldemort himself and lived. He matched Lucius spell for spell, driving him back with raw power while Bellatrix engaged the other Death Eaters. Sirius appeared in the doorway, adding his own magic to the chaos. We need to go. Bellatrix shouted. Now. Harry sent one final curse at Lucius, a blast of force that threw him across the room, and ran. They sprinted through the manor, dodging spells and obstacles, heading for the garden entrance. Behind them, the entire estate was waking up, mobilizing against the intruders. They burst through the garden door and kept running. The wards were strengthening now, trying to trap them inside. Harry felt them pressing against his mind, his magic, his very soul. He pushed back with everything he had, tearing holes in the magical fabric that sealed the property. They reached the boundary and threw themselves through. The apparition was messy, disjointed. Harry felt himself stretched across impossible distances before slamming back into reality on the outskirts of Hogsmeade. They collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. "Do we have it?" Sirius panted. "Did we get it?" Harry reached into his pouch and pulled out the diary. "We got it." Bellatrix laughed, wild, triumphant, edged with hysteria. "We actually did it. We stole a Horcrux from Malfoy Manor. Now we destroy it." Harry pulled out the last basilisk fang. "And then we go after Voldemort himself." He raised the fang, and the diary exploded. Not physically. The book remained intact. But the magic within it erupted outward, forming a shape that Harry recognized with growing horror. Tom Riddle. 16 years old. Handsome, charming, and utterly evil. Did you really think it would be that easy? The shade smiled, its form growing more solid with each passing second. Did you really think I wouldn't prepare for this? Harry thrust the fang forward, and felt it stop, held by an invisible force. "I've been waiting for you, Harry Potter." The shade stepped closer, its eyes gleaming with dark intelligence. "Waiting to meet the man who thinks he can destroy me. I've destroyed 4 of you already. 4 fragments. Echoes of echoes." The shade laughed. "This one is different. This one has been preparing for you. Building strength. Getting ready." Harry realized, with dawning horror, that the shade was drawing power from somewhere. It was becoming more real, more solid, more dangerous with every moment. It was feeding on them. "Bellatrix," he shouted. "Sirius. Get back." But it was too late. The shade struck. Harry woke to pain. His entire body felt like it had been burned and frozen and torn apart. He was lying on stone, in darkness, with no idea where he was or how much time had passed. "Harry." Bellatrix's voice, somewhere nearby. Desperate. Terrified. He forced his eyes open. They were in a cell. Small, dark, with no windows and a single heavy door. Bellatrix sat beside him, her face streaked with blood and tears. Sirius lay unconscious against the far wall. "Where are we?" "I don't know. They brought us here after," her voice broke. "After the shade attacked. It was drawing on the Horcrux's power. It incapacitated all of us before we could fight back. The diary? Gone. They took it." Bellatrix's expression was devastated. "We were so close, Harry. So close." Harry tried to sit up, gasped at the pain, and fell back. "Just rest," Bellatrix said. "You're hurt badly. Whatever the shade did to you, no." Harry forced himself upright, ignoring the agony that shot through every nerve. "We can't rest. We're prisoners. We need to escape." "How?" "We don't even know where we are." Harry looked around the cell, searching for any advantage, any weakness in their prison. And then he heard it. Footsteps. Approaching the door. A moment later, the door swung open, revealing a figure Harry had hoped never to see again. Lord Voldemort. He was magnificent and terrible, tall, pale, his red eyes gleaming with triumph. He looked at the prisoners the way a cat looks at cornered mice. "Harry Potter," he said softly. "At last. We meet again." Chapter 8 and Chapter 9, The Dark Lord's wrath. The cell was cold, but Voldemort's presence made it colder. Harry forced himself to stand, ignoring the screaming protest of every muscle in his body. He wouldn't face this monster on his knees. Not again. Not ever. "You've caused me a great deal of trouble," Voldemort said, his voice almost conversational. "Destroying my Horcruxes. Stealing my followers. Disrupting plans that took years to build." He tilted his head, studying Harry like a fascinating insect. "I should kill you for that. Slowly. Painfully. Make an example that no one would ever forget." "Then why haven't you?" "Because killing you would be a waste." Voldemort stepped closer, his robes trailing across the stone floor. "You have power, Harry Potter. Real power, not the borrowed strength of your friends or the luck that seems to follow you everywhere. I felt it when you shattered the wards at Black Manor. I felt it again when you destroyed my ring. The Hallows. Yes. The Deathly Hallows, united for the first time in centuries." Voldemort's eyes gleamed with something that looked almost like hunger. "Do you know how long I've searched for those artifacts? How many years I spent tracking down their legends, their locations, their secrets? And you never found them." "No. Because they were waiting for you." Voldemort's voice dropped to a whisper. "The Master of Death. It's not just a title, it's a transformation. You've become something new, Harry. Something that has never existed before." Harry felt ice crawl down his spine. He'd known the Hallows had changed him, Dumbledore had said as much, but hearing Voldemort describe it made it terrifyingly real. "What do you want?" "I want what I've always wanted. Power. Immortality. The complete domination of the wizarding world." Voldemort smiled, a thin, cruel expression that showed too many teeth. "But I've realized that some goals require partnerships. Alliances with those who possess what I lack. You want to ally with me. I want to absorb you." Voldemort raised one pale hand, and Harry felt magic pressing against his mind, vast, hungry, searching. "The Hallows' power could be mine. Your knowledge of the future could be mine. Everything you are could become part of me." Harry's response was immediate and instinctive. He reached for the Hallows' power and pushed back. The magical pressure doubled, then tripled. Voldemort's eyes widened slightly, the first genuine surprise Harry had seen from him. "Interesting," the Dark Lord murmured. "You resist. Even weakened, even imprisoned, you resist. I've been resisting you my whole life. I'm not going to stop now. Then perhaps I need to provide additional motivation." Voldemort gestured, and the cell door opened again. 2 Death Eaters entered, dragging a struggling figure between them. Narcissa Black. Her face was bruised, her robes torn, her pale hair matted with blood. She looked up at Harry with eyes full of terror and betrayal. "Did you think we wouldn't discover her involvement?" Voldemort asked softly. "Did you think her treachery would go unnoticed?" "Sissy." Bellatrix surged forward, but invisible bonds snapped into place, holding her back. "Let her go. She didn't do anything. She helped you infiltrate Malfoy Manor. She betrayed her future husband. Her family. Her lord." Voldemort's voice was ice. "In my organization, such betrayal has only one punishment." He raised his wand. "Wait." Harry's voice cracked through the cell. "Wait. You want the Hallows' power? You want my knowledge of the future? Then let her go. Let all of them go, Bellatrix, Sirius, Narcissa. Release them unharmed, and I'll give you what you want." "Harry, no." Bellatrix's voice was desperate. "You can't, I can. And I will." Harry met Voldemort's eyes. "That's my offer. Their lives for my cooperation." Voldemort studied him for a long moment. "You would sacrifice yourself for them," he said slowly. Surrender everything, your power, your knowledge, your very essence, to save 3 people who might die in the war anyway. Yes. Why? Because they matter. Because love matters. Because the things that make us human are worth more than any amount of power. Harry's voice was steady. You'll never understand that. It's the one thing you'll never be able to take from me. Something flickered in Voldemort's eyes, not compassion, not understanding, but something that might have been frustration. Love, he said, his voice dripping with contempt. The weakness that Dumbledore praises so highly. The sentiment that makes fools of powerful wizards. He lowered his wand slightly. Very well, Harry Potter. I accept your terms. My lord, one of the Death Eaters protested. Silence. Voldemort's voice cracked like a whip. I know what I'm doing. He gestured, and Narcissa's bonds dissolved. She collapsed to the floor, sobbing. Take them to the boundary, Voldemort instructed his followers. Release them outside the wards. They are not to be harmed. And me? Harry asked. You stay. Voldemort smiled. We have much to discuss, you and I. They took Bellatrix last. She fought every step of the way, screaming, cursing, trying to break free of the Death Eaters who held her. Her eyes never left Harry's face. I'll come back for you, she shouted as they dragged her toward the door. I'll find you. I'll go. Harry's voice was quiet, calm. Live. Fight. Win. Harry, I love you, Bellatrix. Nothing that happens here will change that. Nothing he does to me will break what we've built. He managed a small smile. Now go save the world. The door closed behind her. Harry stood alone with Lord Voldemort. Touching, the Dark Lord said. Truly touching. You've created quite an emotional bond with that girl. She's more than a girl. She's the woman I love. Yes, yes. Love. Voldemort waved a dismissive hand. Now then. Let's discuss the terms of our arrangement. There are no terms. You said you'd release them in exchange for my cooperation. I'm cooperating. You misunderstand. Voldemort began to pace, his movements fluid and predatory. When I said I wanted to absorb you, I didn't mean metaphorically. There's a ritual, ancient, powerful, designed to merge 2 magical beings into one. All of your power, your knowledge, your very soul would become part of me. Harry felt horror wash through him. You want to consume me. I want to complete myself. The Horcruxes were a beginning, a way to anchor my soul to the mortal world. But they were always incomplete. Fragments. Echoes. Voldemort's eyes blazed with fervent intensity. You represent something different. Something whole. If I can absorb the Master of Death, I become truly immortal. Truly invincible. And if I resist? Then the ritual fails, and I kill you anyway. Voldemort shrugged. Either way, you die. The only question is whether your death serves a purpose. Harry's mind raced through possibilities. He was weak, imprisoned, cut off from his allies. Voldemort had all the advantages, power, position, resources. Any direct confrontation would end in Harry's destruction. But there might be another way. The ritual, he said slowly. How does it work? Curious. Voldemort smiled. I suppose there's no harm in explaining. You won't be able to stop it anyway. He launched into a detailed description of the magical process, the runes required, the incantations, the specific conditions that had to be met. Harry listened carefully, filing away every detail. The ritual required both participants to be alive and conscious. It required a connection between their magical cores, something that could be created artificially, but worked better if a natural link existed. And it required the willing surrender of the absorbed party. That last requirement was the key. "You said you wanted my cooperation," Harry said when Voldemort finished. "But the ritual requires willing surrender. Those aren't the same thing." "No. They're not." Voldemort's smile widened. "Which is why I'm going to break you first." The Cruciatus curse hit Harry before he could react. Pain. That was all there was. All there had ever been. An infinity of agony that stretched across every nerve, every cell, every fragment of his being. Harry screamed. And screamed. And screamed. When the curse finally lifted, he was lying on the floor, his body twitching, his mind fragmenting into 1,000 pieces. "That was 30 seconds, Voldemort said calmly. "The human mind typically begins to break after sustained exposure of 2 to 3 minutes. We have all the time in the world." The curse hit again. Time lost meaning. Harry existed in a haze of pain punctuated by brief periods of clarity that were almost worse. In those moments, he could feel how close he was to breaking, how much easier it would be to just surrender, to let Voldemort take what he wanted, to finally stop fighting. But every time he came close to giving in, he thought of Bellatrix. Her face in the starlight on the astronomy tower. Her laugh when he said something unexpectedly funny. Her fierce determination as she trained, pushing herself harder and harder. Her tears when he told her about the future he'd come from. He couldn't give up. Not while she was still fighting. Not while there was still hope. Between torture sessions, Voldemort talked. He seemed almost compelled to explain himself, to justify his actions, his goals, his vision for the wizarding world. He spoke of the Muggle world with contempt, of the magical world with possessive hunger, of himself with absolute certainty. "You think I'm evil," he said during one of these monologues. "You think I'm a monster. But I'm simply being practical. The strong rule the weak, it's the natural order of things. I'm merely accelerating a process that would happen eventually anyway." "You're insane." Harry's voice was hoarse, barely audible. "You've torn your soul apart so many times you don't even know what you've lost." "I've lost nothing. I've gained everything. Power. Immortality. The ability to shape the world according to my vision. You've lost the ability to feel. To connect. To be human." Harry managed to raise his head, meeting Voldemort's eyes. "That's why you'll never understand love. Not because you're too strong for it, because you're too broken." Something flickered in Voldemort's expression. Not pain, not anger, but something that might have been recognition. Then it was gone, replaced by cold fury. "Enough talking," he said. "It's time to begin the ritual." They moved Harry to a ritual chamber deep beneath whatever fortress Voldemort had chosen for his headquarters. The room was vast and circular, its walls covered with runes that pulsed with dark energy. In the center was a raised platform surrounded by candles that burned with unnatural black flames. Death Eaters lined the walls, Lucius Malfoy among them, his expression a mixture of triumph and anticipation. Harry saw other faces he recognized, Bellatrix's uncle Rodolphus, looking furious at having lost his intended bride. Antonin Dolohov, who would one day kill Remus Lupin. Barty Crouch Jr., his eyes gleaming with fanatical devotion. They were all here to watch their lord's triumph. Harry was bound to the platform with chains of magical energy that burned against his skin. He was too weak to struggle, too broken to resist. All he could do was wait. Voldemort took his position at the head of the platform, his wand raised, his voice beginning to intone the ritual's opening phrases. The magic built around them, heavy, oppressive, hungry. Harry felt it pressing against his soul, trying to find entry points, trying to break down his defenses. He held on. Not because he thought he could win, but because surrender wasn't in his nature. The ritual reached its crescendo. Voldemort raised his wand for the final incantation, and the ceiling exploded. The blast threw everyone to the ground. Debris rained down through the shattered roof, followed by figures descending on broomsticks. Harry saw flashes of red and gold amid the chaos, Gryffindor colors. Dumbledore's people. The Order of the Phoenix had arrived. Protect the ritual. Voldemort screamed, his voice cutting through the confusion. Kill the intruders. Battle erupted across the chamber. Spells flew in every direction as Death Eaters engaged the attackers. Harry saw Alastor Moody dueling Dolohov, saw Kingsley Shacklebolt trading curses with Lucius Malfoy, saw Bellatrix. She dropped through the hole in the ceiling on a broomstick that was barely holding together, her wand blazing with spell fire. She landed beside the platform and immediately began tearing at Harry's bonds. "I told you I'd come back," she shouted over the noise. "How did you find me?" "Dumbledore. He's been tracking Voldemort's movements for months. When we told him where you were taken," she grunted as a curse flew past her head. "Questions later. We need to get you out of here." The bonds dissolved under her assault. Harry tried to stand and nearly collapsed, his body had been pushed far beyond its limits. Bellatrix caught him, supporting his weight. "Can you apparate?" "I don't know. I can barely think." "Then hold on to me." They started moving toward the edge of the chamber, ducking spells, weaving through the chaos. Harry saw James and Sirius fighting back-to-back against a group of Death Eaters. Saw Remus in his human form, his wand moving in precise, devastating patterns. Saw Regulus, still technically a Death Eater, turning his wand against his former comrades. They were all here. All fighting. All risking everything to save him. "Potter." Voldemort's voice cut through the battle like a blade. Harry turned to see the Dark Lord striding toward them, his face contorted with fury. "You will not escape me again." He raised his wand, and Dumbledore appeared between them. "Tom." The headmaster's voice was calm, almost gentle. "This ends now." What followed was the most incredible display of magical power Harry had ever witnessed. Dumbledore and Voldemort dueled with a ferocity that shook the very foundations of the chamber. The air crackled with energy, the walls trembled, the floor cracked beneath their feet. They moved with a speed that seemed impossible, trading spells that would have killed lesser wizards instantly. Harry watched, transfixed, as the two greatest wizards of the age battled for supremacy. But even as the duel raged, he felt something stirring inside him. The Hallows' power, awakened by the ritual's partial completion, surging through his veins like liquid fire. He wasn't broken yet. Not completely. "Bellatrix," he gasped. "The diary. Where is it?" "What?" "The Horcrux. The last one. Where did Voldemort put it?" Bellatrix's eyes widened with understanding. "I saw them bring it in. It's on an altar on the far side of the chamber." Harry looked where she was pointing. Through the chaos of battle, he could see it, a small black book sitting on a stone pedestal, pulsing with dark energy. "Get me there." "Harry, you can barely stand, get me there." She didn't argue further. They began fighting their way across the chamber, dodging spells, avoiding duels, using every ounce of strength they had left. The altar was guarded by two Death Eaters, but they were distracted by the larger battle. Harry and Bellatrix hit them with simultaneous stunners, dropping them before they could react. The diary sat on its pedestal, waiting. Harry reached into his moleskin pouch and pulled out the last basilisk fong. His hand was shaking so badly he could barely grip it. "Together," he said to Bellatrix. "We do this together." She wrapped her hand around his, steadying his grip. They raised the fong, and oh! Voldemort's scream echoed across the chamber. He broke away from Dumbledore, his wand swinging toward Harry, too late. The fong plunged into the diary. The scream that emerged was unlike anything Harry had ever heard. It wasn't just sound, it was pain made audible, agony given voice. The diary writhed and burned, black smoke pouring from the wound, forming shapes that twisted and dissolved almost instantly. And across the chamber, Lord Voldemort staggered. He clutched his chest, his face contorting with something that might have been pain or might have been terror. For the first time in decades, the Dark Lord looked vulnerable. "What have you done?" he gasped. "Ended your immortality," Harry said. His voice was weak, but it carried through the sudden silence. "All your Horcruxes are destroyed. You're mortal now, Tom. You can be killed." Voldemort's expression shifted, from shock to fury to something that looked almost like fear. "This changes nothing," he snarled. "I am still the greatest wizard who ever lived. You're still a monster who's afraid to die." Dumbledore's voice was calm, implacable. "And now, for the first time, you have reason to be afraid." The battle had stopped. Every eye in the chamber was fixed on Voldemort, watching him process the reality of his situation. He could still fight. He could still win this battle. But he could no longer guarantee his survival. For a moment, Harry thought he might attack anyway, throw everything he had into one final, desperate assault. Instead, Voldemort did something unexpected. He ran. One moment he was standing in the center of the chamber, the next, he had dissolved into black smoke, shooting toward the hole in the ceiling and disappearing into the night. His Death Eaters, seeing their master flee, began retreating as well. Those who could escape did, those who couldn't surrendered or fell to the Order's assault. In minutes, it was over. The aftermath was chaos of a different kind. Healers rushed to tend the wounded. Aurors, the ones who hadn't been compromised, arrived to take custody of captured Death Eaters. Reporters from the Daily Prophet, somehow alerted to the battle, clustered at the edges of the scene, trying to get statements. Harry sat on a piece of rubble, too exhausted to move. Bellatrix sat beside him, her head on his shoulder. James and Sirius stood nearby, bruised and bloody but alive. Remus and Regulus were being treated for their injuries. They'd won. Against all odds, against every expectation, they'd won. "Is it over?" Bellatrix asked quietly. "Not yet." Harry closed his eyes. "Voldemort is still alive. Still dangerous. He'll rebuild, regroup, come back stronger. But he's mortal now. He can be killed." "Yes. He can be killed." Harry managed a weak smile. "That's more than we had when I started." Dumbledore approached, his robe singed and his beard slightly scorched from the duel. "Mr. Potter," he said. "Or should I say, the Master of Death. You've accomplished something remarkable tonight." "We accomplished it," Harry corrected. "All of us. I couldn't have done it alone." "No. You couldn't have." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. "And perhaps that's the most important lesson of all. The greatest victories aren't won by heroes acting alone, they're won by people who love each other fighting side by side." He glanced at Bellatrix, a knowing smile on his face. "Speaking of which, I believe there's someone who would like a word with you." Harry turned to see Narcissa approaching, supported by Sirius. She looked battered, exhausted, but alive, and something in her expression had changed. The cold distance was gone, replaced by something warmer. "You saved me," she said quietly. "Both of you. Even after everything my family has done, you're Bella's sister," Harry said. "That makes you family." Narcissa's eyes filled with tears. She turned to Bellatrix and, for the first time in years, embraced her properly. "I'm sorry," she whispered. "I'm so sorry for everything." "Shoo." Bellatrix held her tight. "It's over now. We're together again. That's all that matters." Harry watched the sisters' reunion and felt something shift in his chest, a weight lifting, a hope solidifying into certainty. They'd destroyed Voldemort's immortality. They'd rescued Narcissa from darkness. They'd proven that love was stronger than fear, that choice was more powerful than destiny. The war wasn't over. Not yet. But for the first time since he'd arrived in 1975, Harry allowed himself to believe that they might actually win. Chapter 9 END Chapter 10, The Soul Unbound. 3 months after the battle, spring came to Hogwarts. The grounds were alive with color, flowers blooming in the gardens, trees budding with new growth, the Black Lake glittering under warm sunshine. Students moved across the lawns in groups, their laughter carrying on the breeze, seemingly unaware that the world had nearly ended just weeks before. Harry stood at the window of the Room of Requirement, watching them with something that felt almost like peace. The war had shifted dramatically since Voldemort's defeat at his own fortress. Without his Horcruxes, the Dark Lord had become cautious, paranoid, unwilling to risk open confrontation. His Death Eaters were scattered, many captured in the aftermath of the battle, others gone into hiding. The Ministry, finally acknowledging the threat they'd denied for so long, had begun aggressive operations against what remained of his network. It wasn't over. Harry knew that. Voldemort was still out there, still dangerous, still plotting his return to power. But for the first time, the tide had turned. "You're brooding again." He turned to find Bellatrix leaning against the doorframe, a teasing smile on her face. She looked different than she had when he'd first arrived, softer somehow, the sharp edges worn down by love and hope and the gradual realization that she was finally free. "I'm not brooding. I'm contemplating." Same thing, different word. She crossed the room and wrapped her arms around him from behind. "What are you contemplating?" "The future. What comes next?" "Ah." She rested her chin on his shoulder. "That's a big topic." "It is." Harry turned in her arms, facing her. "I've been thinking about what happens after Hogwarts. After the war ends. What we do with our lives. I've thought about that too." Bellatrix's expression turned thoughtful. "In the future you came from, I was a monster. A killer. A madwoman who destroyed everything she touched." She met his eyes. "I want to be something different. Something better." "You already are." "I want to be more." Her voice was fierce, determined. "I want to help people. Use my skills, my knowledge, everything I've learned, to make the world safer. To stop others from becoming what I almost became." Harry felt his heart swell. This was what he'd hoped for, what he'd fought for, not just to prevent Bellatrix from becoming a Death Eater, but to help her become something extraordinary. "Then that's what we'll do," he said. "Together. Together." She smiled. "I like the sound of that." The summons from Dumbledore came that afternoon. Harry climbed the spiral staircase to the headmaster's office with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. The old wizard had been distant since the battle, consumed with ministry politics and the reorganization of the Order of the Phoenix. Whatever he wanted now had to be important. The office looked different than Harry remembered. New instruments cluttered the shelves, gifts from grateful allies. The portraits of previous headmasters were unusually quiet, watching the proceedings with solemn attention. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, looking older than Harry had ever seen him. "Please, sit down, Harry." Harry sat. "I've been thinking about your situation," Dumbledore said without preamble. "Your presence here. The changes you've made. The future you've prevented. And I've come to a conclusion that I'm not sure you'll welcome." The old wizard's eyes met Harry's. "You've accomplished everything you came here to do. Bellatrix is saved. The Horcruxes are destroyed. The war's trajectory has fundamentally changed." He paused. "The question is, what happens now?" "I stay. I help finish what we started. You create paradoxes." Dumbledore's voice was gentle but firm. "Every day you remain in this time, you change things that ripple outward in ways we can't predict. Some of those changes are good. Others." He shook his head. "Others may have consequences we can't foresee." Harry felt cold spreading through his chest. "What are you saying?" "I'm saying that you have a choice to make. You can stay here, continue to fight alongside us, build a life with Bellatrix and the others. But if you do, the future becomes increasingly unstable. The version of reality you came from may never exist at all. Isn't that the point? The future I came from was terrible. I wanted to change it. You wanted to prevent specific tragedies. And you've succeeded, brilliantly, remarkably succeeded. But complete erasure of your original timeline. Dumbledore sighed. There are forces that govern time and causality. Forces that don't appreciate interference. You've already encountered them, the paradox hunters you mentioned. Harry remembered the shadowy figures that had attacked him early in his mission, the warnings he'd received about the cost of changing too much. They've been quiet lately. Because you haven't changed anything fundamental since destroying the Horcruxes. But if you stay, if you continue to alter events, they will return. Stronger than before. And eventually, they will try to restore the original timeline by any means necessary. Including killing me. Including erasing you from existence entirely. Retroactively. As if you were never born. Harry absorbed this. It was a lot to process, the idea that his very presence was a threat to the reality he'd worked so hard to create. What's the alternative? Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. There may be a way to stabilize the timeline, he said finally. A ritual that would anchor the changes you've made, make them permanent, prevent the paradox hunters from undoing your work. What kind of ritual? One that requires sacrifice. Dumbledore's voice was heavy. The Hallows' power has to be released. Dispersed back into the fabric of reality. Without that power, the changes you've made become fixed points, immutable, permanent. You want me to give up the Hallows? I want you to consider the possibility. The power you carry is immense, but it's also what makes you a target. What makes your presence here unstable? Dumbledore leaned forward. Without it, you become ordinary. Mortal. But you also become safe. The future becomes safe. Harry sat in silence, processing the enormity of what Dumbledore was suggesting. Give up the Hallows. Give up the power that had saved his life countless times, that had allowed him to destroy the Horcruxes, that made him the master of death. Become ordinary again. Was it worth it? I need to think about this, he said finally. Of course. Take all the time you need. Dumbledore's expression softened. But Harry, whatever you decide, know that you've already accomplished something remarkable. You've saved lives. Changed fates. Proven that the future isn't fixed. He smiled slightly. That alone is worth more than any amount of power. Harry found Bellatrix in the room of requirement, practicing dueling forms against a magical dummy. She stopped when she saw his expression. What happened? He told her everything, Dumbledore's warning, the threat of the paradox hunters, the ritual that could stabilize the timeline. He wants you to give up your power, she said when he finished. Yes. The power that saved both our lives. Multiple times. Yes. She was quiet for a moment, her dark eyes unreadable. What do you want to do? Harry had been asking himself that question since he left Dumbledore's office. The answer, when it came, surprised him with its clarity. I want to stay, he said. Here, in this time, with you. I want to build a life, fight the war, watch the future we've created unfold. He took her hands. I didn't come back through time for power. I came back for you. For them. For the chance to make things right. And the Hallows? They were a tool. A means to an end. The end has been achieved. He smiled slightly. I've been the master of death. Now I want to be something simpler. Just Harry. Just a man who loves a woman and wants to grow old with her. Bellatrix's eyes filled with tears. You'd give up all that power? For me. For you. For us. For the future we're going to build together. He cupped her face in his hands. I love you, Bellatrix. Not because of what I am, but because of who you make me want to be. She kissed him, fierce and tender and full of everything they'd built over the past months. Then let's do it, she said when they broke apart. Let's finish this. The ritual took place on the summer solstice. Dumbledore had chosen the location carefully, a hilltop near Hogwarts, ancient and powerful, where the boundaries between worlds grew thin at certain times of year. The same kind of place where the Hallows had first been created, centuries ago. They gathered at dusk, Harry and Bellatrix, James and Sirius and Remus, Regulus and Narcissa, Dumbledore and several members of the Order. Everyone who had been part of this impossible journey, come to witness its conclusion. Harry stood in the center of a ritual circle, the three Hallows arranged around him. The Elder Wand lay to the east, humming with barely contained power. The Resurrection Stone sat to the west, its surface dark and ancient. And the Invisibility Cloak was spread to the south, shimmering with ethereal light. Are you ready? Dumbledore asked. Harry looked around at the faces of the people he loved. His father, who had become his friend. His godfather, who had helped him find his way. The woman who had once been his enemy and was now his everything. I'm ready. Dumbledore began to chant, his voice rising and falling in patterns that seemed to resonate with the very fabric of reality. The air grew thick with magic, pressing against Harry's skin like a physical force. The Hallows began to glow. Harry felt them reaching out to him, the power he'd carried for months, the transformation he'd undergone. They were part of him now, woven into his very being. Giving them up felt like tearing out pieces of his own soul. But he'd done harder things. Survived worse losses. And what waited on the other side of this sacrifice was worth any price. He closed his eyes and let go. The power flowed out of him like water through a broken dam. It hurt, Merlin, it hurt, but it was also liberating. He felt himself becoming smaller, simpler, more human with every passing second. The Elder Wand cracked, then shattered. The Resurrection Stone dissolved into dust. The Invisibility Cloak faded into nothingness. And Harry Potter, the Master of Death, became simply Harry Potter, a young man with messy black hair and bright green eyes and a scar on his forehead that no longer marked him as anything special. He collapsed to his knees, gasping. Bellatrix was at his side instantly, supporting him, holding him as the last echoes of power faded from his body. How do you feel? She asked. Harry took a breath, his first breath as an ordinary wizard in what felt like years. Light, he said. I feel light. The celebration lasted until dawn. They gathered in the room of requirement, all of them together, drinking and laughing and telling stories about the impossible year they'd shared. James and Sirius got into a prank war that nearly destroyed the furniture. Remus and Regulus found common ground discussing obscure magical theory. Narcissa and Bellatrix sat together, finally healing the rift that had separated them for so long. And Harry sat in the center of it all, watching the people he loved with a heart full of gratitude. As the sun rose over Hogwarts, Bellatrix pulled him away from the group to a quiet corner. I have something for you, she said. She pressed a small box into his hands. Inside was a ring, simple, elegant, set with a stone that shifted colors in the light. It's not much, she said. Nothing like the power you gave up. But I wanted you to have something. A symbol of everything we've built. Harry looked at the ring, then at the woman who had given it to him. Is this what I think it is? That depends. Her smile was nervous, hopeful. Are you asking me to marry you, or am I asking you? Harry laughed, a real laugh, full of joy and love and the absolute certainty that he was exactly where he was supposed to be. Let's say we're asking each other, he said. And the answer is yes. Absolutely, completely, forever yes. She threw her arms around him, and they held each other as the sun rose higher and the future, their future, the one they'd built together, stretched out before them full of possibility. Lord Voldemort died 3 years later. It wasn't Harry who killed him. It was Alastor Moody, during a raid on one of his last remaining hideouts. Without his Horcruxes, without his aura of invincibility, the Dark Lord had become just another dark wizard, dangerous, yes, but mortal. Killable. The body was burned and the ashes scattered to the winds. No chance of resurrection. No chance of return. The war ended. Harry heard the news in the kitchen of the small cottage he shared with Bellatrix, reading the Daily Prophet over breakfast while their daughter played on the floor nearby. "It's over," he said quietly. "It's finally over." Bellatrix looked up from the eggs she was scrambling. "Are you okay?" Harry considered the question. For so long, his entire existence had been defined by his opposition to Voldemort, the prophecy, the Horcruxes, the endless war. Now that it was over, he wasn't sure how to feel. Then his daughter laughed at something, and he knew. "I'm okay," he said. "Better than okay. I'm free." She crossed the room and kissed him, tasting of eggs and sunshine and the promise of 1,000 tomorrows. "We're both free," she said. "Thanks to you. Thanks to us." He pulled her close. "I couldn't have done any of this alone." "No. You couldn't have." She smiled against his lips. "Good thing you had me." They named their daughter Cassiopeia, after the constellation that had always guided travelers home. She grew up hearing stories about her parents, about the Dark Witch who had been saved by love, about the time traveler who had given up ultimate power for the chance at an ordinary life. She learned magic at their knees, studied at Hogwarts, fell in love and had children of her own. And the future, the terrible future that Harry had once lived through, never came to pass. Sirius never went to Azkaban. James and Lily Potter were never murdered in their home. The Longbottoms never suffered the torture that would have destroyed their minds. 100 tragedies, 1,000 deaths, 1,000,000 moments of suffering, all prevented by one man's choice to travel back through time and save a single soul. Harry lived to be old. Really, truly old, his hair gray, his face lined, his body slow but his mind still sharp. He watched his children grow, his grandchildren flourish, his great-grandchildren take their first steps into a world that was safer and kinder because of what he'd done. And when the end finally came, it came peacefully. He was sitting in the garden of their cottage, watching the sunset with Bellatrix beside him, still beautiful, still fierce, still the love of his life after more than 60 years together. "Do you ever regret it?" she asked, her voice soft with age. "Giving up the Hallows? Staying here instead of trying to go back?" Harry thought about the question. Thought about everything he'd sacrificed, everything he'd gained. The power he'd surrendered. The life he'd built. The family he'd created. "Never," he said. "Not for a single moment." She smiled, the same smile that had captured his heart all those years ago in a practice room at midnight. "I love you, Harry Potter." "I love you too, Bellatrix Potter." He closed his eyes. And somewhere, in the infinite possibilities that lay beyond the veil, the future he had prevented whispered its gratitude and faded into nothingness. The story they told of Harry Potter was not the one that had been written in another timeline. There was no boy who lived, no chosen one, no legend of a child who had defeated the darkest wizard of the age. Instead, there was the story of a young man who had appeared from nowhere, who had loved a broken girl back to wholeness, who had fought and sacrificed and ultimately won, not through power, but through the simple, stubborn refusal to give up on the people he cared about. It was a quieter story. A gentler one. But to those who knew it, to the children and grandchildren who carried his blood, to the students who learned about the Second Wizarding War in history classes, to the old men and women who had fought beside him all those years ago, it was the most important story ever told. Because it proved that the future wasn't fixed. That destiny could be changed. That even the darkest soul could be saved, if someone loved them enough to try. Harry Potter had come back through time to save Bellatrix Black's soul. In the end, she had saved his too. The ones that love us never really leave us.